Huh? Huh? All right, hello. You know, I gotta not take Uber Hacks or Nova's like intro because that's his intro. All right, hello. I just don't know what to say in the beginning. Like, I like what we say at the end, which is I hope you always get to do what you love. I feel like that's a good outro, you know? But I don't know a good intro at this point. I'm kind of lost on that one. Touche. I was gonna say, Devour, you have to have a heart because your wife. You have a wife. I'm sure you love her, so. I posted. I wouldn't be able to post, so. Hello everyone! Daily word, it's milking time! I like it. I think I might actually be normal. You guys want to see me normal? Hold on. Hey! Actually, can I do... I might just be normal for a bit. I might just be a bit normy. A bit normy. Oh my god. Oh wait, hold on. Oh my god, I closed VTS Pog by accident. Hold on. I got you. 10 seconds. Because I accidentally re-clicked stuff. Hello, Shadow. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello, Sheppy. Hello, Rhino. Hello, Chailer. Hello, Condemned. Hello, V. Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Devouring. Hello, Shadow. I think I said Shadow, but I forgot, so. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Gets Miss Stinky Smelly Pants.
Thank you. Thank you, BLT. What will we do without you? I wonder, does my drawing arm still work? It does. It's just a little goopy oopy with the thingy, but it'll be okay. I think it'll be fine. Every time. Okay, so first up on the docket today, I will be doing. So how are you thinking? I'm pretty good. How are you doing, Sheppy? Hope you're having a good day. Are you okay? You went to the ER yesterday. Is everything all good-orino on the Bodarino? First up on the docket today, I'm just going to be uploading a bunch of videos. I'm good, but I'm just gonna be uploading a bunch of videos because it's driving me nuts that my videos are like out of sync with one another. So I'm just gonna fix it really quick. Nothing else up in the sky, the whole world behind. Don't disappear tonight. You've got that. I can't hear it on my radio here, so I'm getting that checked out on the 15th. I am glad. That's awesome. Thank you for getting that checked out. Thank you for taking care of yourself. That means a lot to me, and I know that means a lot to those who care about you. So, wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Gateway already has a BLT one. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, that scared the shit out of me for a second. Let me... Are you working today, Kiwi? I forgot what... I don't really know what your schedule is now, because I know that you changed it. And a nice weekend being out and about. Fuck yeah, I'm glad we missed you at One Piece night, but I'm very happy that you had an amazing weekend, because that is most important. Okay, so let's do... Oh, that's not that one. Let's do this one. And then... So I kind of want to add the people in the thing. Okay, there's Pengies. I swear RNGbus if I get another Moiwa box. Someone's on You guys so young, but you already have that one. Haha. Haha. Yeah, it's for the guy to save you on that one. Oh, well played. Okay, now I gotta do arc. Driving with my darling. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun with Stardew. The same colors, different fur. Yup. Yup. But it's okay. Maybe Pixels will get the next one. You get 2 a day. You get 2 a day. I think for trying to bring underwater. It's kind of funny. I would have had more Sunday night were it not for a little debacle. A debacle. Not a debacle. I hope everything's okay. Most importantly, I hope you're okay. You changed it to 2? Yeah, it's been 2. It's been 2. It's been 2 for like the last when I changed it. Damn. It's not even the other rare one. It's funny how the mighty have fallen. It makes me laugh. With my darling, forever if we could. Welp. I need to take my meds, and I'd like to take them with water before I start. I'd like to drink some water, and then I'll drink my advancedgg. It is Monday. I have to start taking the Adderall pills. That's what we get for stealing my pull. I gave you a minute, got me fat. Me thinks someone has a gamba problem. Very well could be. He is a CSGO player. Oh! Now you... Oh my god! You have 5 out of 8! Oh my god, you have more than pixels now. Ah! Oh, it's a feather. Oh my god! A feather out of nowhere scared the shit out of me. That was very scary. Oh my goodness. Did I put this in the right folder? I did. Okay, next. Publish. What's the command again? I think it's bb set 1. It's not. It should be. Oh, it is. It is bb set 1. Should I do it too? I should do it too. Oh, we should make the cards for today. I might also do that. You have the Headless Horseman. So you need Mew. You need the Grim Reaper. And you need Womble. The sky's really sunny. Sometimes it feels like the oven is real as an unknowing bunny. You do. Okay, 48. I'm trying to get my YouTube all caught up so we're not out of sync anymore. Voice generated, her soul has been lit. Her lips have not been. How do I know that the sky's really sunny? It's one of my favorites. It's not my absolute favorite. Hey, Shadow first pull got me. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the bongs. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad, Shadow. Good first pull. Good first pull. Along, I sing away. The cloud starts dying. There are tears in the bright sunny day. Get we're lying. Publish. And then I'm stopping at star P, I think. I'll probably be quiet when I get home because my boss pissed me off and I'm more motivated than ever to quit. No problem, buddy. He's always jumping on a trampoline. I just learned that they weren't real. Okay, and then 49, which is Star Pirate. Star Pirate. Oop. Is that not the right one? I don't know what their thing is. Let's go. You got BLT. Nice. I'll just do this then because I don't know what their thing is. God damn it. They didn't even finish install the port with AC and someone already tripped over the breaker. Ah, fuck. I'm sorry, Vexed. Welcome on in. Happy Monday. I'm sorry you're having a rough one already, but I hope the rest of your day goes well. And if you have classes today, I hope they go smoothly. And I hope you learn something exciting. Also, I forgot to send the second script, so I'll send that when I get home and start working on your TikToks. No sweat. No sweaterini. V-highlight. Falls into the pillow pit. This is my spot now. No problem. Have fun in the pillow pit. I was doing them. Okay, cool. Wow. Publish. An exam this morning, and I always forgot to say, but I got an 82. Fuck yeah! Hey, I mean, I get the AC thing sucks, but also getting an 82 on a fucking quiz you didn't study for. I mean, exam actually is not a bad exchange if you ask me. Need a spot to rest before class? I got you, buddy. I got you, buddy. No problem. A meal, hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. D-U-I, know how about you die? Okay, oh, this one goes here. 43, okay. So now, not on anything. That motherfucker was a midterm. Let's fucking go, Vex. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Good job. I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. 37 was the one uploaded, yes. So that means the one uploaded tomorrow, right, should be 50. Yeah, so I want to be 3 behind. So this one will go next. Did you know is 3 behind? So I think it actually should be the 15th because the 18th. So the 15th should be posted, I believe. Oh, my phone's on 5 and I have no power, Vex. What the fuck? It's okay. We'll be here. We'll miss you, but we'll be here. Yeah, I want hydros. Hydros. Okay. So I want 1, 2, 3. 1 uploaded. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this one I have to upload until 3 upload. Okay. Upload 1, 2, 3. So I have to upload these ones. And then upload 1, 2, 3. Which does mean I need to upload Adrenaline Superpowers. Look, I was at home and there was no bad weather. I didn't think I'd have issues charging. Okay, fair point. Fair point. Fair point. You know, no, that's absolutely fair. I cannot blame you for that one. Pixel sent me a very funny looking video. Okay, so the highlight. And then I'm going to upload the Did You Know one next, which is 14. Yes, it's this one. Okay. I had a medicine burp. Oh dear Lord. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. That was so gross. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Medicine burps are actual hell. The bitches burn. Yeah, luckily this one didn't burn, but oh god. It just makes me feel so bad when they happen. At least it's like a medicine burp and not like the weird headaches that I get that go along with it sometimes. This one, because I ate a good amount of breakfast and I've been taking my meds, it should be okay. Hello, Zodi. How are you doing? Okay, did you know Adrenaline Superpowers has been uploaded? So now we are good on the Did You Know front. Can I post? Am I allowed to post in the community thing? Is this? No, I cannot. I don't think. I don't think I have the powers yet. Okay, so I need to upload V-stars, which will be Spicy Baker, Ava Lamp, and Glasses Journal. So I was pretty close on this one already. 2, 3, upload, yeah. Because then Scylla Arias will come out this week's, yeah. And then we do Roll for Fun, which will be a lot. It'll be a lot. Let me tell you what. Okay, V-stars. Just learned something tragic. Oh no, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I think that one is in the tens of thousands of subs or something like that. Yeah, because I was gonna apologize for the amount that I'm uploading today, but it's fine. I don't like being as far behind as I am, because it kind of unsyncs. Because I noticed, like, Did You Know has been pretty good. So I just think that, like, now that I'm like caught up with it, it's like pretty good. So I could have been like 4 vids behind, but I think being 3 vids behind is better. At least shorts don't kill your feed as much as full videos. Yeah, I've been very diligent on making sure that it's like one long form. My learning software is British. Why is that bad? The British aren't all bad, or at least the new British people aren't bad. They're not colonizers like the past. I don't know. That was kind of stupid. I don't know why I said that like that. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't think British people are necessarily bad. I also don't think French people are necessarily bad. This is a very interesting song for me to be like, I like people. I love. Let's listen to a different song. Hey, DJ, how's it poppin'? Yes, there we go. Oh. I am unwritten. Wow. Be careful what you say. The Frenchie. What? About the what? What does that say? Ring at the blank space before you open up the dirty window. Don't illuminate the things that you cannot find. Distance go close, you can almost taste it. At least your inhibition feel the rain on your skin. Alright, and then I gotta do Ava Lamp. Words on your lips, yourself with words unspoken. My friends. Imagine saying French like someone who has never left the trailer park. Wouldn't it just be the Frenchies then? I feel like they would just say be careful what you say about the Frenchies. Condition. Sometimes I strive outside the line. In condition. Ring in the blank space before you open up the dirty window. A new midnight words that you can. No, you gotta remove parts of the word and make them new. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna do that just in case that gets a little, it sounds a little too political. But I see. This makes sense. See what you mean. Yeah. With my luck, unbeknownst to me, I'd probably say something really bad, and then, I don't want to do that. So, I won't be doing that. But thank you for the mental image. I now understand what you mean by the word that you typed. Words unspoken, with words wide open. 24, 25, numbers and math. 25. Staring at the blank space before you open up the dirty window. Illuminate the words that you cannot find. Alright, we're pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Yup. And then the Did You Know one's pretty good. Yup, because there's a gap between that one. And this one will get the 38th. So that way there's a gap between. Yup. Elena is very smart. Elena's doing good. Is your work begins. Okay, bye. Starting power. V-stars. No. Oops. Book begins. No. Let me turn my lights on in my office. Sorry, I hit my microphone with my phone. Here's my lights. Alright, there we go. Years ago, when I was younger, I kinda liked the girl I knew. Elaine, have you seen Super 9? Not yet. Have you? Did you get to see it this weekend? Think you'd like it? I think I'd love it. I really want to watch it. I just haven't had the time recently. Maybe we can make that a movie night. I've heard a lot of people like it, so I think it would be a pretty good movie night, to be honest. Okay, so I need to get caught up to 44. And we're currently on 35. Fuck. Okie dokie. Just let me make sure. 34, 35. Yep, okay. Video editing, roll for fun, 35. Roll for fun. Start. Not this weekend, no. I want to do it this weekend. It'd have to be like next weekend or something. It probably won't be this month. If that makes you feel any better. Because I have other plans this month. I also don't want to do it on like a day I have D&D and stuff, or a weekend I have D&D, because that's just a lot of stuff for me. So it'll probably be like, maybe like next month or something. Even though it hurts, I don't care if my days went by. I'm already cursed. Alrighty, there's one. Yeah, there one. And oh, okay, gotcha. Well, my point still stands, but I should be free for a foreseeable future. Sound good to me. I'd be excited to watch it whenever we do. I do think that will be a good movie night movie, regardless of when we do it. I don't care if I lose my mind. I'm already cursed. Roll for fun. These songs are gonna make me sleepy. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Also, it's not maximum volume. So 1 second. There you go. Well, today is day 1 of learning Unity. Let's see how I like it compared to Unreal. Good luck, Captain. I believe in you. Ooh. Who is this by? Lola Young. We're getting there, chat. Oh, you would only call me one of my nicknames. If you were gonna call me Catman as a nickname, I got a lot of people capping. I don't know why. Why I capping? Capitan. Capito. I don't know why I do it. I don't know. Sometimes I just stick with a nickname. And I just kind of say that for a bit for people. Sometimes it'll be Hun. Sometimes it'll be Bestie. Sometimes it'll be Twin. Sometimes it'll just be Capitan. Just depends on my mood that day. Damn, this is taking forever. It's just a lot of copying and pasting information, which is what takes the longest. Like a bed and then your sofa. Wanna pull you closer. I have a feeling I put the last video in the wrong playlist. Done. Save. What happened to this video? Okay, it just doesn't want to make the thumbnail. That's okay. 38. Oh my god. 39 is off. Okay, well, that's looking good. Hide. Confidence, baby. Confident, baby. No. Boop. Should have said this and I should have said that. Oh, now it's time to confidence, baby. She was a confident baby. Hide. Look and loot. So it's 4D. Look and loot. Yeah. I think she knows. I think she knows. Making me nervous. She's making me nervous. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Upload this one. 41, the back rooms. It's driving me crazy. She's driving me. Alrighty. These guys. Bonky. Hello, Werky. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the bonk. Alright, only a few more. Only a few more, chat. She's making me, she knows, I think she knows. She knows, I think she Boop, 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 boop. Publish. Two more videos. Me, what you saying to me? I don't wanna get undressed for a new person all over again. I don't wanna kiss someone else's neck. Have to pretend it's yours instead. Actually, 43 would be the last one, yeah. This one was, yep. Look the train to say your father. In the other, looking at you and you're looking at me. A glimmer in your eyes is telling me you wanna leave. And me, saying me. 2 weeks into Borland, I'm headed into the war zone. You sound like my dad. You sound like my dad. I wanna kiss someone else's neck. And that's not a good thing. That's okay. I know you're going into the war zone for love. Oh, speaking of love. Hello, Kirsty. I won't forget. Well, if you think a great sense of humor means that you haven't spoken to your daughter in 2 months and the first thing you say is that she should move out of the place that she's living in because it's an active war zone but not offering any help, then yeah, I think that's a great sense of humor. Hello, Ghosty. I hope all becomes well, and I miss ya. I hope to see you sometime soon. Okay. Okay. I got a stuff I was looking for done for this shit. I might change the color of this so it stands out a bit more. So girl in town, she says fine. Thank you for the headbets, you know? How you doing? How you doing? Love being excited for my holiday turned into hearing how much of a knob your dad can be. Yeah. Kind of how what you do with a lot of my jokes. Oh, shit. I forgot. Thank you, Bex, for the Halo. For Halo. I will play it eventually. I promise. Thank you. Speaking of Sino, I need to DM you back. Because I need to DM you more often. You have jokes? Come on, be real right now. See? This guy comes in, makes a joke. I make a joke. And then I get real because I got PTSD because I love my daddy. And then he says I'm unfunny. He comes into my house. Comes into my house. Kicks my dog. Eats my baby. Talks to my family. Visits my family. Oh yeah, whatever. I'm just being a goober. Alright. What am I doing now? I can work. Okay, I need to work on a thing for enshrined first. This is escalating dangerously in strange directions. Happy Monday, Sino. I may have put a little too much caffeine in my drink today, and maybe I'm a little kooky crazy, because... Yahoo! I'm seeing the humor right now. You got that dad in ya. Well, yeah, cause like... kicks my dog. Have you not heard that audio, Ghosty? Hold on, wait. Let me find that audio for you. Sorry. That was a Papa Me video. Never. Okay, hold on. Dad in me. Yes. Seed from dad make me. Big joke. Me, my dad have. Okay, I'm back in turnout. I can't run my fridge, PC, and AC at the same time, so I guess I'm gonna put my pizza rolls in the communal kitchen freezer and hope they don't get yoinked. Put them in a disgusting looking bag that you know is not gross. You come to me on my... You kick my baby. What the fuck is it? You kick my dog, my baby. Okay, I found it just for Ghosty. Just for Ghosty, because I love this meme a lot. Oh shit, I didn't... Hold on. Wait. Thank you, poopy babies. You ate our dog. You ate our house. I mix it up because I forget what it is, so I just kind of get a little funky with it. Does not exist for me. I'm a germaphobe. Valid. Get a lunch pail that looks like a can of mackerel. That's what I'm saying. It's like $7 and we'll be there for a day. I'm not too worried. Okay, that's valid. That's valid. But yeah, this is the meme. You disrespect me. This is how I feel when Wacky says some things that I perceive as mean because I can't tell Wacky's tone through text and he refuses to use emotes. So when I think Wacky's being mean to me because I don't actually think Wacky likes me, but only likes me for the fact of Ghosty, I think of that meme. I go, you disrespect me. You disrespect my family. You kick my dog. You eat my baby. You punch my wife. Yeah. Okay, what was my... Alright, what am I thinking? Plot hook 3 wasn't earlier. Can you remove it? Otherwise, it looks... Okay, let's do... Okay, so we're talking about the Amber Bloom brush first. So let's open that one. Ghosty has said I shouldn't reply to that. Does that mean that's true? Hold on. You know what? Oh my god, it's perfect. I'll say every time instead you come into my house on the day of my... Yeah. Ghosty gets it. But it's okay. You don't have to like me, Wacky. You just have to be very nice to Ghosty. And Ghosty, please tell me if I'm overstepping, but if they hurt you, we live in the same state. That's all I'm saying. I'm sure they're like, 1, 2, 3, 4 other people in line ahead of me, but I'm saying it out loud because I love you. Also, guys, I sewed my shirt today. I'm like okay at sewing my shirt back together because there was a hole because my cat ripped a hole in it. And you know, it doesn't look the worst. It's not the like most seamless thing. But I think it's like the second best that I could do as someone who doesn't sew stuff. There's like one more hole in it that I kind of want to sew. Hold on, let me do that right now. I want to sew it. No overstepping. I have a baseball bat if needed. Okay, cool. It's just I care about you a lot. I care about you a lot. I just want you to be happy. Because that's what you deserve. Oh my god, no, I tangled this around itself. Fuck. Okay, hold on, I'm fixing it. You know what? I'll stay here. Stay here. How, where? Huh? London in 2 weeks. Woo! Hey, but that would make Ghosty sad. I want to make Ghosty sad. All that preparation for nothing. Actually, there's multiple holes in the shirt. Should I just sew up all the holes? I feel like I should. Hold on. We're sewing my shirt now. It'll also show up a pair of shorts. I kind of want to sew up my shirt because it'll bother me otherwise. Because this shirt is important to me. I'm just saying, Wacky. Holes only get bigger over time. Okay, so I'll sew them. I will sew them. Like, these ones haven't gotten bigger since I got this shirt. But it's like, they're there and they kind of bug my brain. And I already have my sewing kit out, which I don't take out that often. So, might as well, since I'm already here. Every time. Very happy, except for living such a lack of finances, but Wacky isn't the problem there. Yeah. I'm sure Wacky is a very, like, light in the darkness kind of situation. Because that's how Pixels is for me. Very, very much light in the dark situation for me. Even though we're kind of in the same boat. But when you have someone, like a friend or someone closer that, like, can just be there for you in the tough times, like, it means a lot, you know? Like, that's why, like, I do my best to be there for Miyu and Shems and Ghostbuster and you Ghosty and everyone here in chat because, like, having that person that's willing to go with you through the rough times, not just the high points, but, like, the low points as well, is, like, it just takes a lot of weight off your shoulders when you have someone that's, like, willing to sit there with you through those times. Because it is unbelievably easier to be with someone, or to not, like, be with platonic and romantic when you, when they're happy, but when they're sad, it's a lot harder. So those that stick around when you're sad, you know? Very important. Very important. Take good care of those people. Oh my god. This needle is very close to my titty and it's scaring me. But it's okay. I have my hand in between it, so I'll be fine. Earlier I had a different shirt on. I was working on this one, but I took a shower and then I was like, I want to wear this shirt because I fixed it. And I was like, I'm not gonna fix it. Don't tell Wacky I said this, but they're actually a very good guy. I believe you. Considering that it's seemingly your light through the darkness. I can see that. That or they just think you're really cute, which, you know what? I'm alright with that, I guess. That's fine by me. Alright, fixed another one. Been stabbing, like, my desk mat to make sure I don't lose the needle. I don't think it's the smartest thing, but I don't have a pin cushion. Okay. Hey, gay people. Hey, Buster. Okay. I have, like, one more big hole. Because the other ones are rather small, and they haven't been getting bigger. Yeah, no, I'll sew them. I got the string for it. Alright. Don't mind me while I get distracted one more time. Hope you're having a good day, Buster. I'm gonna be honest. Spring, favorite season. October, favorite month. But right now, as it kind of stands, October's kind of poop right now. For a lot of people, I feel like. Like, it's not the best month right now for a lot of people. But hopefully as the month goes on, you know, it'll get better. It'll be nice. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good. I think as I'm sewing my shirt up more and more, I'm getting better at making it look less like I sewed the shirt back together. I think I'm doing pretty good of staying with the seam. It's a very interesting song. Oh, I already unpinned it. Cool. Or someone unpinned it. I don't know if I unpinned it. Or someone else unpinned the message. You come off the... Oh, it didn't. Okay. Bro, Sabrina Carpenter looks so much different in, like, this cover versus how she's been looking recently. Is kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just like, oh, you look very different. I thought she looked really cute when she was an actor in Girl Meets World, honestly. I like them both. I like both the actors from that show. They added needle. Alright. 2 more holes. And then later I'll sew up some shorts. Dude, last night, it's like, I'm trying to decide, like, figure out the reason why this happened, but it was like, I think it's just because I did stuff later in the day, so I went shopping, and then, I came back, I had a food coma, because I got Jollibee for the first time, and let me say, Jollibee fucking smacks, bro. Jollibee, so good. Only bad experience about Jollibee was that they lost our order, and we waited an hour for our food, but because we waited for an hour for our food, the manager, like, grabbed all the shit that we, like, needed, like, we ordered, off the, like, hot rack, like, right then and there, and so, like, the food was, like, piping hot, which was really banging, but didn't really like waiting an hour. But it's like, to each their own, I guess. It was really good food, but again, wouldn't really. I wish it was an hour. Was it more than an hour? Was it like an hour and a half? Or was it 2 hours? I don't remember. Speaking of twiddling their thumbs, I was twiddling my thumbs the whole time I was waiting. I wasn't even like, I could have looked at my phone. It was close to 2. Fuck. Food still slapped though. And we got an extra ube pie out of it. But yeah, they lost our order, unfortunately, which sucked. But food was good. Like, really good. So, is what it is, I guess. I think I fucked this up, but I think that's okay. I'm not very good at sewing things. I wish I would have done this on the other side of my shirt, but I can't take my shirt off because I have a jacket on. I don't want to take it off. Hey, devil. I'm just gotta tie this one off, and then this one will be good. It was really good though. Overall, I liked it. It was yum yum. The drink, the pineapple quencher that they had though, that shit really slapped. That shit was really good. I'm sad they didn't have the American sizes for drinks. So they just had like I think one size for drinks. And it was good. Okay, let me see. I have to do a thing really quick. Stay devil. Enshrined. Done. Google. You can get some pineapple juice next time at the shop if we want. That's true. Sign in. This one. Want to see what my hair looks like after I use a straight? Yes. That sounds very interesting. Everyone's hair is so different when you do that. Also, thank you for the check-in. Click yes. You to click yes. Okay, hold on. Cute. I like it. I like the gradient. The gradient's very nice. Stupid. It looks stupid. I think it looks nice. I do like your how curly your hair is normally, but I don't think it looks bad. I think the only thing is it's straight and short. And it can be harder to style straight and short, you know? But I think it looks cute. I don't know. I think I'm just a person that likes curly hair more. I'm a curly hair kind of gal. Even though my hair is straight. Okay. Are you done? Back to sewing my shirt. I will unblur my screen in a second once that stuff's taken care of. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm not doing. It's just on the Trello. And then we'll work on enshrined stuff when I'm done sewing my shirt. And then we'll... Hi, Princess Buttercup! How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm sorry if I sound a bit distracted. I am sewing my shirt. There's a hole in my shirt. And it's bugging me. Wait, I found another hole. Who the fuck? I thought I sewed it. I guess not. Bang it up and... But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good Monday. If not, feel free to join the cuddle puddle. I'm good, thanks. It's all good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm glad you're doing well. Seems like a very up and down month for quite a few people. I wonder if Archivist is streaming today. Let's see if I can raid them later. Not right now. In fucking 10 hours. I just sometimes like to think ahead, but I think I stream later than them. I don't really know. Depends on the day, I think. That's too bad. I'm kind of hyped to work on some little art projects tonight. It's okay. And fuck yeah. Are you streaming tonight? Are you gonna stream or are you just gonna work on work on them on your on like your on you time. Okay, that one's not the worst. I think I might have spread out the threads a little bit, but I think it's okay. Why is it doing that? No. No, I want it to tie off at the point that I want it to tie off at. There you go. Thank you, Cino, for the check-in. Hope you're doing well. Hope your sickness is gone. Quite a few people have been sick recently. I guess it's again with the change of the seasons, right? I think more people are getting vulnerable to the change of the seasons after COVID because, being inside, you don't really have to feel the change of the seasons as much. Whereas, like, now it's kind of like you kind of gotta what do you call it? My brain is dying. With like COVID, you didn't have to experience the seasons as much, but now like you do. Oh, I think this is how I have to do it. Oops. Next. Save. Add. Okie dokie. Okay, cool. I think what it is now is drought. Is the drought right now when all the autumn dust and the pollen is in the air? Oh, that makes sense because it gets kicked up by the wind and then it's like pollen season take 2. All right, I can unblur this for a second. Nah, I'm not streaming them. Just me time. Understandable. I think that's the most relaxing time, honestly. Sometimes to do art. I've been finding that I kind of like doing 2D art off stream a little bit sometimes. Just because, it lets me kind of just mellow out and just kind of do whatever. And if I want to experiment with something, I can. I still like streaming it at the same time. There's, pros and cons to both. But I feel bad that people are getting sick recently. People should also get getting their flu shots. I think I'm going to get my flu shot next time I get my meds. I need my flu shots. I'm very susceptible to flu. No friends. Oh my god, get in there. Should I put on my glasses? It's too late. I've already gotten it. I say as I struggle with the second hole. There you go. It looks so hard to do art on stream. Much respect to you because my brain can't process all that and keep up with chat. Luckily, chat's not... For me, chat's not terribly busy. And often it does lead to less productive times, though. Because, you're just kind of tee-hee, talking. But I also stream at times where people have work, so I think it kind of levels itself out in a way. Alright. I have mostly fixed my shirt. I just have to tie it off. And then it'll be right as rain. Oops. Stabbed a little bit too much. Hang on. I think my mom, thinking about, because I don't really know how to sew. But, I kind of know how to sew thanks to my mom. Because, one time we made a stuffed animal that I think I brought here to the apartment with me. And it's, a really shitty stuffed animal. But I made it myself out of a towel, I think, and string. And I just sewed it together. And I think that's how I learned to sew. But, I don't got those advanced techniques of, mending clothing. But I think this pass, at the very least, I think... No, I found another one. I already put my string away. I'm gonna be here all day long. Okay, hold on. Let me see. There's like... I might do that another time. I'll like watch a TV show and like mend this shirt or something. Like there's like other tiny holes on it. But they're not as like... They're really not as big as the other ones. So I'm not really as worried about them. I mean, I'll just switch my shirts and mend it later and watch some Creepcast or something. So I have work I gotta do. I can't just mend my shirt all day long. Okay. But I think I did a pretty good job. Like, there's some spots where it's a little rough, sure, but like, honestly, for a mend job, I don't think I did that bad. Good night. Okay. Basic sewing skills are masses. I have been able to fix some bras over the years, and it feels so good. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I haven't had like the experience yet where like my bras break. I just think I don't wear them enough because I stay indoors a lot. And like the bras I'm like looking to get kind of next because like I think it would just help my posture as well as just kind of lift some of the weight off of me. It's just like kind of like those no wire bras. They're just like mesh bras. Like I want one of those. Those are nice. Okay. So we've got this all good. I need to update the enshrined stuff because I think that would be good. So we're doing enshrined stuff first. Apply. And then I want the banner to be the Kickstarter one, I think. Enshrined Kickstarter. Yeah, I want it to be this one. And then how many more days do we have? Do we launch? A little over a week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 days. I might as well start making posts about it. Let me open Affinity. I'd like to do that first today since I think right now is like a good time to post on Twitter. Save. Edit profile. Enshrined. A 5e expansion. Shit. Hello, can I type? Alright, there we go. I feel so nice that I fixed this shirt. Like, it's kind of visible where I fixed it in one spot because I think I fucked it up, but, like, the other spots that I fixed, like, they don't look too bad. Like, you can't really notice from, like, a decent, like, ways away. Like, if you really look at it for, like, really close, like, turn one of my fave pants into patch pants. Oh, that sounds so fun. That sounds so fun. I don't normally wear pants, but I think Buster, if I ever had pants, I would love some patch pants. I think patchwork pants are very cute. I wish that I could be... Oh, that fits nice. Okay, cool. 5e expansion. A mythic. Horror. I like this. So let's do this. Created by Headwind Studios. What is like Legends of Advantris probably. Like, does Crooked Moon have a Twitter specifically? I don't think it does. 11 Joe's 7 friends to play on D&D. Let's just programming for support. I like this for business inquiries. A other cats have arrived and are bugging me. Meow. Meow. Created by Headwind Studios for business inquiries. Business inquiries. Oh, website. Ooh, let's do this to here. Yes. Yes. How's this look? Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm liking it. It's looking. Yes. Info at enshrined.com. Oh, fuck. The love of my life. Scott will and escape the glorious. Get her eyes at enshrined. Is it .com? Yeah, at enshrined.com. Yeah. Near the blog. Save. There we go. Yep, looking good. And then we're gonna do a post of like countdown to Kickstarter. I think is gonna what I'm thinking of. I'm gonna use the Hmong one, I think. Let's have it be refined to here. And let's get enshrined. We're going to rasterize this. We're not going to preserve the layer effects. And then I'd like to do like a vignette. In the game, trying to take and plunder. 1080 by 1080. Ooh, is that not right? 1920. Oh no, it's a 1024 by 1024. My bad. We're doing down to kicks. This one. Let's do an inner glow. Let's do a multiply layer. Radius. Where'd it go? Oh, I see. Okay. We'll bring this down. I think I'm sure Legends of Adventurous have the countdown to when Kickstarter was coming out. If not, you know, yeah. What the fuck? X Minecraft? Oh, okay. Something else. Hit that thunder. Don't hit that thunder. I'm trying to see. because it came out before their like other plushies, I think. Ah, dragged it. Oh, do me. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is right as they're live on Kickstarter. Dawn of the first day, 72 hours remain. Versions of advanced testing. New jar pickles. Kickstarter coming soon. Free dice for early backers. Ooh, okay, okay. We could do something like this. What are... Okay, we'll just do the enshrined Kickstarter then. This one? This is an old website. Show when I look up. The old one. Kickstarter. Okay. Do we have... This is also the old one. This also links to the old one. I think it's this one, the pre-launch page. There we go. We're just going to exit, so sign up. Goddamn hoes up. I'm just signing up. They did the Chuckles thing. Hello, Oso. How are you? It was this. Becoming a VIP for the Crooked Moon. We're so close to 1,000. Daniel. Okay, yeah, this was before they started. So I should take inspiration from the pin and this one. Okay, I put a bunch of crappy shirts in my fridge, so if it melts, there isn't a problem, I hope. Oh, okay, understandable. That's smart. Yeah, putting like shirts or towels in there if you know it's gonna start doing that is a good idea. Do we want to put the rune direction thing in? Vocal stem, you got it.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate.
I'm in my mum's car. Broom, broom. Get out of my car!
You can advise. Oh shit, this is how it is. Pixels as he has that. You have this without black back. BG. Yeah, so you mean the Kickstarter page or the website? So what like we talking about? The pre-launch page. That link I showed there in about when I look up enshrined Kickstarter. Starter goes to this. I can feel right. Be my scream. Yeah. I think that would be good. change me to pre. All you do is put me down. I get anyway. I do you every day. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream taking off your blue jeans. The movie. Oh, baby, 'cause moonbeam ice cream, nothing else will feel right. Let's do this as black. We'll do this as a multiply. See the rest of the year. I'm starting to hate it. Disappear for days. Okay, the background actually should be something that matches it then. I forget our art is really cool where I could just flip it and it's still gonna work good. Yippee. So get a drink up in the kitchen sink. Okay, so it would be count down to Kickstarter. In our absence, we. Oh, how do you spell absence? Absence. Got it. Oh. Creating for enshrined. We're launching a 5e D&D expansion. So here they posted if you become a VIP by signing up for $1 and getting pre-notified, you get the pin. So I was doing the same thing of like, hey, you know, sorry for our absence on Twitter, but look at this thing that we're making. If you sign up for just $1 on our pre-launch page, you'll get notified of when we launch, and you'll get like this guy. So.
Make sure you well, that one's to you.
To me?
See how it has your name?
Well, I couldn't I just copy this?
The problem is that there's two pre-launch pages. There's one for the dice and one for the indirect. So people might get one or the other.
So we don't have separate links for both? So like if I yeah.
And then you put any email in there.
Okay.
Sign up. Dice.
What do you mean? Why is it different?
Because we were testing which one was better.
Okay, well, can we have it be Is it random?
It's right. Yeah. I mean, we can ask them like if we know which one's better now, so we can commit to one so that we can advertise it.
Because we could do both. It's just like, if I say you can get a free rune drag, it's random on what you can sign up for. I did. Thank you, Vax, for Halo. I will play it. I promise when I have time. I promise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah. It's random whether it's a rune or a dice. Can we like links per item? So we can do like a days till Kickstarter. Get a rune Dracton. 2 days till Kickstarter. Get a dice.
Or just commit.
Tomorrow. Okay, permalink. Yeah, I love you though. Thank you. Thank you, Vax. Hello, Mile making separating hair for me to do box braids. Damn, that's a dedication. Yeah, it'll be worth it in the end. It'll look nice. Not the thinking. Kickstarter announcement. It's really hard for those who want to dive. Enshrined. Shit. By myself, but I bought it for you. Hey, you know, double the content. Now Vex gets to watch you play it and me play it. Kickstarter announcement. In our absence, we've been working hard for those who want. October 14th. Get notified on our launch. Good. I'm just doing some PR for Enshrined really quick. Okay, then we'll start then with I think I want to say the banner image for now. For you, cause save. You would keep easier. Okay, cool. Specifics. We are starting tomorrow. Not the column. Sheesh. Alright, so they admit I'm crashing out, win or lose. This is going to be the Rune Dracton launch. So I think this looks really good for what it is, and then Need somebody new, just like you. Is there a shorten link if you share this? I don't know if you can share it. I think it's just this link. Because sometimes when you share things, it'll have shorter links, but I don't think it does. So that's okay. Alright, cool. And this will be... But this is my downloads for now. Twitter posts. Okay, that's good for now. Material. Okay, so we were doing the Ember Bloom brush first. I have to go to the bathroom. All right, let me open this, and I want to go to the bathroom really quick. Is it this one? All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to ask my boss about stuff. What's happening? In case I get off work before Elaine gets back, I'm helping with dinner tonight, so I'll be back when it's done. No problem, Kiwi. Love you very much. Thank you for the head pats. Let me get back to the screen. Have yummy foods indeed. We're making hamburgers. Oh, I want hamburgers. All right, so we have a good bit of stuff on our plate before we can get to scripting today, but that is not a big deal. I think this is good, so this will, yeah, this is good. This is the Kickstarter. Ew, you're back. Ew, I am, and you're gonna have to put up with me. That's why I got all happy. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that was like kind of weird. Pin to profile, pin, and then I want to go back to my account. And then we're gonna go to what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm gonna eat shems. I'm about to eat shems. What do you mean? Shems. I'm gonna eat shems. I'm gonna eat shems. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. I'm so excited for this outfit. Oh my god, my debut is gonna be everything and more. Shems, I love you. I love you, Shems. I love you. Also, how are you doing? Are you okay with work and all? How's the third shift been going? I wish I could hang out with you and me more, but I always got so much work to do. I already forgot what I was doing because Shems distracted me. Fucking darn you. Darn you, sir. Darn you. I miss being on first. Oh, I understand. Will you be able to like switch back eventually? Or is this like a thing where like you wished for it before, but now you're like kind of stuck on it? I hope they get to change it. I feel like they can do like switches like every now and again. Fuck. Okay, I was thinking of something. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Message. For the new outfit. Okay. It's a job bidding process. So I gotta hope there's no one that wants first shift posting. Interesting. That's very strange. Do people typically want first shift? I hope not. I hope you get it. I hope you get it. I hope you get it so you could go back to your normally scheduled shemsiness. Excuse me, sorry. Thank you for the song. Is it gonna work? Oh, is it gonna work? I don't know if it's gonna work. I've been having to do it manually today. Yes, it's the desire to a lot of people gun form. Damn it! I hope you can get it. Spotify has updated their authentication body rise going forward. Local host will no longer. Wait, what is this? Oh, this was in March. Oh, that doesn't matter. It was in March. I think it's fine. Okay, cool. I'm like thinking of like 10 things at once. Oh, I need to ask Pixel something. ODK. I might go part-time come New Year so I can get back on first, but that means less hours. I mean, do you need the money? I don't think you need a lot of money. You could hang out with us more. But that's understandable. I mean, it's up to you. It's your life, you know? But the biggest thing is I don't want you to wear yourself out, Shems. Like, that's the biggest thing for me is that, like, I'm worried about your health, dog. So, like, you know, whatever works best for you, def do that. Open! Potato! Hello. How's it going? Hi. How's your short stream? Hi. What'd you work on? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Also, how did your D&D game go on Sunday? I hope it went well. I am just working, so if you are going to lurk, I hope you enjoy having your time here. Otherwise, I hope you have fun resting. You can never burn out if you just keep pushing. This is a joke. Don't do that. That is the biggest joke. Don't do that. Elaine did that, and Elaine is poopy doopy whoopie whoopie. I was just finishing a commission for Furo. So cool. So cool. I need to commission you at some point. I need to commission you at some point, but hopefully the Kickstarter will go well, and I'll have a bunch of money, and I can calm everyone for everything. Everything my little heart desires. Sorry if I'm being a bit of a goober. It's fine. Cause a lot of chaos in D&D? Fuck yeah. I love people that can cause chaos in D&D. It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing to do. Same twin, and then my GPA went from a 3.8 to a 1.8 in a year. That's crazy. I never want to think about my GPA ever again. I tell you what, I never want to think about my GPA ever again. It was too much of a nightmare. It wasn't a nightmare. I had a pretty good GPA. It was just hard. It was hard to keep that bitch where it was. I didn't even get valedictorian. I got salutatorian, which is like second place. So my parents were kind of disappointed about, but never told me because, I mean, why would you tell it to your kid? But like, still. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm being a little scattered. I'm a little scattered. We're giving them... What are we giving them? I forgot. Oh, the 3.0, what I'm happy about? That is awesome. We give them what pages for the stat sheets for playtest. But that's very awesome. That's very good. I'm proud of you, Vexed. Very smart bean. Alright, so for this one, a short summarization. I can't spell summarization. Stigmatization, summation? Summarization. Like what part in the appendix we given? I know we are giving...
You never realize how thin your hair is until you put your hair in a bunch of the little braids.
Buster, I want you to do my hair someday. I want you to just react to my hair. Okay, so, because I know we're giving them the Ember Bloom Bush page, and we're also giving them the full Rune Dracton page.
Yeah. So basically, it's like, here's 2 pages that are examples of what a full bestiary would look like, right? Here's a flora page and here's a fauna page. And then, in addition to that,
Open our door, POV, I'm at your door. Okay, so the full thing. Door.
So there would be like those 2 as separate pages in case people just wanted to look at the flora and fauna. And then there would be a whole
Okay. So I should remove this extra Ember Bloom, right?
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
need that in there.
Hello, Glitch Clown. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope you had a lovely co-working stream. What did you get up to? We're just working on stuff for enshrined, so feel free to raid and rest if you feel the need to, because your health is the most important. Otherwise, I hope you have fun vibing here while I try to debunk my madness. Okay, so no more... Yes, because Artie wants to finalize the playtest thing to say like we already have stuff there, essentially.
On the Kickstarter.
Yes, on the Kickstarter page. I do have to run to make dinner, but I will be back. No problem. We'll be here. Yeah, I don't know if we want to. So, are we adding back that other Rune Dragon page then, or no? Well, there was another one originally. PDF versions. I think it's in the really old one. Man, I'm going through my old playlist and finding bangers I completely forgot about. You best be sending them. I used to have the bestiary at the very end.
Are you talking about the one that's just the stat block without the...
Yes.
I don't think we need...
Yeah, chef. Woohoo. Yeah, it was this one. It was like, yeah, this, it had like the plot hooks and everything, and it had... The Ember Bloom has both of these. Because we had too much text. to put them into one. I can add the page back in, and then we can export it if we want it, and then leave it out if we don't.
Wouldn't that fuck up like page numbers or something if we do that?
For the appendix, yes.
Um,
Or we could do, like, do you, okay, I guess, do you want this?
feel like it's not needed for the playtest. It's not needed for the module. Like the playtest module, I feel like this is unnecessary.
But for the bestiary.
But for the
Because I was
standalone
thinking,
bestiary,
because we exported, so I don't know if this is how we're going to do the exports, but it's like the appendix has a enshrined appendix ember bloom. So it's specifically, this is an ember bloom page. That makes sense. Bubble Cryptid, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. I remember you, and I love your name. It's very cute. So, like, we could do, like, separate ones.
yeah,
It's
so
like,
I think it'll be enshrined appendix, and it'll be like enshrined bestiary ember bloom and enshrined bestiary retracted.
okay.
And the appendix won't have the extra information. It'll just be you do like the picture and the stat block.
Okay.
If that's too much to take out of this.
It's not too much. I need to separate them then. And it would, so do you want to keep this page in as it is so it doesn't fuck with the pages, or are we removing it?
We fuck with a lot of stuff if we move it. Or if we revert it here.
Like if we took this page out? I don't think so. It's just one page. So, oh wait, okay, hold on.
Because I like
I just
having the
go.
image in there.
That's valid, but it's kind of
But I don't know
like,
if we went for it.
yeah, like I think it'd be better if we just took this page out essentially. So hold on, I'll just save this as a separate. You know what? Just for you, I'll give him back to you. Don't worry, because I asked you to do this bestiary. Preview. I'll call it because it's not the final. Hold on, I gotta give Vex back their points because she's doing me a favor of giving me songs, so I don't have to be the DJ. Okay, so we're removing this one. Delete this one. So we're deleting. Do we want a cover page for this or no? Because I would almost change this cover page to be something else if we're having.
I don't think we need a cover page.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that there's images on the front.
Yeah, I mean, this was the very enticing first page, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll send you. Okay, I guess, hold on. Let's take a step back, take a breather. Did you put the final PDF of the playtest in the Google Drive?
I will double check it right now. I started with the appendix and realized I didn't think I had it.
Yeah, the appendix we need to do a little bit differently. Thank you for the wellness check. I can just feel me and Pixels vibrating.
I'll double check the playtest module to make sure it's uploaded in the
Yes.
most current version in
Yes.
both places.
Yes. And then so do that, and then we'll circle back. Okay? Okay. Sorry. That was some verbal crunchage from me and Pixels. Because Pixels and I are like very much like, motherfucker, we need to get this shit done. So we're a little nervous. And we want to give you guys some really cool fucking shit, you know? So it's like hard for us to be like not vibrating with anxiety. I just hit the Q limit. You did? Wait, what do you mean you hit the Q limit? What did we put the Q limit as? What's a Q limit? Song request Q. Max length. Subscribe. Oh my god. Still at 3. Yeah, hold on. Follower 20. Okay, so followers will be 10. Subscribers will be 20. Tiers 2s can be 30, I guess. I didn't know it like based it off of different tiers. VIPs can have 100. Moderators can have, I don't know, fucking 1,000. I don't mind. Okay, then let me just make sure. Oh, I made them all 100. Okay. Everyone gets 100. I don't know. Room directed. Move copy pages. This shit kind of fucks. Duplicate. I'm gonna edit the... We have... Oh, we changed it. That's right. Okay. So let me just recopy all of this. And then add that to here. And then we're going to remove this. And put that back. And I'm going to edit that. And then this page is just incorrect. And then we go down to the second page. And then we add these guys back in. There we go. Group. This is the new mask that I made, which I prefer. And shorten it up a bit. Bring this one down, I think. Yeah, so it's more. Yeah, that makes me. Oh, that's better. Okay. And then I think I might scoot this image over just a bit to be a bit more on the rune directions. There we go. I have an evil playlist. I have to have an evil playlist because sometimes I just feel a little evil. Sometimes you just want to be a little evil. And I think there ain't no wrong with it. So I'm not very good at being evil, to be fair. There was this one time, there was this like VTuber. I think it was Cabal. If any of you know Cabal, he was doing like a henchman, an evil henchman, like a resume thing, and like everyone was obviously super henchman-y and evil sounding-y, and I was like, I'm a little guy. I can be a little guy. Tee-hee. It was very much not that spooky. I was not the spookiest of lads. I think the okay, let me look. Plot hooks. Is that how I did this one? Plot hooks, a scorched land, plot hooks. And then I want these to not be like this. I want these to be bulleted. Yeah, there we go. I am so super evil. That's how I read that, by the way. I am so super evil. Save. That's pretty good. And then rune dragged in and this bottom half. I kind of don't like the way it like cuts out. Like right there. I think I kind of want it to tilt up a bit more. Maybe fade it. Oh, no. I just kind of want there to be a little bit more dynamic. Like this right here, I think. Yeah, and then I'll play my evil playlist in a second if you guys want to hear it. I feel like it's not that evil. I think it's a lot of just like classical music. The eyes of a different tree. I have the personality of Sour Patch Kid. Honestly, I can see that. Where's my... Let me look at the queue. Okay. I have a bad bitch one as well. That's when I work out sometimes. This was the wrong playlist. Other playlists? Villain POV. Where's the... Add to queue. Alright, I've added my songs. Alright. Okay, there's this. And now I have to reopen the appendix. This is the appendix. Alright, and then this is going to be files, save as, playtest. Alright, and I want to make sure, although I could go way harder. That's valid. Delete this row. And then I just need to refresh this guy. Oh, actually, this is fine. Okay, actually, this is good. Okay. Because this gets... Yeah. Okay, save. Bestiary preview. Okay, I think this is good. So we have the bestiary preview, we have the apex, the appendix, and then the crafting overview. So I will... Hold on, my mom is calling me. 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Quetta. Honestly, I've been thinking of getting an undercut because, like, on God, my hair is just so thick right now, and like, it's killing me. It's killing me to have so much hair. I'm trying to grow my hair out to the length that my VTubers is, but it is hard, and I have so much hair. But sorry about that. Parents wanted to call because, you know, I live in Oregon. Things are happening in Oregon, and they were just worried about me. But they said I could text them. And I said if they promise to text me back, that I will text them every day. So, yeah. So I text them right now. Because I'm much better at texting than I am anything else. So. Just our bride to say hi and grace you with a funny epic short. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Quetta. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I like this spacing a bit more than before. I just want to add the divider. The dragons were real. Let me see this. Oh my god, you're his favorite, Quetzal. Oh my god, the sun is like in my eye. In my left, and the side of my left eye, and gonna make me fight somebody. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us, Quetzal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me play the music again. Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. There you go. I'm like still getting used to my desk layout. It's a little hard for me, but we're getting there because I have little stumpy baby arms. Shut your dirty mouth. I need this rectangle again. I need it to move up. So it got trimmed up and I feel so much better. I want to so bad, but like I'm really like I can't afford it. I can't afford it. And so I'm just gonna have to get a pair of like shearing scissors and do it myself kind of thing, you know? Cause like I'm at a point where my hair is driving me nuts. For the last like I want to say like 6 years or so, I've been having a bob. I've had like a bob, and I don't have a bob anymore. It is getting lengthy. I'll do it. Okay, Pixels will. You make me a little nervous. Actually, you know, high key, I want to look up like, yeah, long haircuts are like 70. I've watched my siblings try it to each other. Okay, well that doesn't make me as confident. Best practices for growing out long hair. I think the biggest thing is cutting ends. Cutting your ends. I don't care about eating. I care about like sleep on a silk pillowcase. Satin's an option. Your diet. I don't care about the diet. I was talking about an undercut. Oh, okay. Will you eat your hair? Good luck with the rest. Thank you. Trim the ends regularly. Trim ends keep from splitting, causing damages that can travel. I don't have split ends though, I think. Horse shampoo? I'm not doing horse shampoo. I don't want to. I'm not a horse shampoo girl. Hold on, I'm taking my headset off so I can brush my hair because I washed my hair today and I want to brush it. Ow. Ow. That's what I get for not brushing my hair in the shower. Sorry, tap my microphone. Hold on. I'm angling my mic up so I don't stop hitting it. But my hair is like to my titties. To my titties. And it's been a while since I've had my hair this long. And I like it because I really want to braid it. I want to braid it like my VTubers, but it's just taking so long. Like, it's gonna be another year till I get it to the point what I want, and it's gonna drive me nuts. Gentle handling and brushing, regular trims, using shears, not scissors. Eat those horse biscuits. No, or were they? What the fuck? I'm not eating those. I like eating. If by biscuits you mean tiny goldfish crackers, I got you. Minimal heat. I don't often use heat. Regular trims, using hair shears, not scissors. Gentle brushing. I am not gentle with my hair because I have so much of it. So I think if I rip some out, it's really honestly for the best. Oh, it was horse electrolytes? I'm alright. I saw a guy drink horse electrolytes on a podcast once. I'm good. Fast is a regular trim. How long has it been since you had a haircut? If it was a long time, you may have lost just as much off the ends as if you had regular trims. Silas told me every 6 weeks is too often for me, but I never saw progress. Now I go every 12 weeks, and those weeks I see a ton of growth, and my hair looks better than ever. What? What? Hold on. Trimming. How to trim long hair for better growth. Well, my break is over. Thank you for stopping by, Quetzal. We love you. Hair long with regular trims. I'm listening. Hold on, sorry. Let me mute this for you guys. I don't have split ends. Thank you, but I wanted an example. What's this lady say? Stop. This is a man. Whoops, my bad. No, get away! Get away from me and my hair! I have no split ends. I don't really have split ends. I might have split ends on like the bleached hair, but I don't really have split ends. Cause like I get it if you have like long hair and it splits easily that you'd want to snip that because then it'll just like start winding up your hair and then it's like fucking your hair. I don't really have split ends. Do regular trims really? And do they mean trim like trim the ends or they mean trim like shear it? Because my mom used to shear the middle of my hair so it's lighter, but like
She used to thin the hair.
yeah, she used to thin my hair.
Also, I don't know whoever thought that hair grow from here, hair don't grow from here.
I think it was mostly for split ends.
Yeah, like that can make it appear cleaner. Because the thing with split ends is that yeah, it'll like go up and make it more frizzy.
Yeah. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't have split ends.
You don't play with your hair. Like split ends tend to be caused from like fidgeting with your hair.
No.
Naturally.
The worst thing I do to it is I tie it up when it's fucking wet. But that just makes your hair stink. And my hair doesn't stink because I'm cute. Cute girl's hair don't stink! Does my hair stink? You're a bitch! I said cute girls? Cute girls fart! This guy. Alright, whatever. I don't care anymore. I don't care enough. Okay. Oh, I forgot we were listening to my evil playlist because my parents called me. Alright. I'm tying my hair back up. Oh my god, my hand. Oh, that felt better. Okay, I popped like one of my knuckles. It was on the wrong hand, but it still worked. Wait, can I pop any of the knuckles? No, I can't. They're just stuck. I'm sad. Okay, I think. God, you're always playing good music. Thank you, Lemon Zest. We're currently listening to my songs that make me feel like an evil villain. I think this looks a lot better. So whenever I hear something, oh, mwah, I'm glad you think so. All right, enshrined crafting preview is what I'll call it. So why don't you want you? All right, I'm gonna send these over to Pixels to make sure that these are good sizes. I think they're fine. I think they'll be fine. Okay, and then I'll just save this. Export PDF. High quality everything. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Actually, okay, this was fine. Cool. Okay, just want to make sure that was a good fidelity file. Save as package. Crafting overview package. Oh, I should do bestiary overview. So my mom is willing to remove my bullshit amount of hair at the nape of my neck. Pog, let's go. Okay, these are going to be called packages. Yes. Yes, and I'm also saving them as packages so I can send them to you. So, also for the appendix, nothing changes because everything we added was from the last time you added all the pages into the playtest. So, for example, let me show you. This is the appendix. Hold on. So we had Ember Bloom and Flint Leaks on page 6. They're on page 5. Fuck. Okay, never mind. I lied. Because I thought it was fine, but I guess a page is missing. Because now they're on page 5. What happened to... What happened? What happened? What happened to appendix? Huh? I don't know. I don't know why it's not... Why it changed. I think it's because I had to do the roundabout way. Where it says this, refresh. Refresh, please. No, I can't because... Son of a bitch. How do I do this? Because the problem is I duplicate it so that way the appendix A stat blocks is not going to count it if it's on the same page. But once I delete it, it'll be off a page. No. I guess so. So how do you want to handle this then? Do you want the context and then appendix A to be on the next page? Like this and then...
No, unless we have an image we want to put there. Like, if we want to fill this with an image, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I'd fill it with an image just because it's making the table of contents fucked.
Yeah, that's fine then. Yeah, if you want to find something to, like, fill this with, we could put the fight scene in there. Because that's something we didn't have before. Fat fucking image.
Yippee! Yeah, we can put it like right there. And that way it looks like there's stuff. And then I can fade it out. Do I have? I think I should. I don't have the new one. I made a new one. No? Alright, I will send these to you in a minute for you to upload them. Because I need that, like, extra eyes to just look and make sure that I did them right.
Do you want me to... So if you're going to export them to a PDF, do you want, like, the notes that I had on, like, how to do that for good?
Yeah, if you want to tell me that, like, right now, just so that way when I'm exporting them for one. So, export. Okay, PDF. Is there a base one that you do?
I did, like, digital high quality, I think.
And then...
Oh, no, sorry, digital low quality.
Low quality makes it look bad, though.
Small size?
Yeah, it's like 72.
Oh, it's way too low. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so high quality. I rasterized it to 192, I think.
Okay, so middle ground.
And then unsupported, you want it on unsupported, not everything, because it'll rasterize the text if you do everything, which like crazy bumps the file size. And then you want to set this to like 90. And then I'd set this to 192 as well.
Oops.
I think those are the ones that I was using.
Okay, then we'll create preset.
And then, yeah, can we just do a double check really quick? Because I can't remember if it was 240 or 192, but we'll see
Well,
if you really edit.
Yes.
The way you check is you just open it up and you zoom on an image, and if it's super pixelated, it's too small. Because that's just kind of setting like the document resolution.
Okay.
And so it's really easy to tell when it's too low res, because you're right, like the 72 is rough.
It takes so long.
Yeah, it's got compressed shit.
Did a big file. Oh, why don't I just try it on a smaller file?
Yeah, that's the right one. Because it has plenty of detail in here.
Cool. Okay. Okay. Then I will re-export those in a second. The BC area doesn't need to have. So I'll just re-export this one because this one's good. Shrine PDF export.
Oh, did you save it as a preset?
Yes.
Smart.
Did you not?
I forget about that being an option. To be fair, the last time I was doing it, I was
Sometimes you and Artie make me confused if we had the same Jamin. Every time I do art, every time I do anything, I look for modularity. Sometimes, I will say, thank you for the save check. Sometimes, too much so.
Yeah.
But
I will say, just my thing is, I do that. I do save like export presets, but it's only once I like do it once or twice. The last time I was exporting stuff was when I was experimenting, and then I was kind of like, okay, that worked.
No, I get you know. To be fair, that's valid because like I for example like substance painter presets is why I think about presets. But this time I was like, oh, we got the things honed in. Now let me just save it as a preset now.
That makes sense. Like once you solidify it, the problem is that like I just haven't done it enough since I figured it out.
That's valid. I mean, and I should be the ones doing it to be fair. So. Oh, okay, and then then I just gotta fix this one, and then I will send it to you, and then everything should be hunky dory of just uploading them in the right places.
Watch out for some of the
Yeah. It's not done yet. I'm just trying to fix the table of contents first. I'm cooking. 13, 20, 12, 10. Kind of want these sides to be all the same, so I'm just going to change these. Can I change it in here? Thank you for the save check, by the way. Chapter 2. No, it's not. Okay. Just gonna change all these to Bookmania. There's blood all over the ground. Actually, could I? LMNO. Hey, you feed the machine. I'm all knocked down to their knees. No, let's just have it like this. Not today. I'm breezing through the brace since there's not as much length. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. The whole world in his hands to know you're all in damn. Come on. I'm just gonna make these all Bookmania. Bookmania. Oops. That's what you get the first one, make it all clear. Same thing as you. I'll be over soon. Does this one have the color? No, it's this one, right? Yeah. We're gonna. You feed the machines. The day. Yeah, I think that's better. That says ass length. You know I can't read. You know I can't read. You know I don't know how to read very good because I have no big brain. I'm a baby brain. I'm sorry. I have too many things going on my noggin. A world in its hands, just to know you. Intense. Come on. Let's modify this one. Make it a little bit shorter. And then no, Buster always calls me out on things I read bad. Which I mean I can't blame them. Let me go open the bestiary again. Cause I want this image. Cause I like the gradient on this one more than the original one. So let me just switch those. What does this one look like? This one's fine. The rest of this is fine. Yeah, because I love her so much that I won't want her to misunderstand what people say. Aw, that's nice of you. Thank you. Okay. This is on the ascendant. I have a question. I have a picture of it. I don't think I do, actually. I think it might be a video. Is it? I think it is. It is fuck shot 36. Okay, I gotta go download shot 36. I try to do the laneisms unless it's harmful. Valid. Pixels, can I use a trailer image in the appendix? Is that allowed? Traveler series. This one. What is it? What is it? What is it? Katarina, Enshrined Kickstarter, Waddle Samba. I don't remember who worked on it. I think it's in collected PSDs, actually. It is. It was shot what? Shot 36? Shot 36? Shh, I love you, Pixels. Shh. Cool. Wait, let me make sure. This son of a bitch is a Zon, right? This is a Zon, right? I did. Yes, shot 23, you're right. Yes, cool. Perfect. Put him up here. Nope. We already have a bottom one. He goes on top. That makes sense, actually. If he goes on top, download anyway. Soon I will have every shot downloaded, but not right now. Eventually, not right now, though. So I don't want to download all those right now. Well, how's Mew doing? What's Mew doing? Mew is playing... No. Mew's arting while Shems and Ghost are Fortniting. I see. Multiple stimulations. 36. Oh, I gotta open it in this fucking... I have to open the designer. I have to open designer. What? This is the wrong shot. I downloaded the wrong shot. God dang it. Hold on. I need to download that one thingy. Where is it? I'm in the wrong thing. Where is it? 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 This one. I need to download this. Because it has the number of the shots, which isn't equal to the things and the thing. And it makes me want to fight the people. Safe, give me. Or I guess I don't have to open it right now. It is... This one is actually number 39. 39. I need number 39. I was close. I was only like 6 off. Wait, 39, 36. I was 3 off. I think. 36? Yes, I was 3 off. Oh, I'm bored of these musics. I want to listen to something else. I want to listen to this remix of this song. I want to listen to funk music. That's what I want to listen to. Where's my funk music? It's my workout playlist. Can I just do songs like this song? I made my mic super low. Oops. I'm not used to the articulation of this mic. Exclude from your taste when sleep time or go to song radio? Yeah, let's try this one. Me, baby, I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you... I already have this one? Huh? Oh, I need 39. Wait. 36? Nani? 39. What's up here? Why is 39 down there? Is the sort by weird? Name A to Z on top. Oh, because it has an underscore. Son of a bitch. That's why I was confused. It's on me, babe. I should see who animated the trailer, because I'm very curious about what program they used. I bet I know. I bet it was After Effects. But I'm still curious. Dun 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 dun. Me, baby, I got what you need, baby. Oh no! No! Is that the dates? Buster, are those the dates? Oh no. Cause I have to do my game. I'm doing a charity live stream on that day, Pookie. Pookie. I'm doing a charity live stream on that day. Let me see. Hold on. Let me look at the schedule for it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've had this in the books for like 2 months. I'm sorry. I'll definitely rate into you though. Hold on. I had plans. What am I doing? The 22nd. What are we doing? 22nd is a Wednesday. I could probably join you on the 22nd for a little bit. But no, because I don't know how I'd fit that into a charity live stream, because I want to funnel that into you. Because if you're streaming later than I am, I'll just raid into you. Let's see, I don't have Dragonlance that day. Oh, fuck. Can I make you an emote as an I'm sorry? Can I make you emotes as an I'm sorry? So that way when you have affiliate, you will have emotes. Will you accept this trade offer? You can have any 2 of those. I'm sending you a big list of over 100, over 200, and I will draw them for you. I will draw at least 2 of them for you. 'Cause I'm sorry, I kind of planned up my October a little hard. But if any of those emotes would make you happy or forgive me, I will happily do them for you. Son of a bitch, I forgot the thing I'm doing. Okay. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. Oh no, I can just do this. This guy. Cause I really don't want to take away from your birthday while I'm doing a charity live stream. Cause you are more important in that situation, but I also can't just be like abandoning it because I promised my the outreach person that I'd be participating in the charity live stream. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Export. Wait, did I export it with the thing? That's cool. I'm starting at 11 a.m. and probably not ending until 11 or 12. Okay. I'll end early then. I'll end early on the 22nd. 22nd's a Wednesday. Yeah, I'll stop at like. What time is it for you right now? Cause I could end at like 9. I could end at like 9. Maybe I'll stream earlier that day just so I can catch you. Cause I could just stream earlier and then call it earlier. Or I could just end it after, because we did I not plan what I was gonna do I said I knew I was gonna do on the 22nd. I guess we could do off. Yeah, because otherwise I was gonna lump the gang into doing something for charity with me, so. And then I can just raid into you because it's your birthday. Sorry. Appendix delete. Let me empty my recycle bin. You're gonna eat dinner, no problem. Have good dinner. I think you're 3 hours ahead of me, so yeah, if I end it 9, 10, 11, 12, it's perfectly fine. Okay, thank you. I'll definitely do something for you. Don't worry. I'll do something because I feel bad. Package. Okay, and then save, and then I already exported this, right? I think. With the new stuff. I did, okay. So now I just need to export it. I already exported it as a package, cool. Okay. I kind of want to be on the other Twitter to watch it and make sure. Gun. Ew. 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 Alright, I'll just go back to mine then. Go. It's too big. It's too big. So that you drive a little. Go to TTRP and to organize play test. Try. Actually, nice the playtest folder. I have to call Pixels because I need help. Hello. Okay, because I don't want to. I'm not going to tell Artie I'm fixing this, but I'm going to fix it anyway. I can't hear you if you're talking.
I was confused by that statement is all. That's what I was thinking.
It's just we have a lot of things in here, and it's kind of like.
Yeah.
It'd be easier if everything that was final was where this is.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So I made development files. So none of the. Hold on. I'm making him the owner. And then it shouldn't mess with any other things if I move stuff around, so. Like, for example, playtest versions. Like, we don't.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so either. That was just kind of your play space when you were doing a lot of iterations.
So wait, where are we putting the final files?
Where, like, it seemed like you wanted to. Okay, backing up a step. In the folder, this isn't in the media kit. The folder that you were just in is not in the media kit.
So is this only for us?
This Headwind Studios folder, this is mine. This is my drive. Like this area that you're in now, this is my drive, and we've pretty much just been using it for me and you working.
Okay. That's fine. Then I can put this here. It's called packages. That's the lowest. So then we're saying that the final playtest material is this folder? The one in the media kit?
I've been keeping them separate because we don't want to send everyone the media kit. So there's enshrined adventure playtest, I think is the first one there. That's where I've been putting the ones that like Ezekiel and Ezra asked for, like a more public one. But if we want to like make a separate place, then that's fine. But that's where.
No, I think that's fine then. As long as we have like a separate area that's like the final area.
Yeah, that's so that folder you were just in, that is the final copies. And then I've just been sharing the folder whenever someone's like, where's the playtest?
I think I am going to organize it a little bit.
Yeah, go for it. Like if it's going to help us work faster, that's fine. But yeah, that's the like this is my personal drive that I made when we started working on this because I needed a place to put files because Lord knows we didn't have one. Oh.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like that. Oh, okay. Okay, then the zip is in there now. I want to be up on my feet, so I'm gonna go take a bike ride. Have a good bike ride. Enjoy the fresh air. Love you, Bex. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll organize this up and then I'm gonna. Is there any other enshrined things I have to do? Oh yes, I need to start making the Twitter post ahead of time thing so we can have those. And then I think I can start working on other stuff. Is there anything else you need from me other than what I just sent?
I know we talked about it a little bit last week, but I don't know if you've had a chance to look into it more. Did you look at the like how to make the bookmarks work in the PDFs?
Oh shit, yes, you're right. How to do PDF Do you and what's this one for? Marks in.
It's mostly just for the playtest. Technically, it'd be helpful in the appendix as well, but it's mostly for the main playtest.
I will
Mostly
do...
because like it has them in the PDF, but they're kind of broken. Like it's just like the same title over and over again.
Yeah, I think what it does is it goes from the headers, but I think there's a manual override that you can do that makes it better.
Okay, yeah, because if we can figure out that, either that or we have to remove them, because right now they're kind of broken. So either make them right, which is ideal, or we just have to remove them from the PDF export. That's all that I can think of right now.
Okay.
But if something else crosses my mind, I'll let you know, with the understanding that you'll be doing other stuff.
Okie dokie. I know why I'm quiet. My input volume in Discord isn't 100% now. Should it be at 100%, you think? Right now I'm kind of like eating my microphone, which I don't often do.
Yeah.
Here, I'll
thinking
turn it up
about
for
that
you and you tell
earlier.
me if this hurts, okay?
Mhm.
Hello? Does this hurt?
So you turn it down, it's too. Are you really close to your microphone, or is it just too
Yeah.
sensitive? I couldn't. Okay. I think you're just a
I'm
bit too close to your
it.
microphone. You want to be like 4 inches away, probably.
It's either I'm too close, I'm too far. Pick a lane. I'm kidding.
Okay. So, but it was one of those things where it's like it was kind of
Sorry.
like sounding a bit noisy because of the way it was being amplified.
Oh, okay.
So
I put it to 80. Is this better now?
yeah, that's good. We might want to just like increase your. I'm trying to figure out why. Here, let me look at my settings really quick, because your mic is just quieter than mine, and I couldn't figure out why.
Kiwi scared the shit out of me. He did a vocal stem, and it scared the shit out of me.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, because my the dial on mine, right? That volume is at like 32, but yours is at like 50 or some shit. But you're still quieter than me.
I'm just a quiet little baby.
No, but like when I was using your mic, I had to speak up like more than when I'm talking on my mic.
Just a little guy. I have to organize my enshrined folder. I just looked at it and it's pissing me off.
Yeah, some of mine are starting to get kind of bad too.
Wait, I did make a 3D render of it. Ah!
Of what? I knew you did. I fucking knew you did. You're like, no. And I was like, damn, I could have swore Artie specifically tasked you on that.
Oopsies. Whoops. God, that's funny. God, that's fun.
No.
No.
Like, damn, I must have just fucking imagined
No. Could it be the mic itself, the volume of the mic?
You're talking about this, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I was like, mine's lower.
Can I change the color of it when it's like like white instead of white?
Yeah.
Oh.
General color.
Make it blue.
Probably gonna have to make it more blue.
The fuck?
Blue and white are similar in LED terms. See.
Oh. Ooh. I wish I could do that for everything. Just make it all blue.
Yeah, and then that's the mute.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. I'm a platypus. Oh. Yeah, I've been like this the whole time. I'm gonna put my cheek up against my mic.
I mean, it works.
It's the only way I'll remember to speak closely to my mic if I lean on my mic. But then I get spit on my mic and it's gross.
It's built in pop filter. It still gets inside, but
You want to put a filter in your chat? Oh, my nose is running. No.
I think that's a little
Bro, this sun. Ah!
Just stare into the sun.
It's right. It's right there. Please help me. I just need you to bring the blinds down. It's like been in the corner of my eye for the. No, it's lower. I'm shorter. You gotta remember. There we go. We're good. Oh my god, that's been in the corner of my eye for like the past like 2 hours. It's been really irritating me. Okay, bye. Hmm? Mm-mm. Can I have an ice? Thank you. Alright, I'll ditch the call. Thank you. Oh my god, I feel like I'm dying. Okay. I can make my way back XLR blue. That's cute. I love finding out new things I can do with my microphone. Because now it's blue and it's cute. Ugh. Burgers in the fridge! 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 Yum! Those look like some, like... I have a dill pickle. Those look like some normal ass burgers. Homemade bass burgers.
Yeah, it looks like I went to like a.
I hate this band. I hate it so much. It just gets so loose so quickly. How does it not hurt your head?
It's not on my head. I think we have different bands.
Oh no, yeah, but once this starts pressing on my head, it hurts. And I get a headache. And I get a headache.
Just barely off mine. What else have I?
Look, I need like this much.
Mine is getting a bit loose, but I have a lot of hair. So.
But yours looks like you can like strap it up higher.
Yeah, no, because they're different.
That's way better, it looks
yeah, no,
like.
it's definitely a downgrade, unfortunately.
What the fuck? They didn't want to give us as much fabric.
No, it's
So I get like a tension headache right here because of it, and then I just die. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like they cooked really hard when they made these headsets, and then when they went for like a new generation, they just redid everything they did well, and unfortunately it's not as good.
Yeah, because these muffs are a lot better than these ones, because like the leather's already coming off. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for making me realize how sad I am. To crew. That's probably a good idea.
Because honestly, it's like they were making like the best shit, and then they just stopped.
What's the best gaming headset? Gaming of 2025. All tested.
It's one of those things where it's like there's so many, and it just depends on what you need.
2 honorable mentions.
Those are like some of the all-times, are like the
Astros. Astros. What's wrong with the Astros? Astros are nice.
That's like the Turtle Beach of.
What? Astros are great.
Unless they,
Okay.
unless they like had a complete.
Okay. Fine, we're looking at Tom's Hardware. Top best overall. Is that better? You Razer?
Tom's Hardware isn't reliable.
Okay, what about PC Gamer?
It's not bad. Honestly, like HyperX.
Bex Gaming. I had a HyperX.
Yeah, HyperX.
But HyperX doesn't have wireless ones, do they? I thought they only had.
When you're looking at best, it's probably going to show you like most affordable.
Oh, okay. Best budget, best. Oh, best what? Razer, man.
Yeah, that's new. Which it surprised me.
View at
that the
Razer.
quality lasted more than, a year.
This cushion looks like it's gonna give me a headache after a while, though. I mean, can I look at it on Amazon?
I don't know if I'd ever be able to go back to a headset that doesn't have this.
Yeah, cause that shit hurts my head, man. Oh, give me some 4-star. I like, cause like, what was I used to have the Logitech one I used to wear. I feel like that one wasn't the worst. Yeah, they had the band kind of thing that like these ones have now, where they're not really adjustable. This one's pretty though. Look at it. I did like their muffs. Their muffs were very comfortable. I know. Might go back to a Logitech one. I have the Steelers. I really like them. The Arctis? Is that the one you have? Yeah, the Arctis. Maybe I'll just get the Arctis. They don't make them anymore. All right, guess I'm going back to Logitech. Steel Series, you're losing out on a very important customer. Sorry, guys. I had these ones.
Yeah, no, like the SteelSeries Arctics, they cooked so fucking hard with that line. I had the 7s, and then
I mean, I'm at a point where it's like I don't even need the expensive ones anymore because it's like I just need it for the headphones, so I could get away with just like a $60 pair. Ew.
look up SteelSeries really quick.
What?
Look up SteelSeries really quick, 'cause I'm curious what
Steel Series. Side of Mama Coley. Hi, Mama Coley. Hello. Hi, Sheppy is amazing and adorable. We love them. Damn, this one looked nice though. Hold on. Same
it's
band.
the same piece of crap that they.
They went back. They went back to the fabric muffs.
You can buy fabric for this one, but you have to
Prince Wen. Hello, what's up? That's not how song requests work. View all headsets. Novas. Arctics. Well,
Novas are like the new
I did an art that I'm proud of. Do you want to share it in the Discord? I love seeing people's art. We could put it on the fridge. Put it on the fridge if you want.
This is the one that I have.
You said they didn't make them anymore.
They don't make them anymore. It's probably backstock because it's 50% off. But yeah, so it looks like you can still buy them sometimes, but they're not really like making them.
Discord, sure. Yippee. Hold on. Let me post to the Discord. There you go. You can put it on the fridge. I'm going to look it up. Best headset for little heads. I don't have a little head, though.
You don't have a little head.
Best headset, like, band? Because, like, it's this part that gives me a headache. Most comfortable game headset. Don't put headset. Gaming heads.
Headset has microphone. You don't use them.
No, I don't. I don't anymore, thanks to Mr. Cheems. Mr. Cheems, who also 100% funded our fucking rig for our fucking sleepwear. Did that too. This bro's like, I might take the less hours, but less money. And I'm like, bro.
You could even look up just like headphones, because headset is the
Wireless headphones. I have been thinking of just getting some JLabs. I don't actually know if JLabs are even good. I just get them all the time on my For You page.
That probably means they're bad. Oh yeah, no, this is I wouldn't.
Hold on.
We're gonna have really bad latency, which isn't good for computer.
Oh, okay.
Like it's fine for like listening to music and stuff, but like I wouldn't. You're probably gonna get like sick if you like have a game with really bad latency.
Oh, makes sense. Okay, any suggestions? Ew, these are a lot of big words.
As soon as you start just looking for headsets instead of
On God, I think JLab is expensive for the quality. Okay, thank you. On God, I think I would actually prefer just some wireless earbuds for my computer. If I think about it, because like earbuds are the most comfiest. You don't have to worry about the
you have to,
headset.
like swap them,
What?
because the batteries only last a few hours.
Shit, true.
'Cause that's the thing. It's like if you're gonna use earbuds at your computer, you have to plug them in, which is fine. You can plug them in here.
But then I have to. But I'm wired.
But then you are
What a first world problem. I just think because I on God think like as long as headphones stay with this like over the head band, which they always will, I'm gonna get a headache because of it.
I mean, like this one doesn't cause that because it equally like covers everything, but that one isn't as good.
Let's do some research, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. How long have I don't know. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll be right back. The art blender. I see no fridge, and my tism is making me take in the instructions literally. I'm back. Hello. Let me see. You have to go into. So what you need to do is you need to go to an info. You need to scroll up, and you gotta react with the little milk bud emote with the little milk maincoow sit, and then it'll remove your maincoow visitor role, and then you'll be able to see the rest of the fridge stuff. Oh cool, there's a drone show over Tiger Stadium. Yes, I made it downtown again. Fuck yeah, welcome in. Should be below that. Yeah, but they still have you still have the seekers. There you go. Wait. Yeah. I don't think, did I do it wrong? I select your roles first. Yeah, well, the biggest thing is you have to scroll up and click maincoow sit. That's like the biggest thing is you have to click maincoow sit, or else it won't remove the visitor role. That's the biggest thing. And maybe I need to clarify that in the rules, because I haven't looked at how I formatted the rules since I added that. So also, let's look at wireless headsets. Comfy wireless headphones. I don't know what the comfiest, and I kind of want to know. What are the most comfortable? Has to be either one ear or over ear. It has to be wireless. Mainly just going to use it for podcasts because you want to listen for comfort is an all priority. For closed backs, but you can't turn on the ANC off. It's either on or passive. I don't know what ANC means. You'd have to look at the QC or the SE. They're the same head, that just come with a different case. As before, you can't turn off the ANC. I own Bosies. I can't afford Bosies. And BT enters the chat, but you're right on the point. There's no point part. You're right on the there's no point part. Open backs are no good in noisy environments. If OP doesn't mind looking like a goof. Dude, I just need like a pair of headset. Just a headset that's like not gonna make my head explode, I think is my thing. Best wireless earbuds for PC gaming. Sony InZones. I'd recommend learning toward something like this. They're actually low latency gaming, so footsteps and gunfire sync properly. The ANC mic cuts background noise so your squad can actually hear you. Okay. Sent. Thank you. Let me look at it. Oh my god, this is so cute. Aww. I love the colors that you chose. She looks like a little sewage. Good job, Bubble Cryptid. So cute. So are you doing this for like an Inktober thing, or are you just doing it for fun? This is really cute. Lightweight headphones, wireless. I think on God I might go back to Logitech. Can we get like a cheap pair of Logitechs though? Because I used to really like Logitechs, I think, because of how lightweight they were. I don't think I brought them with me though. Let me check. I don't think I did. I think I left them at my old place. At home. I think I did. Because fucking $150 for a pair of headset? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. These look comfy as fuck. What do you mean Astro A10s? Wired gaming headset? Huh. For me, the biggest thing is not crushing my ears and having support that floats them over my head. Yeah, because I think all my support is on my head. Best headset to avoid headaches. Cause like, okay, why do I get headaches from my headset? Like, what's the part called? It's like the cranium, the top of my head. Headsets that don't put pressure on the top of your head. Put pressure on the top of your head. But the pressure of the bar at the top, migraine, the ear squeeze is super uncomfortable. This prepares 100-ish. Oh, I don't want to do it. Not for 100. Yeah, that's what I worried about. Miso is an expensive habit. What do you think I'd have to pay? Far away and the most comfortable over the earmuffs I've ever worn. Optimal mic. I don't care about the microphone. Oh, those are very intense. Okay. Not way over price limit. Okay, I've seen these like multiple times. Are these actually comfy? They look so uncomfortable though. I'm going to be streaming on Twitch soon. Glitch and their team have convinced me to try. Fuck yeah! Join the stream team. I hope you enjoy it. If you need any help with anything or any tips or advice, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I hope it's a good time for you. I think it's a lot of fun personally. I'm late to the party, but audio ATH word. Thanks. Best of luck, you. Thanks. What did they pick? Ooh, what did they pick? I don't know what they picked. Finding student for I have the same problem as you. Apparently not. My head hurts, chat. My head hurts with my headset. Those are $309. No, get the fuck out of my face. Oh, they all have like leather, which I don't like either. I'm just worried about the band material also putting pressure on the head, which like sucks. Shut the fuck up. This is a SteelSeries video. I don't care about the gaming part. Let's keep looking on Reddit. These, yes, the K. What about the ones that loop over your ears? I didn't like them at first, but they're actually the only problem with those ones, because I do have those ones. I have them in a drawer next to me, is that they're wired. They're wired and they kind of make me want to fight the world. But I could just get an extension thing and just get used to it. Hold on. Let me try it. I haven't tried it with my new XLR stuff, so it could be closer than I think. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't fuck them up, because I'm kind of rough with them. So I would like, they're not like super cheap, but they're not the most expensive either. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try it. Excuse me. What's the budget? I don't know. Nothing over like $150, I guess. I think that's pretty reasonable. I just want something comfy, guys. That's all I fucking want. Sorry, I don't want to be cranky. I have a headache now, because I'm thinking too much. Because I'm a little guy and thinking it's hard, and I'm trying to plug this in and it doesn't want to plug in because that's not a fucking, that was a screw hole. It was a screw hole. I was trying to put my fucking stuff into a screw hole, and now I can't hear anything but myself. What the fuck? Okay, what do I put this into? I don't know what to put this into, guys. Oh god, headphones, this one. But now I can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything, guys? I can't hear anything. Oh, mine are Bluetooth? What kind? Well, that's for 9 hours. Oh, shit. Because I would only put one in at a time. And if the latency isn't bad, I might consider them. What am I thinking about? What am I thinking about? I am thinking about the fact that I can't hear from the Wave XLR, and I don't understand why. Open volume mixer. Please put this into headphones. I still can't hear anything but myself. Why is that? Why is that? What is Spotify going into? Spotify should be going into music. It is. Ooh. Wrong one. Hold on. Go back into, oh shit. Additional. Go back into Arctis. Can I hear stuff now if I put it into StreamX? It's not showing up here. Why can't I hear anything? I can't hear anything, chat. I hear the silence of my own voice echoing into the minds of others. Boop beep boop beep boop boop boop. Huh? Hello? Hello? I don't know what I'm doing. Help! Help! I need somebody. Help! What am I doing here? I don't know what I'm doing. This is the wavelength thing. This is this thing. This thing? This thing? It had a mobile device. Nope. Network device. Nope. Settings. Advanced. That doesn't help. What am I doing? Why can't I hear anything? Can you guys hear me? I don't know. I feel like I'm talking to the void because I can't hear anything. I plugged my earbuds in and I can't hear anything. Bone conduction. Isn't bone conduction expensive? Like, I can hear myself, but that's like it.
Okay, you plugged your earbuds in there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Too much?
Uh.
You're hearing the wrong things.
No, I think it's fine because I put all my default stuff to here, so no matter what, I should hear everything.
Because we just closed that window because you weren't using it before. So
Makes sense.
yeah, this is the overall output volume of that, and then this is the
Yeah. There you go.
PC mix. So remember that you can click this, and now you're adjusting your headphone volume, and now you're adjusting. So this will monitor your microphone as well, I think. So you have to decide.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, I can't hear anything now. Oh, that's the slider of whether it goes from I can hear myself or hear my PC. I don't want to hear myself, so.
Okay, so is that the right side?
Yes.
So that's microphone, and then click it again for headset volume.
Okay. I'm probably not gonna fuck with that a lot, so. Finally at a regular at a restaurant? Fuck yeah. Okay, but now everything's like a little loud. So how do I want to do that?
Adjust it in here. So, or you can change the volume at your choice.
Yeah, hold on.
That's just the headset volume.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide because like I think I'll just turn this down.
Because that'll affect the stream.
Yeah, and then I'll just turn this back up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Scared.
Why?
You were like, help, and I was on the toilet, and I was like, oh no, what's happening?
No, if you're like if it's one that you should be worried about, it'll be me screaming help. A lowercase help is always like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Please help. All right. Thank you, Bubble Cryptid. Ooh. You know what? You know what? It would be low latency Bluetooth earbuds. Right now I'm using earbuds, I think they're called. I don't know what they're called. It's like a Laurel links. Yeah, Amazon does not. Amazon is a kind of a bitch about the links. You have to like do a specific share process. It's really hard for me to look up the earbuds that I use now because they're not actually anime headphones. They're just, they have anime branding. Oh, they're Moondrop. They're Moondrop. I have Moondrop earbuds. So they're good earbuds. Couldn't find the ones I bought because I bought them from someone else's prime. That's fine. Oh, those look nice. Smartphone, pro audio, in-ear monitors. What the fuck? Is an in-ear monitor a weird way of saying earbuds? This is a really weird way of saying. I have these ones. They're like 30 bucks. 25, 23? I can't read. Hold on. Let's say they're $23. These are the ones I have. Monitor is a fancy term for earbuds. Interesting. Yeah, but these are the ones I have. I think I might. That's fine. It's fine. I was thinking about changing the little. Okay, I'm gonna have a stroke. This music is now overdoing my brain. Reminding me of My Little Pony. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones I have. I wonder if they have wireless ones. Because my roommate really likes these ones. This company. Exquisite headphones. I'm not a fan of in-ear because they rub my ear raw. That's valid. It does kind of mess with, where's my, like an ear diagram. Let me get a mouse hub. Okay. So like right here, right? Oh, that's so small. Right here on the ear, it kind of gets uncomfortable. But that's only if I like wear like the little plastic bits, I think, too far out. I also think at the time that I was wearing it, I was not. Earbuds hurt. No, that's understandable. They're a lot more subjective in the fit than headsets. Yeah. But they don't hurt my head. So that's like the positive thing is they won't hurt the top of my head, which is like I think my biggest concern. These ones are really pretty. Those are just too expensive though. $399, $100. Latest IEMs. Goddamn, $3,000. What in the actual fuck knuckles, dude? Oh, these are so pretty. Oh, these are $130, but those are so pretty. I'm gonna get the ones with the tail. The tail. These ones look nice. These ones look nice. I don't super like their plasticky wiry bits. I have Raycons for when I'm out and about. Man, I remember when Raycons used to like sponsor Starfield also looks nice. Quite like these ones as well. These are also like fucking expensive though. I also really I liked it when they used to sponsor creators I know. I just don't like the plasticky. I think it's like braided and then it has a plastic covering over it, so it's not the worst, but it definitely still feels like not the highest quality, I'd say. I really like braided cables. Braided cables make me happy. I used to have these ones, I think. Yeah, I used to have these ones and then I broke them. They still sponsor creators. I didn't know that. Ever try headphones that go around the back of your neck? They can still possibly pinch your ears, but that's another option. I have not heard of those. Or I think I've heard of them, but I always, like, I never really looked into them. Headphones that go around the back of your head. Do I look like a dork? I think the only thing I'd be curious about is if I can still wear one headphone. Because I only wear one at a time. Because I have PTSD. But for today, we'll try these earbuds that I have. And then if I like them, if I'm just cool with them, I'll just use my earbuds. It's like, it's not something we need to look at buying something new for. Save our money. We have other things to worry about. But thank you guys for going on the journey with me. I might look at that more later. Just because, like, I feel like there's probably a better option out there for me. I feel like a lot of, let me look up large Twitch streamers. Because I think females might have this, like this problem. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. They do like make ones that like wrap around the back of your ear so you can have the one ear dangling around the desk. Okay. I think Vanilla Mace uses earbuds. I'm like trying to take from big content creators because I'm sure they have to think about this stuff all the time, you know? Is anybody streaming? Then I could like look at this example of okay, these are all VTubers, so it's like not really. These are all VTubers, so I can't. It's not really. It doesn't work the same way. Because everybody uses headsets, but I have a head problem. I have a soft. You know what? It's probably because my brain is soft. They're all using the ones they're paid to use. Well, listen, if I was paid to use it, I'd shut the fuck up. You know? But like, wait, what is this? Why are some eclectic and weird female streamers? Who are some? Oh. Ooh. Ooh, these are comfy. 18 hours of play and talk time. These actually look kind of comfy. Oh, maybe. Okay, hold on. I'll be honest, earbuds that I really want are the Samsung ones. And they're a little pricey, so I was gonna save up for them. But I want to know their latency for their most recent ones. I think these are the newest ones. Most expensive, yes. Let's go type of world before AirPods. Before AirPods, yes. But these are still Bluetooth. So they'll be... I just want to know what their latency is like. Choose active noise cancellation, voice sensitivity, detect listening mode. Super clear calls. I just wonder if... I just want to know. Swipe up. There's a pinch control. Pinch to play or pause. Swipe up to adjust volume. Oh. Okay. Galaxy Buds Pro 3. Hold on. PC latency of Galaxy Buds Pro 3. What's all the first gen Bluetooth? That's what. Yeah. I had ones like this, except they had like a bar. It had like a bar that the headphones came out of. For me, it's really low. Just try it with the Galaxy Buds Manager. What? Huh. Where the fuck do you find low latency? I don't see it. It's a gaming mode in lab section via the wearable app. I was playing Monster Hunter. I have a spam phone call. I am playing Monster Hunter Iceborne and no problem. For first person shooter, you might need wired or even USB dongle for the type of better latency. You can try enable gaming mode on wearable apps, but I don't know if it'll carry over when using Windows 11. Seems like it carries over. Maybe I'm nitpicky, but I noticed a slight delay while I was playing Wuthering Waves. My computer cuts the Bluetooth audio quite often. I ordered a Bluetooth dongle and it no longer cuts. I have a Bluetooth dongle, I just don't know where it is, dude. It's like somewhere in my office. Okay, so if I got them, they wouldn't have bad latency, and I could just use a Bluetooth dongle so that way it won't die on me. It won't cut out. And then we be Gucci. I was smarter when I was younger because I sketch design that became the AirPods back in 2010. Damn. It's okay. We all have things we wish we would have done when we were younger and we could have gotten money off of it, but wasn't the way the dice rolled for us. How does this work with latency? What is this for? I don't think this has a... Wait, hold on. For me, it's really low. Just try it with... Where the fuck do you find a low latency setting? So I have a delay here. It's engaged in the lab settings. Huh. I wonder if this would have that. It's a year ago. I want to see what other people say. So input lag. mean, that's fine. These earbuds are working fine, the ones I have, and they're not uncomfortable. They might become uncomfortable later in life, but they work right now. And maybe my head just needs a break. Honestly, I think it's just my head needs a break from a headset, which is valid. It's not that crazy. All right. I need to organize. I need to organize my thing. 3D renders. 3D. I'll just call this 3D, I think. I think it's fine. I'll put the builder. What's this? These are the these are the cards. These are also 3D, I think. Zenon! Oh my god, thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. I appreciate you so much, and you're keeping the lights on here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Mwah. Hope you're having a wonderful day. The coin and the dice can go in here. Whoa, 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 hello. Oh, that's a cute emote. Oh, that's a cute emote. I like the way that waves. Very cute. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Oh, TikTok material. Side projects. Render assets. What's this? This is for the book. Book needs to go in 3D. Press kit postcards. I'm alright. Sick and oh no, I'm so sorry that you're sick. What do you think you're sick with, buddy? It's been I've been streaming for 4 hours and I feel like I've gotten nothing done. Teehee. I think it's because I haven't done what I normally need to do for the day, but that's okay. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Talent 360. This is a stream thing that I just put that over there for now. I sometimes don't catch you because it's hard to get away with watching streams at work now. No problem. You're totally fine. I'm sorry that it's at an inconvenient time for you. But I appreciate when you are here regardless. Easy, I'll just stream later. Easy. Easy peasy. Emotes, maps, media marketing. I don't know. Postcards. I want to do like 2D stuff, which would be like maybe I should do a 5e thing. This whole thing is for enshrined 5e though. No, the bosses got jealous. I'm the cool guy who has VTuber friends. Damn. Maybe they should watch my streams and then they'd have a VTuber friend. Postcard, cover, maps, postcards. I think those would all go in 2D. Emotes are fine. This was a 3D thing I think I did for a little bit to help out pixels, so I'll put that in 3D. I'll put this as a folder called sculpts. And then Kib can go there. And then ads, emotes, Kickstarter, media marketing, play test will have to be press kit, media marketing. Media marketing was the old one. I'm gonna take those out and put this there. Imagine being organized. It takes a lot. And press kit, media marketing. This is all kind of jumbled, but I think it'll be okay. And then I'm gonna put all of these I kind of need more often. So I'm gonna actually leave these here. How have you been? I've been pretty good. A lot of crunching, but you know, we get through it. Packages. We're gonna older versions. I'm gonna put those in there. Example playtest, crafting system, PNGs. This is older versions. Publisher versions. I don't know what's what anymore, to be honest. I'm just gonna shove all that in there. And then this is the template. This is a crafting system. This is a style reference. Packages. I'm gonna put these here. Appendix playtest. Bestiary. This is the old bestiary one. That's the old bestiary crafting. Yes. And then this is the full crafting one. This is the publisher file for it. That's the template, which I don't remember what that does. Template. We'll just leave the template there. There's the map markers. I think those are fine. Pretty straightforward. We're going to do a new folder. We'll call it logo. And this one goes here. This one goes here. Vectors. This is for the builder. So I'm going to put that in here. This, I'm just going to delete this for now. I'm going to put this in playtest for now. Because this was the old way of the Moz stuff that I did. This also belongs in playtest. With dots. I don't know what this was for, so I'm gonna throw it away. Website can go in website. Mong reveal. This will go in TikTok materials. And I'm gonna move this resources folder, I think. Yes, I'm gonna move this resources folder to here. What do you mean it's open in something else? Alright, try again. Okay, there we go. That way we can have resources. We can do thumbnails. Thumbnails, trailer. We're just gonna call this trailer. And then we'll have thumbnails, PSDs. And then oops, that goes in the wrong one. This one, this one, this one, this one. There we go. And then delete this. I don't know what this is. This is the music. So let's do a music folder. These are game shots. So we can have these go in here. And then any one-off PNGs I'd like to be moved into here. That way, everything I have is in one spot. This is actually going to go in here. Side projects, animatic. That doesn't have anything. Resources is a folder I'm already in. These, I want all of these. Let me decide. Keep both, and then just this one continue. Image 2. This is, yeah, that's fine for now. I'm now 12 signs ahead in each for my classes. Good job! Fuck yeah! Yeah, good job, good job. You keep doing what you gotta be doing. I don't know how I want to organize this. Just keep that all for there. I think this can stay here because this is specifically the playtest stuff. This is going to be test borders, I think. Or borders. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good breakfast. And then template. I think that's all good. And then this is good. Emotes, fonts, logo, playtest, ads. Does ads have things? Not super. Okie dokie. I think I'm all organized there now, and now I can go into the playtest and just get that all up and functioning. So let's do the playtest really quick. I need to make a list of the things I need to do today really quick. Let's see. I have a new clip edits for Ursa, and then I need to just gonna go this work in general. I'll just call it a to-do. So, or enshrined. I need to VO for what is the subject of the video that we have the script for. Here it is. This one is what does it take to become an alchemist? Academics might tell you years of study, research, survival doesn't allow that luxury. for crafting shorts. And then bookmarks for appendix, bookmarks for playtest, and then creatives for Twitter. And then I need to do brain. Write scripts, record scripts, prep videos. I think that's it. And then I'm hoping to finish Sally Face today, but we'll see. Any anchor. Okay, window references anchors. Okie dokie. I think this is the newest one. Not now. Okay. And then I think this is the latest one. Let me check. So it might not be. I don't remember which one's the latest one. I don't remember which one's the latest one. Okay, cool. So that means we're gonna shove these into older versions. We're going to go to playtest. We're gonna go by this. We're going to go by I don't remember which one is the last one. This one's bigger. So 9 must be the latest one then? I'm gonna presume 9 is the latest one crafting system. And then I'll just resave this one as 10. And then I'll know that this is the latest one. I think. Save as playtest mockup. It's just playtest. Yeah, it's no longer a mockup anymore, so I'm going to remove playtest mockup. Appendix cover, crafting system, media kit, yeah. So we're going to put this in playtest development files. File images, alchemy. Oh, was I organizing this? Playtest development. Yeah, it was. Playtest version, playtest stat blocks, resources. What's the difference of resources, fonts, and papers? That's fine. Playtest PDF book layout. I think this can go into development because we don't need this anymore. Playtest maps is the same thing. And then we can just playtest. Rename images maps. Now then this one is the resources. Playtest. Rename playtest. Resources. Stat blocks. These are old. Playtest versions and the one directional token is fine. Okay, these are kind of like the old stuff. Yeah, okay. Yes. Old files. Okay, and then appendix. Dev files. I want to rename this. Playtest. Playtest. What is... Oh, this is different dev files. Cover. Let me rename this. Book cover. Enshrined book cover. Dev files. Oh, I don't remember what this one is. Packages. Okay, so this is going to be enshrined appendix bestiary crafting summary package. Ooh, this is a lot. I might re-upload those. Playtest resources. These are old files. I'm gonna call them trash files, just so that they're at the end. And then packages. There we go. Okay, so save. Playtest version 1. Okay, so let's go to Windows. Assets, book constraints. What was it? Windows reference anchors. Windows references anchors. New anchor. Export PDF as PDF bookmark is checked off on the other thing. Okay. Did we want bookmarks on just the chapters? What is this? Can I refresh these? Can I delete all these anchors? No, I can just turn them on and off. What the fuck? Example title 2. Why does it say example title 2? Got some free cake, so it's Uber Big Bag time. Let's go. We love free cake. Fine, can't anchor properties. Okay. Alright, we gotta go to the table contents, chat. We gotta go to table contents. Alright, so we want... Just gonna turn all these off. Turn them all off. Okay. Save. Story overview. It says it comes from here, but it seems like it comes from in here. So that's very confusing. I'm back, and I can feel the breeze on my neck. Let's go. Welcome back. What is this? Oh, this is the first horizon. This needs to go in with this guy. Remove this placeholder. Save. Seddon's ground temple. Really? Interesting. Okay, so we need story overview. Really, what does this come from? Shit's gonna piss me off. How to delete all anchors. How to delete all anchors in Affinity Publisher. Okay. So I have to go in. Is that gonna fuck with this though? So like, let's say this is running the adventure. If we... Is this running the adventure? What about this one? This one's adventuresome, right? Consequence. Insert. If I put cats here, make sure they don't do anything bad. Okie dokie. Good thing ends. Is it possible to delete multiple anchor points without making a hole? If I have a shape... Nope, that's not what I want. Oops. Will happen. Unfortunately, you can't delete anchors more than one at a time. If you want to generate a TCO without creating any anchor, includes PDF as bookmarks as TCO. Is this feature broken? My experience as anchor gives me a little confidence in using it because all the problems I had. Theoretically, if I include function on the 2C, have you got a document with the issue I already did? Or some type of time. Does this have something to do with this? I don't think so. Like pictures on the wall, a million tiny frames. Thank you for the head pads. I have a large document. Same here. I have a file that carries a lot of unnecessary wrong anchors and problems. Bug. It's by design. This should be a feature. How do you remove them? There's put more anchors in the file. When I noticed there are several anchors, I didn't create those. Among those are where I created via contents. That's not the biggest issue. It's just... Oh, is it because of me when I did the table of contents? Is it because of you? This is credits. This is legal. Legal. This is the... Delete this. Delete the table of contents. What? Page 2. Oh. This is contents. Oh my god. What the heck? Okay, so now do all. Okay. And now content, text, table of contents. Do I need to do a text box first? Text, table of contents, insert. Okay. I gotta look at. Hey, you're the headpads, Airdim. Hope you're doing well. Okie dokie. Chapter. Should include text flow. This one. Bulleted. Nope, not bulleted, not bulleted, not bulleted. Chart header. Yeah, there we go. Let me open the previous one. So I can make sure the table content stays the same. Okay, so it should end on 43. If I can just line them up, then I can just check easier. Interesting. Okay, I think it's because... Why is it got this? Refresh. Aside next to you. Numbered stat blog subheading. Nope. Refresh. Why is there a space here? Stop spacing. Oh wait, I know why. Reaching out to you. What? Refresh? How did I do it in this one? Through. TOC tile, TOC2. That's very interesting. Okay, I'm doing okay. A little bleh. I think I have to go look for a new potential romantic, so a little annoyed about that. Huh? Why are you annoyed about finding new love? That doesn't make much sense. By your side. Because it's scary? That should be exciting for you then. New people mean new love. New romance. Who knows? Maybe this next person could be the one. New people are scary. I get that, but like, if you're scared, how are you gonna find the person that loves you? If you're always just scared. Right. Lay me the night. Why does all these have like 2? query. Or they could be the one that just murdered me. Then maybe won't find love. It's all about perspective. If you think the next person's gonna murder you, then you probably won't find someone who loves you because you're too paranoid to let them love you. And that'll hurt them in the end, you know? The hardest part about love is allowing yourself to love and trusting them to love you. Love is a scary and hard thing. But if you can let it happen, then life is too short to be afraid of love, and I know love can hurt. But if you don't love, how are they gonna love you? If they love me, maybe they can murder me, but gotta be consensual. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like the fairy tales where if you act moody and reserved, someone is gonna push past, you know? And it also, like, can harm your friendships and stuff, because it's hard for people who love you to push past that border that you put up if you're not willing to let them in, you know? Tables or no text find, I don't know. Table of contents. Update table of contents. Why is it not adding the words? Where are the numbers? Don't you feel it too? Oops. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Preserve. Character paragraph. Okay, I'm confused again. Girl to do, lying on my bed staring. Ah, there it is. Include page number. Where'd the page number go? Oh, refresh. Refresh. Well, when I talk to you, walks right through and shoots through my heart. I sound like a balloon. How did I do this? Just thinking of you. I don't know how I did this. No. I don't have a decent way of meeting people other than in group meetups and stuff, and they always give me anxiety worse than telling someone how I feel. I mean, there's things like VR chat that I could meet people, but still there's a complication. What's the complication? Is the complication is the complication a you thing, or is the complication like a them thing? Cause like, just gotta put yourself out there, you know? Well, with VRC, it's that it's not IRL, so what's wrong with it not being in person? If you're too scared to talk to people in real life, the next best solution is online. And then if the online relationship goes well, then maybe you can talk to them in person. I don't like this. And then I want TOC subheader, this one. Style, character color. Get a little lighter. I need a update? Why is it not updating? Feelings that I never should have seen. Read too many things I didn't read. There we go. To myself, yeah, still scary though. Scared of making mistakes or being too picky. Then you know what? You know what the cool thing is about that? Don't be picky. Being picky is your choice. I mean, of course, it's always gonna be scary. Putting yourself out there will always be scary. Always, 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 and forever will be scary because you're putting your heart out there, and that's always gonna be scary. But it doesn't have to be. Being picky is a you choice thing. Ignore. Same color. Why aren't these the same color though? Header number. I think what often got me through life when I was upset or like having a hard time personally with like figuring out who I wanted to be and what would make me me. It was a lot of, if I met my soulmate today, is this how I would want to present myself? And a lot of it was no. No, I don't want them to see me moping and upset at the world. I want them to see me being beautiful, loving life, being a goofball. And that's how I would carry myself a lot of times in public situations. Been asking a lot of that stuff too. You just gotta act that way. That's how I found Pixels. Life was tough when I met Pixels. But, you know what I did? I just fucked around, loved myself, and I found him. Cause like, you gotta be the you that you want your soulmate to love. Okay, I fixed this. I only want the... Why did they get doubled? I don't understand. Okay, wait. File. Export. PDF. Enshrined. Wait, bookmark. Include bookmarks. Export. Just put that here. Oh, my neck. Oh, my neck. Okay. Let me with the sweetheart. Let me with the kiss. It's loading. It's loading very slowly, but it's loading. I think I just might have to redo the appendixes, which is not the worst. But I have a feeling this also exported the subheadings, which I don't want. I'm wondering if that's something I can change in here. So now if I go to downloads, open this guy, and then I go to bookmarks. Can I make... Is he... Okay, if I remove that. Infinity publisher bookmark levels. Always be mine. Happy New Year, so I'm suffering from the same problem. Okay. I somehow died from caring too much in Cyberpunk. I didn't know weight was the thing in that. Where's my story? Story overview. Entering the valley. Oh. But is it... Okay, story overview background. I don't think it is. So I just gotta go back up to here. Nested bookmarks. Or not necessarily booked, however, it is now logged in to approve my request. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So if I did... Start with story overview. This one. Can I move this? I can. So it should be story overview, ascendant location. Story overview background. Where is it? Adventure hooks. Okay, actually, you know, let's delete. Can I delete all these? Yeah, I can. Okay. Let us do it on our own. Insert anchor. Why is this like this? Introduction. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Let me rename it. Oh my god. Okay, introduction and then contents. Insert anchor. Export, yep. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, I got it. Certain thing that dreaming once more look different. I have to start from the bottom. Okie dokie. Self-worn, with you, my love. I am not the man who once adored, but the mild and gentle husband. I am not the one we were before. Would you fall in love with me again? Who knew all I'd done? The things I cannot change, and all the same. You've been waiting, waiting for love. Things that you do. Okay, I want to save this. I'm gonna export it and test it. Let's find the contacts I could use. On my hands. It's supposed to take me back to you. Would you fall in love with me again? And when you knew all done, do. Oh my god, that doesn't take forever. Waiting. It's true. Do me a favor. I'm in a favor. Bring me some peace. Wedding bed. It over. Pog, it does work. Okay. So let me do it like this one. Could you take this? I am not that wedding bed and sweat. Autumn tree where we first met. Well, for love and lasting. What you ask me, only way to do it. Earth from its roots. Story overview. Adventuring hooks, adventuring summary. Running the adventure background. The ascended location. In love with you over and over again. I don't care how, when, or when. How long it's been, you're mine. You're not the same person. Entering the Valley of the Festival Grounds. Festival Grounds has arriving at the festival. Festival activities, locations, ground NPCs, the bandit problem, and where to next. You. Trial of the Winds. Tangle. Tangle on the chain. CD inside the temple. Activities. Wait, activities at the temple. Okay, activities at the temple. Okay, let's do next steps. Years. Next Next steps. Let's do this one. Next steps. Chain Valley encounters hex clue v1 to 4. Next steps. The fishing village v5 in the battle for a zone. We appreciate the baby, no money. Fishing village. Ascendance temple ground. Getting to the temple ground. The work camp. Oh, I did this wrong. 1AB, confronting the ascendant. Finishing the adventure. Okay, and then activities at the temple go into the Temple of the Chained. Temple of the Chained, the Longhouse. The Longhouses in the Wilds. The Longhouse. Wild has Traveling in the Winds. Ambush under the Ark. The Abandoned Village. The Longhouse. Which already has. Abandoned Village, the Elders. So this one should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then entering the valley is its own thing. Finishing the adventure goes into the Ascendant Temple grounds. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now, if I did this right, yes, it should be all nice and fancy. Am I sure it will be? Not really. Am I hoping it will be? Yes. With the moon, no harm. I'm going to download this one and bookmark. Oh, look at that! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I did it. Okay. Pog. This is going to be closed. We're going to close this one. We're going to delete this one. Now we gotta open up the appendix. Appendix playtest. Appendix final. Gonna drive me up the wall, Elaine. Appendix. Packages. Needs to move here. Delete this guy. Appendix final. And then appendix playtest. V1. Next bestiary preview. V1. resources. Publisher files. That's the thing I want to do. Let's close it all. Close it all. Go away. Playtest v1, template, old versions. Oh yeah, the mod doesn't exist anymore. It's old. Let's do... Well, that's not supposed to go in there. It's supposed to go in publisher files. Okay, so... We have the playtest. Why do we have the playtest Twitch? Going. Okay, playtest, bestiary, crafting system. What is this? Playtest final? Go away. Finish your publisher files. Crafting, older version packages, resources. Okay, so she had a crafting overview. Crafting preview v1. And that's the playtest. And then we need the appendix. Where did the appendix go? Where did I put the... Did I throw away the appendix by accident? I think I might have. Where did I put the appendix? Snap mark resources, alter versions, packages. What? Appendix. Oh, this one. Restore. Appendix playtest v1. Enshrined playtest v1. Hold on. I don't like how I'm naming these. Oh, my brain. Enshrined playtest. I don't like this. Enshrined playtest appendix v1. Yeah, and then this is just a playtest v1. Yeah, and then this is preview crafting preview v1. And this one goes in here. This is the enshrined crafting system v1. So yeah, and then this is the bestiary preview v1. Yeah, because eventually it'll be enshrined bestiary v1. Yeah, enshrined. Okay, yeah. I've cleaned it all up. So now we need to go open the playtest. I have to delete all these packages. Appendix playtest, remove that one. The crafting preview and the bestiary preview is fine. And then we gotta do a new folder called playtest. Okay, cool. Oh, my brain, okay. Let me open the playtest. Yeah. How's the work going? It's going good. How are you doing? I'm just trying to not go mad. Let's add that color. This one. This one. Font color. This one. Okay. And then these ones are... Oh, these are chapters. Oops. This one. Add. Also got yes. Yeah, so of course I want to see it. Show me. Show it to me. If you don't show me, I'll cry. Okay, I don't think there's a way to change that, so that's okay. This is the header, which should be this color. Okay. These all should be header. This rest of it's chapter. Header, this one, chapter number. I will look at it in 2 seconds. There we go. Save. Alright, this is amazing. Oh, I'm excited. Yo! I love it. I love all the art you've been getting. Yo, that bear looks sick. Very cool, also. Now I want to draw you. I might have to make a little bean out of you. I might have to make a little bean out of you. External items. Did I spell it like that? External items. Where is it? External items. Trial the winds. External items. It'd be an honor. Yippee! Okay, I'm gonna just delete all of these because there are too many. The fuck? Why are there so many? Okay, there you go. And then... This looks correct. See, external items. External items is capitalized. Why is it like that? Did I fuck it up? External items. Oh, no caps. Items. Header text. Now, if we go up, should not say it in capitals. There we go. Makes me feel better. Now we go to anchors. And the maps. Send it. Wait, why are these not? Oh. Made an oopsie. Chapter. This should be a header. Oh. Oh my god. Header text. Initials. This one. Header. Text. Initial. This one. Text. Initial. Anyways, Lane, night night. Have a good stream. Book thingy looks like it's come together pretty well. Thank you. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. Mwah. Sleep well. Header? Nani the fuck? I thought I could have sworn I made this a header. You son of a bitch. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta do it again. There you go. Let's make that centered. This one, header centered. DM, festival grounds. This one, header centered. Header centered. Now we should be good. There we go. Anchors. Yep. Cool. I just had to make sure all these guys are clean, which was not that hard. Okay. A villain. Paint me as a villain. Preview V1. Preview V1. Just gonna re-export all these. And then this is going to be here. Go here. Save. So we should have 5 in total. Yeah, so we have this one, this one, this one. Bestiary, crafting preview. We should crafting. So I'll have to export that one. And then we already had the playtest. This was 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. So after this is good, I need to package it. And then I need to do the enshrined playtest. I need to package that. Save file. Okay. Packages, playtest, save. I gotta wait. Save as package. Appendix save. There we go. So now that's the package. Compress to zip file. Oh, cancel. Okay. Appendix playtest. And now I just need to open the crafting system one more time to get the final one out of that. Yes. Which will probably update. I'll update it right now. Normal text, table text. What is this one? Title. Font. I have a new one. Title. I have to go to the restroom again. This one. This. Chapter, initial chapter base, chapter style. Oh. Save, okay. PDF, enshrined, export, crafting system V1 save. Feeling lucky. I'm confident. I have to chase it. Okay. Save. Close. Okay. We didn't really change anything. Oh, but I should package it anyway, just in case publisher files. That's the preview. I already did the preview. Right? I already put the preview in here. Crafting. Preview. Bestiary. Preview. Save as package. New. Crafting. Export crafting package. Alright, cool. I'll close this. Compress to zip file. I gotta go to playtest material, enshrined media kit. Nope, playtest, this one. Book cover, appendix, playtest. Okay, let's put this in playtest dev files. Move. Media kit packages, we'll delete this one. Play test package October 6th. So I'm just sitting in a call with my wife and talking in a very stereotypical country accent while she plays COD. Well, she plays Call of Duty. Vex plays Call of Duty. What? You tell me what now? Okay, so I don't have all of those. And then I'll also upload the publisher files. Here for the bongs. Yes. World at War as of currently. Oh, interesting. I don't know, people still play the other ones. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. This one is gonna go into enshrined. Kickstarter, put that there. Alright. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick again because I've been drinking so much water. And I'm gonna update pixels on everything that is done now. And then I think I need to do the stuff for the enshrined Twitter. So I will do that, I think, next. I might take a break and do some scripting, though, because I haven't done that yet. Oh, cancel. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah, everything's caught up here now. 37. I already did 37, so we should be on 38 now. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Quote in bad country accent, I can dump 500 rounds. You should put that in the quoting board. Good lord. Okie dokie. Let me see. Did I not? I didn't drag and drop that one. Okie dokie. Play test. Where's my play test? Where's my play test? Did I put the playtest affinity playtest v1? Did I put it in my recite? Oh no, there it is. I just didn't. Okay, I see. Okay, here we go. Alrighty, alrighty. What am I doing now? I think I want to take a break from doing this for a little bit. I will open the file so it's at least in the back of my mind. But I'm gonna do some scripting first, I think. Roll for fun. What do I want to do for roll for fun? Are there many keymailer things I need to get fixed up? Dashboards, keymailer. I think I want to do Outlast trials. Excuse me. I do. I have messages. Okay. I do need to. 1 second. What is this one? I thought there was a thing for this. Show. Revisions until Monday, October 13th. Please. Okay. I will not control us. Okay, I'm just gonna close this, and we're gonna do Outlast Trials as the game for today. Trials. I don't have anything open. That's going to fuck me. No, I don't. Okay, cool. V-highlight. Who is this person? Oops. Who is this? Number 6. When the subathon ended. Okay. When was our last stream? Oh, they don't have. Oh, okay. Clips. Was this someone recommended to us? Okay. This one, I think this was one of the ones that was asked for. That's why I don't know. Because most of the time when I do this stuff, I'm like, I know this person. I did sign assets. What video is on? What video? It would have been on one of these, right? Key. Man, I didn't apply to any of these. What? Why didn't I get notifications for all these? Stop. I don't want to report any of them. Oh, god damn. Okay, well my notifications must have been bunk. That's okay. This is... Who is this person come from? I think it was asked for, but I don't remember by who. Or if this is just someone Kiwi picked. Suki. Who? Buster said you're hot. This is a call out post. What? Are you talking to yourself? Looks like Suki's Rigger is also an artist and streams. I can tell their illustrators doesn't stream. Who? No, I said that the cat girl is fine as fuck. No, I'm talking to you, Elaine. I didn't do anything. Bark, bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. I have so many people in queue. Why should they have a playlist? Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Portfolio. Let me look at this. Whose model did they make? I don't remember. I don't know who this is. I want to do people I know more than people I don't know, but also they are on the list, so I want to do them at the same time. Okay. Let me look at the clips. Let's do top 30 days, because it looks like they have a variety of models. Top 30 days, I only have... Show featured clips. Why is it not featured? I want the featured ones. Grrr. Do they work on art on stream? Out. Wait, where is it? Where's the thing? Where's the thing that tells me what they stream? Isn't it here usually? It's not here. Okay. I was hoping to find more of their art clips. Who's this person? I'm gonna put these guys on the list because I don't know a lot about them, so I want to learn more about them, and then I'll put them in. I'll put them in, coach. Oh shit! I forgot to keep moving my list. There you did, Redclaw. There you go. Okay, you know what? I have to do a new thing. I think this can go here. You can go. No, let's put it at the end of enshrined. Okay. I don't need this anymore. Hold on. I'll duplicate it and then hide it. VTuber highlights list. The highlight and the stars. Oh wait, no, content ideas list. Or content list? Sure. Delete. Clips. I don't relate to you, no. How ever treat me this shitty? Make me hate this city. I don't talk shit about you and the. Oh, sorry. Also, I realized we were having a conversation and I totally blanked. Thank you for calling me fine as fuck. I am honored. I just feel like a little goober a lot of times, but thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Always time I don't have. Will it make me feel sad? Every time. She is fun. Thank you, Chandler. Oh, my brain. This content list. Okay. That way. Do this. Everything good. Misunderstood. Around the own. Alright, let's do 50, I think. Delete rows. This row to be. I want all those rows to be like that. Okay. Why are they all not spaced the same? Okay. A little bit more. There you go. Okay. Go here. Nope. Nope. And then this person on. Yeah, that's how. Okay, cool. All the way back up. Hide. Cool. And then V stars had a list as well. I did move. When I said that Vex asked if I'd crack you and I'd responded if pixels didn't exist I would, which turned into us arguing. You two are very cute. I love you both very much. I'm glad I have people that find me this way. Alright, I'm gonna scoot this back to the top. Hide rows. This one's Scylla. Yep. Yeah, I can do that. I'm the bigger fan. That's for you guys to debate. I don't know how to measure that, to be fair. I don't even know if there is a way to measure that in a respectable way. I think it's really just these two. Come to the right. Roll for fun. Did you know? Okay. Okie dokie. I'm gonna switch these ones. Because I can. I kind of want to do Julesy. Because Julesy recently debuted. And then TikTok and other content. I'm hiding this. There's too many sheets. Too many sheets. I don't like this. Too many sheets. Save for later. I don't know what this is. I think this is Kiwi stuff. I'm gonna put Kiwi stuff over here. This is where I'm supposed to put the Sally face stuff. Ooh, whoop. Not toddling baby TikTok lingo. What? You two are cute. Mwah. Alright, content list. Ooh, what about Malay next? I like her a lot too. Boop. Forgot where I am. How can I make my theme different? Cause I don't like the way Google Sheets be looking right now. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn. Look at that. Wanna see? Oh, wow. Okay, that's gonna fuck me. Okay. Aesthetic Google Sheets. Who has more check-ins? You can do exclamation point stars. You guys are funny. To make you feel okay. I'm gonna be here all fucking night, baby, because I keep getting distracted. How to make it look better? Let's look at this guide. How do I make it look better? Tell me. Why aesthetic Google Sheets matter? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Color coding for better data management. Okay, this is not. I have more channel points. Another day. Oh, look at this. How do you do this? Hi. Ooh. This is Google Docs. Oh, I've been lied to. How it's gonna go to see. Yeah, but Pixels is a mod. Pixels a need one. Too broke for that. You also don't need one because you're a mod, in my opinion. I can make a new script archive. I'm gonna delete this. I hope to God that they made a version of it for themselves. I don't think I need these. Those are my trash. For the reason I was facing. What is this? I don't know what that is. Delete. How mod help? Huh? It gives you more support and subs, get fancy emotes. Good question. It's because you love me, teehee. Content creation. Make a copy. Get all your money out here. You are unemployed. $25. If I want, I would just hand you a sandwich. Oh. Don't say that, because I know we have more jalapeno bread, and I actually would love some of that right now. Ding. Okay. Delete rows. Delete. Oh my god, okay. Is there calling me home? But if you were close to sub points for a partner tier, I would pay up. Thank you. My head. Sorry, my brain is like dying, but I have to get this like figured out, or else my brain's gonna kerput. I don't want it to kerput. Oh shit. I'm sorry, I can say I'm an OG. Fuck yeah, me too. Me too. She had a nice voice. You could do ASMR. You think so? You guys really think so? I think I sound like a... Like, I feel like I could do the meme ones, you know? Like the ASMR POV, your girlfriend gets hit by a car. Well, aren't you both technically invited? Because, like, you're each other's plus ones, though. You know? Unless you're taking someone else. I don't know about. I think I'm too brain dead to do this. And search up the vampire squid gif. Ew. It's spooky. Ew, this is spooky. Why did I look this up? Why did I listen to you? That was very spooky. Damn, Buster hates me. Just inviting up people to fund the wedding. Let's go. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. Hmm. Best color for background reading. Peach. 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 I like the color peach. I like the peach. I like peach color. Feels a bit bright, no? The best backgrounds are peach, orange, and yellow. The worst background for readers is blue. Oh. Oh. It's worth pointing out they only use black writing, so blue is inherently bad, but black letters on a blue background are. Oh. Oops. I'll take my whiskey and tea. Give my bed at 3. Don't too sweet for me. Okay, what about doing this then? So it's like a manila folder. But you know what? I'm not mad about it. I need this to be black. Is this centered? It doesn't feel centered. And true in the ground will go. This does feel nicer on my eyes, I think. The job gets done, what you worry, someone do it for the babe. Yeah, it makes sense. No, you're good. You're good. That's fine. Yeah, I'm clearly procrastinating, so I'll be streaming for a bit. I better take my whiskey. No more of this. Yes. Insert 5 rows below. Just made the best comment ever. What's up? What's up? What would help my brain, you think? Yeah. Okay. Insert 5 rows below. My brain is dying. What? Why does it do this? There you go. Okay, so this one. Oh my god, okay. Cat cartel. Oops. Crimbo kills. And then we're gonna do cherry lemon. Oh, I forgot. I feel like some of these are a bit redundant. I'm joking. I would personally step on you over the rest of the land. It's cute. Okay, cherry lemonade. Delete. Okay, now I just copy and paste the rest of it. Oh, it's your mind. Delete rows. This does look a lot nicer, I think. Mm-mm. The what? Can I eat your ear? No. I need my ear? Do not eat my ear. I need my ear. No ear for you. Why do you want to eat my ear? 50. These stars. Like in an ASMR way, that would be no for sure because I have a sensitivity. I don't like it when people are in my ear. It makes me vomit. Cause then you can hear how you make me feel. I'm sorry. Here, I'll talk further. I'm sorry. I'll talk further away for the mic. That would be better. Club media. This is such a bad idea. Oops. Oh, it wasn't. Okay. This one. So it's time to start drinking. What? What? Why are we drinking? What's happening? Sugar lemonade. So it's always alcohol edits. Is it really? I just see like people like there's this one girl that has like really curly hair that sings with the song. I just think it's cute. Oh shit, I did this wrong. Okay. There we go. Hello, Daedalus. How you doing? Delete. Okay. Delete. Okay. Ideas and schedules. Delete. Big chillin'. Fuck yeah. Welcome on in. Oh my god, I have so many things. It's all I know. Or while I know. Okay. Delete. Thank you for the wellness check. I'll drink water in 10 seconds because I've had a bit too much caffeine today, so I need to take a break. Big dirty stinking face. Okay. Delete. Okay. Read. I don't need no heroin. I don't need people heroin. I'm gonna remove all these. 6 hours sitting too, though. Might be a good time to stretch. Good point. I have been getting up every like hour-ish to get up and stretch and use the restroom, but you are right. I should get a bit of a good stretchy in. Thank you. And now I have a snack. Drink water and have a good snack. I definitely should have some water myself. I do need to make a base for this, huh? Hmm. V stars. Ooh, hot, 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 hot. This next one's warm. Speed. I don't need no killing. I don't want no drugs. Oh. Peace. Towards my social friends today, feeling oddly liberated, but also unsurprised about how small those circles really are. That's how it often is with those kind of things, you know? Is there not a dark mode for this fucking shit yet? Okay, guess not. Alright. But hey, smaller friend groups ain't a bad thing, you know? That just means the friends that you do have are quality ones, you know? Walk, walk, walk. Attacked by tweeds. Oh, this needs... cravings, food, snacks, chips. Yeah, I've always kept small stickers tend to drift between friend group as I never really settle with a particular group. That's valid. I'm sort of the same way. Like, I have VTuber friends, and then I have like normal friends, and then I have like real life friends, I guess. Not many of those though. That was made in 2014. Game on a C6 order green. That was made in on a C6 order green. Below my knees, I attend, I scrape them. I don't think games is necessary. Video games, Steam, games news. Let's play. I think that's good. Look like a smile. Stay a while. I think I should just do this like this because it's so much faster, but I don't do it because I'm lazy. Not really, it's just because like I don't feel like it most of the times. And I scrape them out through the trees. Reset. You wanna see 6 order green? Or just below my knees, I attend to scrape them. There we go. Wait, what? Yeah, no. So let's roll for fun. Yeah. Delete. Okay. Change color, yellow, green. Okie dokie. Enshrined. Script. Wait. Column to the left. Yeah, I have my live friends, my geek friends, local friends, and that's about it at the moment. Yup. And personally, if I'm honest, if I'm completely honest, I wish that I could just get a group of like 4 people and just vibe the fuck out. A lot of times, how many? The Pookie Pocket is only so vast. The Pookie Pocket. But yeah, no, I get it. I personally wish that it could be like a thing where I could just get a group of 4 people. I wouldn't not hang out with my other friends, but it's just like I wish I could have a group of 4 people that I could just hang out with all the time for like games and stuff mostly. And where we vibe really well, no drama, just vibes, straight vibes. But like not everybody melds with everybody, and that's okay. It's just kind of hard sometimes, because sometimes I just kind of wish that like I could have that, but it's like it's not a big thing. It's not a thing I have to have in order to be happy in life. Mature committed friends are hard to find. Yeah. Especially because, like, I don't want to be that kind of asshole that's like, I'm only going to hang out with you when we play video games on stream. Because I would like to hang out with them off stream. And there's people that it's hard because, like, I don't have a lot of time when I'm not streaming. So that's, like, another hard thing is, like, it's hard for me to balance my time. Because right now, I stream, and then after like, weekdays, I don't really hang out with people because I'm streaming. And then one of our work friends that developed the credit nearly ruined his marriage. He was married? Deceased. What the fuck? That's crazy. No. And my brother-in-law. What the fuck? Are you good? Are you okay? I'm sorry this happened to you. That's crazy. I would have uppercut him. Tell you what, I would have uppercut them so hard. I would have uppercut them fast. I can't delete those. Fuck. Dude, our life has been an episode of Sex and the City. I tell you what. Understandable. I'm sorry that's be like that. I hope that here in the future, it can be a bit nicer on you. You don't have to worry about them kind of shenanigans. I think I went too over. I did. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. I like this a lot more, I think. Now, he was super polite about it and approached her in a healthy way. That's still your brother-in-law, though. Just told my partner first instead of his wife, which is yeesh. Well, I mean, that's valid. I don't think you would want to tell your wife that you're, like, kind of digging on another person, to be fair. But also, like, what the fuck? It's kind of weird, brother. Not gonna lie. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. I get the heart wants what it wants, but sometimes what you want does not want you, and you just gotta mutually respect that fact. How the fuck? How many fucking things did I put? Like almost 1,000. Okay. It's understandable. Because I don't want to edit this one to be like the others. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not saying a lot, but I am saying that maybe don't do that. Maybe we just don't do that. I think that's fair. I think that's like completely fair that we just don't do that right there. You know, I think we could just be like, they're a nice person. Thank God I have my person, and call it a day. And call it a day, you know. I'm gonna put this here. Not really. She also pulled the disconnecting from her side of the frame entirely too, so it's been a roller coaster of a year. That's valid, dude. That shit sounds like a roller coaster, but I'm proud of you both for, you know, sticking through it and sticking to it together. Cause sometimes, man, shit like that can tear people up, and I'm very proud that, like, you guys stuck with it. You know, realize that maybe it's better to hang out together than like go through it together than go through it alone, because that's just hard. That shit's hard. I don't know, dude, unless you're actually looking for a divorce, how about you take them thoughts and put them in a box and drive that box with some concrete shoes? Some people would be crazy like that, man. Dang. I fucked this up? I think I did. I don't know. YouTube hashtag translator. Boop, 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 boop. Bold. It was the back of my head now. Looks very comfortable. Looks very comfortable. I'll leave kiwis to be kiwis. I don't fuck with kiwi stuff. Actually want to undo that. Undo that base. Duplicate, copy base, enshrined. Oh fuck. Alright. Oh my god, you got Mew! That's my wife! You can do 2 of those a day, by the way, in case you didn't know. There goes all my points. I'm sorry. Okay, don't ignore what I said then. What the fuck is enshrined username links? No, I don't gotta do any of that. It's okay, worth it. It is worth it. You just got my wife. Okay, this is enshrined. Got the rarest one in me. You did indeed. Change color from green to blue. Long form content. Okay, now we can hide the original. Why are these so big? Why? Oh, guys, so young. Very cute. Very cute. Why am I not doing these all to be the same? Hello? Okay. Okay. Cute. Content list. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. This one, this one, this one, black. There we go. Ugh. Okay. Think I've updated everything to where I'm happier with it. Like, I'm happy I got Moira. That's understandable. It's getting cold. And it's... I need to insert the scripts that we have. Crafting. Summary hook. I don't know if I am doing this right. Introduction. So, what? What? Section 2. Interesting. Summary hook. What does it take to, I don't know if this is supposed to be read aloud. Section 2, outro. Then this is the caption. Your breakover was so cute. I need more pics of the queen herself. I got you. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, 1 second. Okay. I'll put it in the footage. 1 second. I don't know why, but it will. I think it's because my key light's like in my face right now. More water. Alright. I took some more pictures of my baby this weekend. I'm trying to take pictures of her like every day if I can. There we go. 3 more pictures of her for you. Gotta pace them. I'll pace them out. Is this too long? Look, I wouldn't hate like nearly there, but you know, for the fans, for the honeymoon, understandable. It's not like I can't do that. I just haven't done it because I just haven't done it. Oh, there's not really a reason. I just take them for myself. I don't know if anybody cares about it, honestly. Co-writer, QE Goblin books for the enshrined stuff. Hashtag enshrined. Hashtag D&D. Hashtag Dungeons and Dragons. Crafting. Hashtag world building, I think might be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Enshrined. D&D 5e might be a good one. We don't have a thumbnail yet. Question is the introduction. Nope. Summary hook. Welcome meant to be read aloud as well. Her eyes are so wide. She has no thing rattling in those globe birds. Sometimes she doesn't. Sometimes she does. It just depends on the day. I think the last 2 pictures, I think. The first and second picture, she was on catnip. The last one, that's a what you doing, mom face. That's a very harumph face. All right, introduction. Luckily, not only this one. Oh, this needs to be 7. Myself. And then no more crafting. This is world building. Hashtag animals. I think that's pretty good. I think the only ones we're waiting for now. Sorry, that scared the shit out of me. Sorry. That scared the shit out of me. I'm okay. I don't know. I don't know why. I think it maybe was louder because my earbuds are like louder than my headset for some reason. That scared the shit out of me, bro. Gotta go scroll up. Look at the VGen. 3 spooky 5 11. It was. I was so scared. My requests accepted. Kiwi Goblin books. Which room? Ember Bloom Flint Peaks. And then, oops, wrong one. Close this. I gotta send that new one to Kiwi. This one, and then the environment and gods. Okay. Share. Anyone link, copy link. Gotta find Kiwi's DMs. I gotta close people's DMs, I swear to God. New script archive link. Jump the present. Okay. I think this one's still fine, and then this one can be like world. I feel like that's pretty like vague enough that the tags will like that one. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. It's already 8:30 and I haven't even done a single script. Screams. Okay. But we're going to fix that right now. 41. Week of October 6th. And then 54. We are doing... Who? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. It's not Neo Malay. Who was the one I chose? I forgot. Let's see if I can remember. Julesy. I'm doing Julesy. Add card. 19. Need meat. 30. We're doing... Who is for V-Stars? I didn't have a list. V-Stars, did you know? Content list. Yeah, put that there actually. We can take this off. Oops. Oh, let's do this one. We can do Nohoko. Oh wait, we could do Tina's Teeny. Let's do Nohoko because it's spooky season. Yeah. And we'll do Tina's Teeny next. I like this idea. And then 48 Outlast Trials. And then I need to do an enshrined video, so I'll just do enshrined crafting video. Okay. And then I'm just gonna add it to this list because I already know I want to do Tina's Teeny next. Okay. The reason my eyes are bursting. If our love died, would that be the worst thing? Okay. Let's start with V highlight. __ Julesy Woolsey. Should honestly be doing that for all of them. She's on my tongue. Cabal. Did I do Takahata or Cabal? Oh my God. Stars 2. I think I did Monty. Mad Monty. It's 3. There's like VT. Gordy. 5 is this one's Cabal. 6 Noble 18th, I think. Yes. Then 7 Sneko Miki. 8 was Rinfinite. 9 is Howlet. 9 is Howlet VT. Stop working also hi. Hi! Why do I have to stop working? I like working. 10. Oops. Camilla Bombette, I think was her name. I could just scroll here and do it this way, I think. Wait, what's the... Oh, I'm on V-Stars. Yes, so yeah, there we go. That'll be easier. Too much labor. Howlet Eggy. Oh, oop. Played Project Onward with a friend. Took us 3 hours to find. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, but I hope it was fun at least. Was it fun? We died like 10 times. That do be how it be. I feel often in that game is a little rough, but sometimes it's fun. I should play that game again at some point, my friend. So I liked that game. But I want to play Goalkeeper. Get to that eventually. Probably that's like me, like a next month thing, I think. Lotta. Rainy Renton. 16_ Rainy Renton. On Gombo. Well, I'm gonna play more Dying. I'm gonna play more Dying Light. I'll ghost you next. I'll ghost you in text in here. Enjoy working. Thanks for topping in. Enjoy Dying Light. Ghost. Stop it. No. Oops. Is that how I do it in the other one? Yeah. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Are you having a good day? I hope you are. Hope you slept well. Oh, come on in. I'm reorganizing my folders because it's gonna drive me mad that I didn't do this way in the first place, you know? Because this was a very smart way to do it, and I don't know why. Because I made V stars after V highlights. I don't know why I didn't do it like this. Though it could have been before I transitioned, because I think V highlight had a different format before. Like, had this format before. So it could have just been before I... V stars 23_loop. Enable lamp. 25. 25. And 26 is over here. Okay. 27 is Mashy. 27 underscore. Pretty good chilling before meeting right now. I hope the meeting is very productive and not a waste of time. There's 29. This one will come out this week. Refresh. Yay. This is going to be 30 underscore Nahoko Veda. Let's go. This is how I should be doing all of these. For did you know, it's kind of fun. It's actually fine if it's just numbered. Hopefully that's how I do roll for fun. It kind of is. 48 underscore Outlast Trials. And then 5 enshrined, number 41. Boop, 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 boop. Good. If it doesn't, I'll fix that. Yeah, you go fuck them up, Buster. I want a hair clip. I want a forehead hair clip. Okay. Alright. Oh, I don't know why that's not green. Should be green. Alright, cool. Alright. Starting with Julesy Woolsey. Yes, indeed. Julesy Woolsey. They are more on Blue Sky. It's their birthday! Is it their birthday? Is it their birthday? It's their birthday. I just didn't think you went trillion times. Thank you went trillion times. Happy birthday. Is this not? Hold on. This is probably not the. Yeah, there it is. Happy birthday. Damn. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. Shoosh. Clips. Down. I do top 30 actually. Top 30 days, I feel like. Because I had an event recently. How the meeting will take all day? Have they been still like taking all day, or is it just kind of like some of them run long? It just kind of depends. Okay, let's do an about. Choose one. They don't often stream art. They make their model art. Some are long, but not that bad. But looking at the media, it might take all day today. Well, remember that you have free will. You can leave whenever. They made their model art by themselves. All right, Poggin, let's go. Good enough for me. I need art. I need art of their model. I like this blue version. I don't wanna meet. I don't know if I want to use that one. Is this a new model? This was the. Yeah. Maybe they posted a picture of it on Blue Sky. This is the new one. Yeah, this is the new one. Yes. Okay. I think I used my brain too hard earlier today, and now my brain's just kind of like slowly dying. At least that's what it feels like in my brain. I love Jules's outfit. It's very cute. She has like 3 different ones. Like, are all the pants different? No. It's like this one and oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like Jules's stuff a lot. Be a gangsta. Be a gangsta. I wish I was part of Raw XD. I'm not that cool. Maybe someday, chat. Okay. I'm like contemplating if I want to zoom it in. I think I do want to zoom it in a bit, just so, like she's a bit more in it. I also like her bird. Export. Video editing, V highlight, Julesy. Thumbnail 54, save. Okay, now we can go into insert image and cell. Let's do it this way. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm Jules of VTuber. Okay. I think they have more. Welcome to the happy house. Gather around the TV, everyone. Our favorite TV show host here are... They have a schedule, don't they? Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays. Message of dopamine from... Yeah. Is Jules a cartoon sheep? Have you issues more sometimes? Is a cartoon sheep, they said? Is the comfiest and sweetest cartoon sheep around. Loving what you're seeing here. Then you just should definitely stop on by Jules's happy house. And then their main is Blue Sky and Twitter, so we'll do that. Blue Sky, Twitter, I think are their main ones. Twitch, Blue Sky, Twitter, yeah, okay. Chooses the comfiest, softest sheep around. They're talented. They created their... Yes, okay. Did hands have created the model? No and love, but also the that we get to thrive in. From the Onto the next road, kill the neighbors. From the horns on their head to the socks in there. From the horns created. From the horns on their head, the roof. How I've trying to think. My brain is not working. From the horns on their head, the my brain is dying. How is stream? Good. My brain is dying. I used my brain a little bit too hard earlier today, and now I'm trying to write scripts, and my brain is just dead. From the horns on their head to the door. Door they welcome us from. The horns on their head, the door that they welcome us. No, it has to be two. To the socks in their drawers, their kitchen drawers. Jules is the comfiest, softest, and sweetest cartoon sheep around. From the horns on their head to the socks in their kitchen drawers. They created it all. That's right. What you see on their stream is created by their own two hands. From or digging. Two hands. Thank you for the luck, wife. Have a good rest of the stream. They don't really stream art, right? In their home. Oh, they do stream art. CP. From horns to the head to the socks in their kitchen drawers, they've created it all. Yeah, they've created it all. Yes, that's right. Most of what you see that on their streams, on her streams, pronouns, she, they. Does her count then? Horns on their head. Yeah, I think they're because they do they first and then she. She was the comfiest, softest, and sweetest. The horns to their head, to the socks in their kitchen drawers, they've created it all. Yes, that's right. Most of what you see on the streams. Recently, Jules has even shown us more goes on in the house with their recent debut in October. In early October? It was early October, I think, that this happened. Yeah, in early October. Early October. A blast of color. Self. I have a blast doing a variety of fun activities on stream. So what do they like to do? Art, chat, date, everything. Okay. Jules enjoys playing whatever their heart desires with their socks. What was that? Their socks. Plushies. Jules enjoys playing whatever their heart desires with their socks. Plushies. It's a fun, but they have a blast doing a variety of fun. Playing whatever their heart desires. Whether that, which could be anything from date everything to clips. Any other games? Actually, do they have any featured ones? Art. How you do? What you do? Where you at? Where you at? From date everything to nostalgic retro games. Don't you worry. They also have segments. Hang out with chat. Chat. Silly TV shows. Next. Let's do our Let's just do some relaxing art. Except I can't spell art. Okay, cool. Nice. Read time. To watch the wonderful Jules. Comfy, plushy. I think that's good. If you try to live, boop boop. I'm gonna leave the door open. Cool. Now I need a bunch of clippies. Open like a new tab. Download. Save. Download. Page. I want to see if I can find any more art clips that have their more recent model. Top 30 days. Juice has such a variety of clips that it's like it's very easy to get a lot of clips. Save. Save. Alright, how many I got? Because I think I have to start doing more of them, right? Actually, technically. Uh-oh. Download, stream, video editing. How many do we need for biddles? This many. 17? 12, okay. I have one where she's in the kitchen. I don't think I have that one. Oops. There's one where she's like in the kitchen and she pulls out a sock. A worm in the drawer. There we go. This one. Save. This might be enough. $17. Pog, what is there any other ones I want? Since I'm already here on this one, I want this one. This one's pretty different. I think that'll be pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Save. Okay. 17. And look at the song. And now we do V stars, which means now we go to Nohokovete. I like the song. It's my point of view. Make your neck. Oh, they're also an artist. Oops. Oh, they're also an artist. I need to go in a different way. Also, my ears getting tired of wearing this thing, so I'm gonna switch ears. Bam, easy fix. I very much are an artist, so I need to put Nohoko on V highlight, not over here. Oh, they're right there. What the fuck? Was I looking at the wrong list? I think I might have been. Cool. Cool. Okay. Boop. Tina's teeny. have art of themselves. Whoa! I like that be right back screen. Media. They have that be right back screen on here because I quite like it. The Dark Knight. I think maybe not. Maybe not. I like this though. V stars. It's not bad. Just make sure there isn't another one that I like. But they're an artist too. Fuck. I really like these. Those are cool. I don't have more art. I lurk. I prefer meeting. Have a good meeting. I love you. We'll be here. I quite like this art, honestly. Feels like an eternity. Honestly, wait, no, undo. Here with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. What you have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. Just what alone. I don't know, but it feels like an eternity since I heard you here. Be with you in paradise. Close. Insert image. V star. Oh, I need a clip. This one needs an intro clip. Clips. Top all. Oh, they do art on stream. Fuck. Might have made a little oopsie, but that's alright. What's this one? Oh. Oh, I could look at featured. I'm silly. This one's from 2 years ago. 6 months, 3 months last month. This one. To play. Nothing to say. Never felt this way. Gonna go back. Good night, Bark. I'm ready for the good night, Bark. I hope you sleep well. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the monkeys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want a clip of Teeny saying something. See, that's what I'm looking for. Top 30. Huh. Oh, I don't know what clip I want to use. What is this one? Quick divorce. Oh, beautiful by far. What's this one? It was until you came along. How about this one? That's not the one I wanted to click. That one's funny. Just a lifetime and lived in the moment. Okay, I'll do this one. Am I late? Late for what? Late for what, my friend? Okay, I'll be the intro. Your amazing stream. You're never too late, friend. Do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, okay. My brain is just dying slowly. I'm a too inspired VTuber who loves to interact with viewers. I'm a too inspired VTuber who loves fun. Like they post on Blue Sky more. Who made their model and who made this one? TNS 2.0. Okay. Oh, that was a lot in my ear. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Bless you, Momo. I didn't know my cat was in my office. And then who else made their stuff? Because I think I should do multiple. Hollow Knight model. Oh my god! Easy. Hello, hello, hello. How was Hades 2? How was Hades 2? I've been seeing you grind that game. I hope you've been enjoying it. Very happy to see you take a break and play some more games. So I hope you've been having fun with that. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're having a good day. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important. Otherwise, hope you enjoy hanging out. What's up, Callum? I love Hades 2. How would doth say it compares to Hades 1? Do you like that one as well? Do you like that one? Would you say it's an upgrade? But yeah. Oh, I love both. Understandable. I love the Live 2D asset you made for it. It's very cute. Oh, goodness. Yes, but I am sure that it is late for you, so if you need to get some din-din, feel free to. For those of you who don't know BZ is my amazing Live 2D rig artist person. And so please follow them if you haven't. They're the reason we get to move around so cute-like. And they're amazing. And they're cracked because they work so hard. And I'm honored to be able to work with them. Please don't mind what I'm scrolling. I was trying to look for if they had example art for this model that I'm looking for. I think gameplay-wise, it got so much more going on. It's a great continuation. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Chat, if you don't follow BZ, I will cry because BZ is amazing and we love them. We love them very much. And go eat a big salad. Well, enjoy your very big salad. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Have a lovely night. I love Big No Bugs' emo. They're so cute. If you enjoy the art, enjoy content thing here. Well, it's only a snippet, so pop on over. So see on. Follow some of their artists. They did amazing models. Let's see. Robot, gamer, fun, funny. There you go. Alrighty, so this is one, and then we gotta do a 3-3 Oh, yeah. Oh my god, these don't have Twitch clips? Oh my god. Look at me being a poser of my own scripts, forgetting. There we go. Ooh, gorillas. Okay, my brain is dying just a little bit. Friends, one and all, big and small. I like that. Friends, one and all, big and small. No matter who you are welcomed to this Toon Spartans fleet. To this Toon Spartans fleet. TNS, Teeny, brain. Is a VTuber who loves to have fun and interact with their viewers. Yes, Teeny is a VTuber who doesn't interact with their... I need to see their pronouns. Do they have pronouns everywhere? Anywhere? Not that I can see. Fuck. Okay. With their viewers. Friends, one and all, big and small, no matter who you are welcome to this Toon Spartans fleet. TNS Teeny is a VTuber who loves to have fun and interact with their viewers. We play a variety of games. Story. Let's see, what is their last story? Co-op. And even wouldn't you know it, Halo sometimes. Wouldn't it? Halo. You happen to catch one of our welcoming and entertaining streams, then I forgot what I was gonna say. Then know that you're in for a good time. You'll be in for a good time. You may even catch occasional art. Show all, please. Oh my god, please. Twitch, stop lagging. Oh my god. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight Twitch if this keeps loading so slowly. You may even catch on occasional art. Times with friends. Good time. Often you'll see them. Friends. keep them company. And often you'll see them with a few friends hanging out to keep them company. Ah. Okay, I gotta go back to headset. I have to go back to headset chat. Oh, oops. Sorry. I accidentally muted myself. Whoops. Sorry. Often you'll see them with a few friends hanging out to keep them company. Whether it's art, gaming, or art. It's gaming or art. To be art, though, don't be surprised. From 2D art to creating miniatures. They have a clip of them making miniatures. If they don't, gonna be a little whoopsie poopsies on my end. Show on. No, they don't really. Not at a glance. So let's do... Friends, one and all, big and small, no matter who you are welcome to this Toon Spartans fleet. TNS Teen is a VTuber who loves to have fun and interact with their viewers. They play a variety of games, from story, co-op, and even, once you know it, Halo. If you happen to catch one of their welcoming and entertaining streams, then know that you'll be in for a good time. Often you'll see them with a few friends hanging out to keep them company, whether it's gaming or art. Instant fun-loving times. TNS going on. Often see. You may even modify your suit to 5 is going on, and I think just makes it all the more immersive and fun. Okay, cool. Doesn't love fun night. I know. TNS teenager. Favorite buddy. There you go. And I gotta get other clippies. Let's go with... This is a Binding of Isaac run where they're kind of matching it. Should get a lot from their featured clips, I feel, and then we can also do top 30 days. I think this will also need like like 17 clips, I think. I think that would be best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'll go to back to clips. Oh, that's so cute. In my world. Oh, my mans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, close that one. This one. Then let's get this one. And I got the... Did I get the little crabby one? I got this one twice. Whoops. I did get the crabby one. Cool. Uh, 2 years, 2 months. Yeah, I don't think I have this one. We could do... I don't want to do ones that are too old, because then I feel bad. I feel like I didn't try hard enough to get them as clips. This is cute. This is really cute. Hold on. I'll show you guys in a second. This one? This is really cute. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 3 last year. 2, 4 last month. Last month works for me. How many do that? Intro doesn't count. 11. 12. We need 5 more. Good. Last year, 4 years, 3 years. I think this one's good. Because it shows off, like, their model, like, in a little immersive way, which I think is cute. Let's do this one and this one. That's 4. One more. I'm trying to find one that I like. I think this one he's in like a little Koopa shell. I think that one could be fun. Save. Download link. Save. Download landscape. Save. I think I clicked the wrong one. Will it show it down here? This one's not bad. Same thing. Same, but different. Yeah, see? He's like a little turtle. Little Koopa turtle. Very cute. Okay. Edit, change cover, upload cover image. Beep. And Jules is done. Edit labels. Script. Oh, it's supposed to be this one. And then music subtitles. This one we're changing to Tianus. Teeny. Change cover, upload cover image. I think these are like the hardest ones for my brain. The other ones I think are a good bit easier because I'm going off the chromodome. The chromodomodome. Okay. Crafting video is already scripted. I just need to make a thing for it. We already have the media. Oh, this is a little bit different, but okay. All right, let's do Outlast Trials. This one. Store. Duplicate, go back. Let's close this one. Best song in the world. I'm gonna turn that down. Okay, cool. This one. Oh. Okay, there. Okay. So we play the first thing that came to our head. It just so happened to be the best song in the world. In the world. There we go. Years ago, a woman doth shine when the moon doth glow. Ooh, this is cool. Let's say this was done. Retail. This was done. I'm very afraid to play this game with Mew on Wednesday, but I think it'll be fun. But men rock. 48. This is just a tribute. Remember the greatest song in the world now. This is a tribute. Oh. The devs of Outlast invite you, right? Red Barrels is the one that created all the Outlast games. Oh. Outlast 2. Outlast 2. I think so. Okay. Cool. From the devs of Outlast. Red Barrel invites you to experience a mind-numbing terror, this time with friends. I like that. Like, be serious, but then be like, haha! You know? Oh, shit. Good God. Set in the era of the Cold War, human guinea pigs are involuntarily recruited by the good folks at Murkoff. In a world of distrust and fear, violence. Well, this is cool. I don't normally do this. It's like 1, 2, 3. Set in the era of the Cold War, human guinea pigs are recruited by the good folks at Murkoff Corporation to test advanced brainwashing and mind control. Oh, just for your violence. Your morals will be challenged, your endurance tested, and sanity crushes. All in the name of progress, science, and profit. You're all prisoners of Murkoff. Complete the trials by yourself, or you can tackle them with the 2 to 4. Club is never forced when it comes to mandatory directions, but working together can be highly beneficial. Ooh, I like this. I like this one more. I don't know what you need, baby. Eyes on me. Let's... like that. You're all present in the Murkoff stress system. You're all present in the Murkoff system. You can choose to complete trials by yourself or tackle them in a team of 2, 3, or 4 players. Whatever number of players are in your party... Over the number of players in your party, it's about surviving and getting out. Character customization, investigate. The character customization. Your cell is your home, and while you complete therapy, you can decorate however you wish. Choose your tools, upgrades, and perks if to fit your play style. I like that. I think that's pretty good. Okay. Set in a world of horror era. Actually, I don't think that's necessary. Let's do that one. You're with friends. You're all prisoners of Murkoff trapped in their facility. You can choose You can choose to complete the trials by yourself or tackle them in teams of 2, 3, or 4 players. Whatever the number of players in your party. I don't like this. From Dungeons. In a world of distrust, fear, and violence, your morals will be challenged, your endurance tested, and your sanity crushed. And Outlast. A glimmer of hope. Trials. You can. In all trials, you can customize and create your own trial patient. Your cell is your home. While you complete the therapy, you can decorate it however you wish. Choose tools, upgrades, and perks to fit your game playstyle. Released to Steam in 2024. Outlast Trials. Just be the poop your pants spooky with friends this Halloween season. Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? But scaredy cat, so try it for today. That's good. Is there anything else that stands out with this game? Oh, that might be a bit much. Okay, that might be fine. I have to read a little slowly, but that's all right. 48. Halloween approaches. We'll be covering more and more horror games. Might be solo. They might. Who knows? Okay. And then insert image, incel, browse. Trials. Ooh, using their cinematic trailer in the beginning would be pog. Yes. Limited time event. Ooh. Let's do this one. This one. I feel like, see, that's a minute and that's 2 minutes. How long This is event last. Is this why me wanted me to play? It's 3 weeks ago. I don't know how long this event lasts. Until September. I don't know if that is still a thing. So, sun, won't you come and wash away the pain? Won't go, sun. Let's do roll for fun. Like folder. Video. Download. Yeah, I think this will be enough. Hopefully. Project hierarchy. Do they have like a normal game? Like, oh, that's trials, prime time. Because this is their cinematic one. Trials. Maybe I shouldn't do old ones though. Devlog. Game trailer. Yeah, let's do this one. I forgot which one I downloaded just now. Let's try and use a cinematic one. Oh. Oh, this is. Oh. Oh. Okay, then these two should be good then. Let's do those two then. I didn't know the cinematic trailer wasn't like people. Wasn't like almost like an actor in a scene, you know. Let's see, season 4 trailer, devlog, prime assets, devlog. Okay, I think that'll be enough actually. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Change cover, upload. Edit labels. This one. Not have those two. I need to do vibe and shine. And then some other stuff. Okay. Let me download the videos for vibe and shine. Do I have any new ones? I think I should do this one. Download video. Disappear. Like a sign, won't you come? Look at this big doggo. Forgetting to take pictures. It's a little blurry. Wait, oh fuck. I think that was too slow. Dang it. That's fine. Same. Unless I really want to be anal about it, which I don't. I think our TikTok also has some vibe and shine ones as well. I still have to watch this. I want to do this cat. This was by Pork Chop and Beans. Boop. Episode, wrong one. Closed. Video editing. Boop. No. Pictures. Nope. Sort by date. October 6th to October 12th. Go away. For you. Export. This will be 41. Save. Len, have a question. What's up? What's up, my friend? Downloads. One of the things that makes me happy is this image. And also this image. And also... Did I put Rod Boy in the video? I don't know if I did. He's a web P though, motherfucker. I like this one. Let's do this one. I don't think I've done that one. Okay. Insert image, image and cell. How do you clean your mirror when you glow so... Oh. Stop it. Stop. Goober. You goober. Goober. Very sweet of you. Thank you. Speaking of goober, has anybody seen Norman today? I haven't seen Norman today. Music, just subtitles. Okay. Almost done. Yeah, almost done. I forgot to write down the names. Fuck. So we're gonna do Doggy. We're going to do Kate Morgan. Right? Wait, what order are we doing this in? Yeah, we're doing this and then... Did you know? Smiling increases happiness. Maybe if you're feeling like poo, you should. Cause when you feel, how does it know that the sky's really sunny? Smile, dog, pepper, bell pepper, cat, mood dance. There you go. We're starting this weekend off big, and by big, I mean hopefully I can get you to crack a big old smile. First swing. Our first batter up is this pupper. Loving life. He gazes through the window. Hold on, let me look at that full video. We're starting this week off big, and by big, I mean hopefully I can get you crack a big old smile. And our first batter up is this pupper who's just loving life as he gazes through the window. Wonder what Hims is thinking about. I think it would be I wonder what Hims is thinking about. Perhaps that need instead is someone is assigned to smile. Perhaps Pupper is contemplating about needing a sign to smile. What could be a better sign than this TikTok user? What is this? I gotta switch these. This TikTok user, Kate, who opened up a random bell pepper. And what could be a better sign than this TikTok user, Kate, who opened up a random bell pepper to see the cutest little, I dare say, wink. Perhaps Pupper is contemplating about you needing a sign to smile. And what could a better sign be than this TikTok user, Kate, who opened up a random bell pepper to see the cutest little smile, I dare say, wink, little veggie could have. Maybe signs, windows, thoughts. They ain't enough. Yeah. Then window thoughts, maybe. Yeah, signs, window thoughts, maybe they ain't enough for you. Well then, is this name Pork Chop? Is this cat's name Pork Chop? Okay. Then let this king to to vibe your worries. Just look at him. Got that derpy little face with no brain cells. That not make you smile. Okay, cool. Oh, I can check stuff off of my checklist that I keep forgetting to do. Oh, not that one. That one's already done. Cool. I need to do Did You Know? Because I think Kiwi might be Deb. So I gotta do this one. You know, your brain needs meat, needs, loves, feeds, thrives, lusts for meat. Well, kind of. Do you know that your brain lusts for meat? Well, not in the way you might be thinking, you gooner. Why does our brain need protein? Oh my god, this is a full thing. Okay. Are you saying the answers are for I like these. Protein is an essential nutrient made of smaller building blocks called amino acids. These amino acids are important to repairing the cells. Okay. This is very helpful. Specifically, protein is Specifically, the proteins from meat help your brain thrive. For example, but protein can come in many and in abundance of forms. Essential that our brains, it sucks I put that on like v square, or the cell that I was writing. It's essential that our brains get the nutrient protein known as amino acids. These yummy brain boosters help repair muscles after exercising. So the YAP system between cells even gives a power to your immune system. These sources plant-based proteins are higher in fiber, vitamins, minerals, making them beneficial to brain and gut health. It's essential for our brains to get nutrients from proteins, specifically the proteins from meat. Our brain lusts for meat. Well, not in the way you might think, you gooner. Specifically, the proteins from meat can help your brain thrive. A protein can come in abundance of forms. It's essential that our brains get nutrients from the protein known as amino acids. Specifically, you gooner. Meat contains proteins. Protein helps our brains thrive. It's essential. Contains protein. Meat contains protein. So brain type. It's essential that our brains get nutrients. For anything like me. What's the next short after this one? Anaerobic respiration and the importance of electrolytes. I like the importance of electrolytes. On God, I actually like the importance of electrolytes. I want to do a weird one, though. I think the next one might be a weird one. Like, I don't know. Like, the origins of creepypastas? That one should come out the week of Halloween, though. Well, I can think of every time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Origins of creepypastas. Pop, soda pop. Meat contains protein, which helps our brains thrive. It's essential that our brain, if you're anything like me, then I guess I mean ADHD. And ADHD brains don't often make enough. Don't often make enough protein. Which can explain. Was my phone buzzing? That was weird. I thought my phone buzzed. We can explain our experienced. So go. So we'll go get that meat, homie. Meat contains proteins, which helps your brain thrive. It's essential that our brains get nutrients from proteins. Our brain gets a protein in our diet. These yummy brain boosters help prepare. I like it. But you get proteins from other sources. Of course, you goober. It can come from plants, fish, meat, dairy. Okay. Of course, you goober. Protein can be obtained. So don't worry, vegans. Brains can be happily fed too. Calcium. Of course, you goober. Of course, you goober. Of course, you goober. Dive into it. Protein apparent. Hold on, I need to do this in another tab. Plants create protein. So fiber. Plants create protein. Oh, bang!
Hello.
Our POV on that, you're
Hello.
Hi, J Crew. Welcome on in, everybody. Rusleys, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy our vibes. How was your stream? How was coworking and studying? What did you get up to? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Streaming can take it out of you, and so can work. We are currently working on our final script of the day. Before we get into recording it, the fun part. Where we're talking about how your brain needs protein and how it's very important, especially if you have ADHD, because our brains don't naturally create enough protein, and that explains brain fog. So I'm doing a little did you know video on that. Heyo, stream was good. 'Twas a productive time. How goes it? It goes good. We're getting a good bit of stuff done. We were working on the Enshrined 5e expansion PR stuff and a bit of play testing stuff. If you guys want to check that out, it's coming out October 14th on Kickstarter. But otherwise, enjoy me as I make words into things and read big brain stuff and make it into small brain stuff. Kind of like those TikTok videos where it's like, what's it called? It's called like a capitalism explained by cats, but it's me. I'm the cat and the cow, so you get both worlds. Okay, plants create plant-based proteins can also provide your body with fiber, vitamins, and minerals. Thank you. Make them beneficial for not only your brain, but also your gut. Thank you for the check-in as well. Of course, your goober plant-based proteins. Yeah, I like that more. I just want to go over fish and seafood, which does moderate amounts of 1 of the 3 servings of fatty fish. And for those amount of these healthy fats are important to maintaining cell structure and reduce inflammation. That's like big though. That's like too big brain. Why is omega-3 good for you? It offers several health benefits, prevents cardiovascular. Oh, this is good for your heart. It's good for your heart. My brain died. Plant-based proteins can also provide your body with fiber, vitamins, and minerals, which make them beneficial for not only your brain but also your gut. Then there are blub. There is also fish and seafood proteins that also give you omega-3, which can help. I want to do a pun. Heart puns? It's a heart pun. If anybody has heart puns, let me know. About like how you make your heart go good. Health heart puns? I don't know. Cardiology. Maybe, yeah. 40 cardiology. The life heart of a lion. Maybe not. Blub. There's also seafood proteins that also fish and seafood proteins that also give you omega-3 for heart. Heartbeat. And it can help your heart keep beating to your rhythm. Dairy and eggs gives you calcium and B vitamins. Of course, your goober plant-based proteins can also provide your body with fiber, vitamins, and minerals, which can make them beneficial for not only your brain but also your gut. Blub. There's also. I feel like I'm doing a little bit too much, but I want to fit it. I'll do the last one. Finally. Dairy and egg. Was it dairy and eggs? Dairy and eggs also contain protein. Give your brain what it needs and your bones. Okay. That looks pretty good, I think. I have to read through it now. Your brain lust for meat? Well, not in the way you might think Your brain lust for meat? Well, not in the way you might be thinking, you gooner. Meat contains protein will help. Oh my god, this is going to be a fun time reading this script. Meat contains protein, which helps our brains thrive. It's essential that our brains get a balance of protein in our diet. These yummy brain boosters help repair muscles after exercising, support the YAP system between cells, and even gives us a power up. And even gives a power up to your immune system. But can protein come from other sources? But can you get protein from other sources? Heard my name just now and had a tab back. What? Is your name Gooner? What? Of course, you goober. Plant-based proteins can all. Of course, you goober. Plant-based proteins can provide your body with fiber, vitamins, and minerals, which make them beneficial for not only your brain but also your gut. Blub. There's also fish and seafood proteins that also give you There's also fish and seafood proteins that also give you omega-3, which can help you, which can help your heart keep beating to your rhythm. Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs and your bones calcium and vitamins. If you're anything like me, then you got some brain damage. I mean ADHD, and ADHD brains don't often make enough. I mean ADHD. And ADHD brains don't often make enough protein naturally. Make enough protein naturally, which explains our often experienced brain fog. So go get that meat, twin. So go get that meat, homie. Yeah. Meat, fun facts, protein diet. I did like 2 food ones back to back. That's crazy. Alright, I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. And I forgot what I'm doing. I remember what I'm doing. Brain fog for the win. Graphics. And then, science? Atoms. Yeah. It's like too clear and too cool. I need something a little more. Share, download. Download current page, transparent background, download. What does this mean? Break it. What does this mean? There's like a new thing? Oh, okay. Save. This one and wait for me. Stream. Did you know? Not that one. There's my fucking cigarette. And then downloads. This one, this one. This one. No. Oh, for fun. I might get the media for this tomorrow because I don't think I want to do that today. Even though I'll have to work on it tomorrow. I think it'll be fine because then it's like, yeah, I think it'll be fine. Insert image and cell. Did you know 19? This one, this one, this one. Back to where I came from. Oops. Make the mitochondria being the powerhouse. So, protein is the nutrient of the body. I think that makes sense. Not really, but yeah, I think maybe. Superhero. Edit labels. This one. Media assets and all of... Oh, it doesn't need music though. Upload. Alright, good shit. Good shit, chat. Took me 2 hours. I think 8:30. Yeah, roughly. A little bit less. To write all those. I did get a bit distracted along the way, but that's okay. Alright. Close this. I think I might work on those off stream. Because at the very least now, it's really interesting, the BTS of your niche content creation. Thank you. Thank you. It's what I get to work on most of the week. It's like Monday I do the scripting, Monday I do the recording, Tuesdays and Wednesdays I do the editing, and then the rest of the week we do art and whatever else. Might have to save Sally Face for tomorrow because my brain is too tired to play video games with puzzles in them. So I'm gonna save this for tomorrow, unfortunately. There's tomorrow. Tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow. I forgot what I was talking about already. Because tomorrow we have a video editing thing to do. That's not the day, it's the 6th. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? I already forgot what I was talking about. Tomorrow we have a commission to work on little clippies to make for Ursa, and then we've got just videos to edit. I don't think I have a lot to do. I mean, in the morning I have therapy, but therapy's way before stream, so it's not like that really matters. Alright. Should I? Are you doing all that full time right now? Kind of. It's more like I have like 3 separate jobs that are all part-time. So I'm a part-time content creator where I make TikToks every single day. Except for, not every single day. Monday and Sunday I don't really have videos because I'm a little goober and wait, did I forget to upload a thumbnail on this one? God dang it. God darn it. Yep, okay, well, that's that. So I'm a part-time content creator, which means I just try to make videos when I can. I stream Twitch 2 till I'm tired most weekdays, all weekdays. And then I help out Enshrined, which I can show you that really quick. Enshrined, a 5e mythic horror expansion, which will come out on October 14th, which I help with that. I do a lot of the graphic design and PR, and I also make TikToks for them as well. And then whatever other job I just recently got finished with a contract for a 3D game art role, because I'm a 3D artist. I made this background that you see. So, yeah. I'm just a goober that does a lot of things. Because I can. Because I can, I guess. Don't worry, I'm very tired. Oh, very cool. Very versatile. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what the song is, but it's kind of fox. It's kind of fox. I'm kind of deciding whether I want to be green for my videos. I think I'll be green. I'll be green for the Friday video. For the Halloween Friday video, which we had a game for that, didn't we? We picked a game for that, didn't we? Oh, we didn't. Okay, what's a Halloween game? 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So yeah, 1, 2, 3. Wait. 2, 3. This will be the one? Yeah, this one? Oh, it's a Halloween game. Workaholic maxing as usual. Look, I'm mainly unemployed, so I gotta do what I gotta do, you know? We grind becoming Twitch partner someday. And to do that, we gotta stream consistently. We gotta make content consistently. But now my brain is farting because I want a Halloween game and I don't know. Community ghost game. Buffy sent it to me. I also got it on my For You page for Buffy. But if I look it up. Wait, it's from a short hike. It's from people that made a short hike. Short hike on Steam. Admigiru. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Where is it? It's by these guys. Chunk. Created by Adam. Where's the Halloween game? Play some of my games on itch.io. Is this the one? Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival. Downloadable game. The game is live for Windows, Mac, and hope you enjoy. And we'll go back offline 1 to 2 weeks after. Hold on, I gotta add people with this game. Ooh, that was spooky. The round table. At Shems, at Ghost, at Mew. I've had one long time. Oh, this is cute. Potato wake up night. Yeah, I want to talk about this town. Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival. Ghost Town Pumpkin Festival. Close to me. Every way just ain't meant to be. By the creator of a short hike. Okay, cool. What was the teaching? Oh, Origins of Creepypasta. That's what I was planning ahead of time. That's right. Okay. I was like, what was I was planning something ahead of time and I totally forgot what it was. All right. Now we get to do the fun part about all this, which is recording the video. Do I want to use the new outfit? What would I use the new outfit in? Not this one, because that one I'm a little guy. V highlight should always be my main outfit. I don't know. I guess I could use it in the Did You Know video. bad to you, you were worse to me. This is where we get a little funky dunky on stream because I have to be on stream. I look like I'm just kind of in the middle of everything, but on my other OBS, which I have open right now, I'm in the center for recording stuff. I did the right seed collection. There we go. About my. I love this song, bro. It's a good song. All right. 7. 9. There we go. I was like, how do I change back? I know there's a way. All right. Oh, I didn't do this right at all. I have to be looking at the script when I recenter my VTuber. Okay. I got this. I got this. Stretch, okay. Oh, that made me lightheaded. Okay. Oh, not that button. Gather around the TV, everyone. Hold on. The tracking is off. The tracking is off, and it's gonna make me upset. There we go. Gather around the TV, everyone. Our favorite TV show host is here for your dosage of dopamine from Julesy Woolsey's Happy House. One more time. Gather around the TV, everyone. Our favorite TV show host is here for our dosage of dopamine. Blah, blah, blah. Gather around the TV, everyone. Our favorite TV show host is here for our dosage. Gather around the TV, everyone. Our favorite TV show host is here for our dosage of dopamine from Julesy Woolsey's Happy House. Jules is the comfiest, softest, and sweetest cartoon sheep Jules is the comfiest, softest, and sweetest cartoon sheep around. From horns on their head to socks in their kitchen drawers, they've created it all. Yes, that's right. Most of what you see on their stream is created by their own 2 hands. Recently, Jules has even shown us more of what goes on in their house. Recently, Jules has even shown us more of what goes on in the Happy House with their recent debut in early October. They're not only a blast of color themselves, but they have a blast doing a variety of fun activities on stream. Jules enjoys playing whatever their heart desires, which could be anything from date everything to nostalgic retro games. But don't worry, they also have segments to hang out with chat while watching silly TV shows or just to hang out and do some relaxing art. If you're loving what you're seeing here, then you should definitely stop by Jules' Happy House and catch up on all the episodes. I hope that's working. It's frozen. When I click stop recording and it's still blue, that means that OBS is frozen, and that makes me upset because that means if I didn't wait long enough before clicking the stop recording, it's gonna cut out the end of it, which makes me upset. Something makes you upset? Who we jumping? We're jumping OBS. We're jumping OBS, that's for sure. I need to read D&D stuff. I'm doing a one-shot on Halloween, and I keep forgetting. I'll read it later. My darling, faster than I should. The highlight. Okay. Bunk. Face again. I'm easy for a while, but I think I'm a fool trying to breathe underwater. Driving with my darling faster than I should. Let's see what it cut out. But don't worry. Okay, but don't worry. But don't worry, they also have segments to hang out with chat while watching But don't you worry, they also have segments to hang out with chat while watching silly TV shows or just to do some relaxing art. If you're loving what you're seeing here, then you should definitely stop by Jules's Happy House and catch up on all the episodes. Okay. If we could. Lou Demon 907, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Or a lewd-tastic day. I don't know. It's up to you. I need to adjust this. Boop. Oh. And that's why I keep clipping that out. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. I never heard that before. Hey, I mean, hey, you know, it goes with your name. Maybe you want a lewd-tastic day. Can I, like, take out this, like, microsecond? I can. Yes! Fascination, it's situation, and... Fuck yeah. I hope I didn't cut out the all there. That's anime. That's what I'm saying. See, I think you know, even though it sounds a little funny, I think, you know, it's a fair assumption that you might want that. Boop. Oops. Oh no! What have I done? Edit, redo. Oh fuck. I think it's this guy to go here, and then this can scoot here. Oh, I breathed. No, I breathed. Well, I'm just making sure everyone is edging their PCs and making sure their PC is behaving. Thank you. You're doing the Lord work. I'm gonna tell you what. That's very thank you. Because if my PC acts out, I'm too poor to fix it. Oh, I have like 10 burps in my mouth. Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, the S. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's good. This job isn't forever, I'll tell you what. That's the same thing. You're the second person today that has said what? Like, what? I'll tell you what, you know? Like, you're the second person today to tell me, like, to say it like that. And I think it's because sometimes when I get a little excited, sound a little country because of the way I was raised. But, you know what? We jiggy with it. We're down for it. I gotta redo a thing. Because I accidentally overrid my template file, which I didn't mean to do. Or so that was a little oopsie-poopsie on my part. Apply. Link clips. Remove this clip. Delete track, audio 2. It's gonna get shortened. We gotta shorten that bad boy on up. Tell you what. I did that. Not all heroes wear capes. It's true. Not all our heroes get recognition because they don't wear capes. But Edna said to not wear capes, so, you know, it's a give and take, I guess. You listen to Edna, you don't listen to Edna, you know. Is it because it's like a little bit too loud? It is. Okay. Edna knows best. Edna does know best. I agree. I think Edna does know best as well. This has got to scoot on over here. And now we have recorded V highlight. Maybe later. Dismiss. All right, let's do... I'm gonna do Did You Know next. Let me just prepare that one so I'm not fucking over my template. You look like a hot dog on the 4th of July. That's what I reminded myself of. What number is this? 19? Is this 19? Is this 19? It is. Okay, cool. Alright. Fit. This one. I'd never changed the hotkey to actually be connected to this. Okay, whoopsies. Model 1. This one. Give me my other outfit. You can tell me up. Hacha! Ha! Yay! I'm getting ants! No, I'm sorry. I just make sure to edge my phone to make sure. That's valid. Alright, next script. See if we can bang out the script before the ads are over. I don't get ads? Oh, imagine getting ads! Oh my god. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. I read bad. If you didn't know, I read real bad. I'm bad at reading. If you stick around here at all, you'll know I'm just bad at reading. All my reading goes into these scripts and then I can't read anything else. Your brain lusts for meat? Wait, no, I should have my smug face. Your brain lusts for meat? Well, not in the way you might think, you gooner. Meat contains proteins, which helps our brains thrive. It's essential that our brain gets a balance of protein in our diet. These yummy brain boosters help repair muscles after exercising, supports YAP systems. I should be moving more. Okay, hold on. It's okay, I'm part of the can't read past 3rd grade level group. Let's go! High five. Sometimes I'm illiterate, but, you know, I can put myself in that category. I won't mind. Alright, yeah. Meats contain protein, which can help our brains thrive. It's essential that our brains get a balance of protein in our diet. These yummy brain boosters help repair muscles after exercising, support the YAP systems between our cells, and gives us a... These yummy brain boosters help repair muscles after exercising, supports the YAP system between cells, and even gives a power-up to your immune system. But can you get proteins from other sources? Of course you can, you goober. Plant-based proteins can provide your body with fiber, vitamins, minerals. Plant-based proteins can provide your body with fiber, vitamins, and minerals, which make them beneficial for not only your brain, but also your gut. Blub blub, there's also... Blub blub, there is also a fish... Blech. Blub blub, there is also fish and seafood proteins that give you omega-3, which can help your heart keep beating to your rhythm. Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs and your bones calcium and vitamin B. I want to do that one more time. Dairy and eggs also gives your brain what it needs and your bones calcium and vitamin. Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs and your bones calcium. I think I did that sentence bad. Dairy and eggs not only give your brain what it needs, but your bones calcium and... Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs, but... dairy and eggs don't only just give your brain what it needs, but your bones as well with calcium and B vitamins. If you're anything like me, then you probably got some brain damage. I mean ADHD, and ADHD brains don't often get protein enough. And ADHD brains don't often make enough protein naturally, which often explains our brain fog. So get that meat, homie. I hope that was okay. Get brain damage from DBD. Always get brain damage from DBD. Is this a high YouTube moment? If you want. If you want, it's high YouTube. It's more high TikTok. It's more like high TikTok because I'm just making TikToks. I'm kind of too stupid to make YouTube videos because YouTube videos are long, and I'm a little too stupid for that. Hi TikTok. Did you know about Crystal Light? Crystal Light what? Is this a D's nuts joke? What's happening? What's happening? Don't do this to me. Did it cut off the beginning? Oh wait, I think I have 2 of them, that's why. I do have 2 of them because I'm still a little goober. I forgot I stopped my recording. Or what? Or what? I got articles, but I don't want to get banned. I'll allow it. I will allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. If you ask nicely, can I please ask a weird question? Then I will accept it. It contains citrate, which bonds. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Can I please? Yeah, of course. Okay, go for it. Yeah. Of course, Loot Demon. I'll accept. Okay, and then this is where this one comes in, right? The breath. Do you read smut? Not as much anymore. I used to, though. Let me tell you what, though. Plenty of people in our chat do. I'll tell you what. Plenty of people in our chat do. We have Kiwi Goblin Books, who is a writer themselves, and they read a good bit of smut. And there's also... I shouldn't... my bad. I shouldn't out people. But I know people in the community that do. I used to. But I was more into the mangas. The hentai mangas myself, personally. I like the pictures. How scandalous. Not that scandalous. In the world that we live in today, it's actually quite not that odd, actually. Because I know quite a bit of people that go on, like, what, AO3 and right. Or should I say I'm tempting you to? I'm no writer. Listen. Some of the best creepypastas have come from people who aren't writers. So, like, you know what? You don't gotta be a good writer to make something good. I think I gotta go all the way over here. And then that was a hard part for me too, which is this part, which I think is over here. Oh, it cut it off. Fuck. No, it cut me off. How rude. Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs and your bones calcium and vitamin B. Dairy and eggs also give your brain what it needs and your bones calcium and B vitamins. If you're anything like me, then you have some brain damage. I mean ADHD. And ADHD brains don't often make enough proteins naturally, which often explains our often experience. And ADHD brains don't often make enough proteins naturally, which explains our often experienced brain fog. So go get that meat, homie. I hope that looked okay. I don't know if it did. Well, I couldn't find any good reverse smut book, so I Thanos myself and said, fine, I'll do it myself. You have a commercial voice, by the way? Thank you. I have never been told that, but I appreciate that a lot, especially because my significant other He's got a radio voice. He's got one of them radio voices. So, you know, I'm trying my best, especially with my new microphone. What? Did this really take me this long to record? Oh, good lord. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Commercial, like common denominator. I think it's quite swell. What? Commercial, common. Is this a math meme? I'll say radio voice, but it's more like a commercial to me. Definitely. My TikTok voice is definitely more of a like, hey, how's it going, everybody? My name's Elaine kind of thing. Whereas like, I think if I were to do podcasts, I would speak closer to my mic and a bit more relaxed because my normal voice is here. My normal voice is here when I do normal things. But when I'm on TikTok, I want to be more hyper. Like, go bed. It's not that late, you goober. You go bed. You're sickies. You are sickies. I haven't even eaten dinner yet. You want me to go to bed without eating dinner yet? I bet you could be like, have you been scrolling? Yo, that would be such a good TikTok idea. I'm stealing this. Let's go on the list. Where's my content list? I need to do like other. I need to do one more. I don't think Vibe shot other. What the fuck? Okay, well, you know, there we go. Dang, let's go. Wait, can I make it longer? Hold on. Let me make this longer so that way I can be like, lewd demon 907. So that way I know who suggests these ideas. Because you guys, oftentimes actually in chat, people will like be like, hey, why don't you do a video about this? And then I'll be like, okay, now I gotta. Scrolling TikTok this late all alone. Okay, your time, but it's near 2 a.m. here. That's because you're in the silly time zone. I'm in the right time zone where it's only almost 11. Actually, sorry, that was like super goober. But no, I'm not done. I'm not done working. See, no, please. I'm not done working. It's okay. I will be gone before you fall asleep. Don't worry. Not Japanese. I like the song. I'm pissed. 11 is still no dinner. I had late breakfast. What can I say? I had late breakfast. I was not speaking of dinner. Yahoo! Give me 2 seconds. Okay. Thank you. I have a chicken sandwich, which I will eat in a little bit after I finish my scripts, and then I will get off and I will eat this. So that was my sandwich. My girlfriend told me my book might be a little too close to Lights Out, though. I've never read Lights Out, so they are probably just comparing it to a book that they like because they like your book, and they're like, hey, yo, this is like this book that I read, you know? I think it's one of those situations where, like, you know what? This reminds me of something popular. Are you sure it's fucking hilarious? Okay. I'm not much of a reader, though. Hey, if you ever want, by the way, we have quite a few writers or people that like reading in our Discord. If you ever want to share any of your stuff, feel free to in the Discord, because that's kind of what do you mean? My script is too long. Oh, fuck. It's out balaclava. Okay, bet. What am I supposed to do? Actually, maybe I can remove that section. I have a section twice, which explains a lot. Is there anywhere I should put a lewd work or just anywhere? If you want to show it off, I'd say the fridge. But if you're worried about people being like, oh, this is like, if you're worried about being a little too spicy, you can put it in the deep freezer. Deep freezer is more like for sexy pictures of things. But I have had people show off things in the fridge, so it's kind of like pick your poison. I'd be fine with either, I guess. I don't know, we're a small community. I don't got big rules. Okay. It's just short enough for the song that I picked. Let's go! Yippee! Oh, I thought I wrote a really good script, and I was kind of sad that I'd have to cut a bit out of it, but I didn't have to cut too much out of it, so I'm happy. I'm happy! Alright. I've recorded 2 scripts. We need to pick up the pace a little bit here, Elaine. I think it's because I'm putting a little bit more care into these videos. It isn't a bad thing. It just takes me a little bit longer and my voice is dying. Have you met the next crew member of One Piece in One Piece Lane? Sanji? Yeah, we just met Sanji. I don't know his backstory. We didn't really get into the Sanji arc though, so you haven't missed the Sanji arc. I think Body said there's like 10 more episodes in the Sanji arc, so I had to like, I was gonna watch more, but I had to go shopping, so you haven't missed the Sanji arc. The last thing we did was we met Pearl, and all I gotta say is, motherfucker, ew, and motherfucker, why does he look like Kuro? That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say, is why he be looking like Kuro, bro. Fit painted. Roll for fun. We're gonna do the cardigan and the eyeglasses. Alright. Alright, let's do this one, and hopefully one take. Okay. From the devs of Outlast, Red Barrel invites you to experience mind-numbing terror, this time with friends. You're all prisoners. You're all prisoners of Murkoff trapped inside their facility. You can choose to oh wait, I have to be more expressive. You're all prisoners of Murkoff trapped inside their facility. You can choose to complete the trials by yourself, or you can tackle them in a team of 2, 3, or 4 players. In a world of distrust, fear, and violence, your morals will be challenged, your endurance will be tested, and your sanity crushed. In Outlast Trials, you can customize and create your own patient. Your cell is your home while you complete the therapy. Your cell is your home while you complete therapy. You can decorate it however you wish. Choose your tools, upgrades, and perks to fit your playstyle. Released to Steam in 2024, Outlast Trials may just be the right amount of poop your pants spooky to play with friends this Halloween season. But maybe I'm a scaredy cat, so try it for yourself today. That wasn't bad. It was kind of short. I'll update it tomorrow and put it in there. It's on my tablet, not with me right now. No sweat. No sweat. We're here every day. We're here every day. We're here every day. So don't you worry. I will witness it. Don't sweat. I won't read it on stream, obviously, because, like, unless it's hot. Are you sweating because it's hot? Roll for fun. Profusely. Then get a fan on ya. Get a fan on ya. Don't die because of the heat. And the heat is not a way to go. No, it's 37 degrees here. Is this cold as fuck? Are you okay? That sounds cold as fuck. Are you okay? Do you need help? Cough twice if you need, I guess you can't really cough. Emote twice if you need help. It's Alaska. Oh, you're from Alaska? That's so cool. I've always wanted to go fishing in Alaska. My grandpa grew up in Alaska for a little while. He liked it a lot there. I really want to go fishing in Alaska. Wait, why are you sweating though? That's why my name's... Oh, I don't know how that... I was excited because I thought I knew... I honestly, I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be real with you. This is a real to real talk. I don't know why. Because you said you don't sweat. Oh, got it. Phone area code. Oh, that's smart. I like that. That's actually really cool. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's cool. That's smart. That's a good username. Oh my god. Dude, that would give me such an idea. Self-docs? I don't think so. Yeah, it's like Cali 3. Like, I feel like there's plenty of people in Alaska. I don't think. It's okay, I get it. I do too. It's a little short, but I think that's okay. We don't need to do all long videos, you know? It was a little bit off. There you go. I'm just gonna scoot this over here. Cool. I've only given out 26 times. Why are you counting? And why have you done it more than once? I almost did it too, honestly. There's a chatter in here named Vexed, and they almost had me give out because they were like, we were being funny, and I almost gave out my social security number too. Because they were like, ha, but you don't remember it. And I was like, no, I do remember it. And then I almost said it. And I didn't though, because I wanted to prove I knew the last four, but I couldn't do that. So, oh, sorry, don't mean to be green. I'll just change my hairstyle, I think, for this one. There you go. Okay. Let's try if we can do this one in one take two. Friends, one and all, big and small, no matter who you are welcome to this Toon Spartan's fleet. TNS Teeny is a VTuber who loves to have fun and interact with their viewers. They play a variety of games from story, co-op, and even wouldn't you know it, Halo. If you happen to catch one of their welcoming and entertaining streams, then you know that you'll be in for a good time. Gosh darn you, Taylor. What? Don't bonk me. I love this look. Thank you. Although I recently got into smut and have loved a lot of the books I have read, it has me spending money like crazy. You know how many special edition signed books I have bought in the 5 days I started? No, that's valid. On God, if I start liking something, I'm like, I want the collector's edition now. Give it to me now. But that's a lot. Alright, okay. Friends, one and all, big and small, no matter who you are welcome to... Friends, one and all, big and small, no matter who you are welcome to this Toon Spartan's fleet. TNS Teeny is a VTuber who loves to have fun and interact with their viewers. They play a variety of games from story, co-op, and even wouldn't you know it, Halo. If you happen to catch one of their welcoming and entertaining streams, then you know that you'll be in for a good time. Often you'll see them with a few friends hang out to keep them company, whether it's gaming or art, so you'll never get bored with the constant fun-loving times that TNS has going on. They may even modify their suit to match whatever vibe is going on. I think that just makes it all the more immersive and fun. If you enjoy the content that you're seeing here, well, it's only a snippet, so pop on over to their socials to see more. And maybe even follow some of their artists that have created their amazing models. If you enjoy the content that you're seeing here, well, it's only a If you enjoy their content, If you enjoy the content that you're seeing here, well, it's only a snippet, so pop on over to the socials to see more, and maybe even follow some of their artists that have created their amazing models. Okay. Be more careful next time. Valid, but I never said it. I never said any of the numbers, but I was really contemplating it because I was like, remember, you don't remember it. And I was like, oh, but I do. But I do. But I do because I'm smart. I don't know what it is, but the hairstyles that have bangs pull out to the back, having a chokehold, they're cute. I think they're cute. I think they're a nice, like, change of pace. Me and my artist and rigger have both been like, yeah, what the fuck? Oh, relink. Hold on. I'm a gooby goober. It's because I changed this. It's for Nekomiki. More, sure. Vibrations, relink, select folder. Cancel. Oh, my girlfriend. First time I saw it on a VRCI, it became an absolute symbol. Girl in backwards snapback ponytails, bangs pulled back with forever. Tomboys. Tomboys is just how it be. Tomboys are just magnifique. Magnifique. What can I say? This is the template. Whose name do I want on here? I don't think it really matters. I just want one. We'll do Vika. Oh, Vika's is short though. We'll do Nekomiki's just because it's there. Save file. Save project as. This is going to be NSTini. And then I will probably fix everything tomorrow. I don't want to do it right now because it's already kind of late. She's the only one I got, ba-da-da-da. How much of a girlfriend I ever seem to get a lot. Oh, wait, I forgot. The clip. The intro clip. Can I request a song? Of course you can. This is how song requests work. I use little pointies. But then you can play any song on Spotify. If you don't have enough points, I'm happy to give it to you for free for the first time, though. 460 points? I got you. What song you want? They slip. And then they pick them up. So it should be they slip. They pick them up. And it works. Ooh, Deftones. Dude, I had a friend. His name was Lanny. I fucking love that kid. He fucking, and by kid, he wasn't really a kid. I just call him a kid because he's younger than me. But he liked Deftones a lot. I did add it to the queue, so it will play next. But that kid, he loved Deftones. I saw them live along with, really? Nice? Nice? I just have this video and then one more video I think I need to record. Do this up by 3. Cool. Yeah, it was really good until I paid $421 for 2 sweatshirts and a t-shirt. Not even signed. Why would you pay so much for a sweatshirt not even signed? Huh? Why? BEO? I don't even know. So embarrassed to tell them never mind. On God. That's a mood though. That's a fucking mood. One time, I was walking around San Francisco with my ex, and there was this guy that literally grabbed me, like it was like, come, and like kind of pulled my arm. And he was like, try this facial cream. And I couldn't get out of it because I was so scared. And I ended up paying $100 for like this like fucking facial soap that I'd never fucking used. I gave it to my grandma. I mean, it was nice. It felt nice. So I was just like, meh. You know, I was like, meh. And I was waiting in line for 20 minutes to get it. Fair. Trust me, I know bangers. Trust. I trust that people in this chat have good bangers. That's why I got the song request redeem, you know? Well, if it isn't the ghoster themselves. What's up, Silent Whisper? Hope you're having a good day. If you got some bangers, feel free to play them. I kind of want song request. Yeah, go for it. I listen to everything kind of gal here, so. But also, don't request too many because there are other people in the stream that may not enjoy it as much, but it's 2:06 for me. Looks like you're in the goober time zone. Looks like you're in the goober time zone because it is only 11 for me. 10:03 for me, yeah, see? Whoop. I don't think you need the pickup part, actually. And we can just cut it here. Yeah. Save, scoot, oops. Save, okay. Huh? Almost made an inappropriate joke. Huh? 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 Legendary gooner. Lagooner? Who, where? Oh, I gotta do the fucking other one too. Okay, I gotta do that too then. I forgot that I gotta do an enshrined one. I'll do that in a second. I'll probably do it in Audacity because I can. Should get a band. I should get banned if I said I'm not saying that's you could put it in the Discord if you wanted. Thank you for the song request. Let's see what we doing. Oh, we're doing Vibe and Shine now. Time to change. Wobonk. Now I'm a goober. Hello. Let me take my hat off. Oop, wrong hat. Hat? Hat? Did I shove this one? Did I just put this one on my head? I did. Okay. Take that off. Okay. I'm a goober now. I'm a goober now. I ain't got. Okay. Tell me it. I'll look it up. I'll give it one for free. Everybody gets one for free. Sometimes more, depending on if the thing doesn't want to work. In deep freeze. How was I supposed to know? I didn't live in this time zone before, and by the time that happened, I was just a baby. I prevail. Let me be sad. I got you. It will play after Beautiful World by Hikaru Utada, which Taylor requested. I am a 25. I've been told my music is gas. Hey, Let's put it to the test. I believe you, though. I Prevail is a pretty good band. I'm just going off of people telling me, hey, I worked for me. I worked for me. You worked for me. Oh, we're the same age? Let's go. I was just a baby. I was just a baby at that time. Okay, hold on. Let me do this video. We're starting this weekend off big. And by big, I mean... we're starting this weekend off... We're starting this weekend off big. And by big, I mean hopefully I can crack a big old smile. Nope. We're starting off big. We're starting off this weekend big. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, happy late birthday. Happy belated birthday. We're starting this weekend off big. And by big, I mean hopefully I can get you to crack a big old smile. And up first... And our first batter up is this pupper who is just loving life as he gazes through the window. I wonder what he's thinking about. Perhaps this pupper is contemplating about you needing a sign to smile. And what could a better sign than this TikTok user Kate who opened up... And what could be a better sign than this TikTok user Kate who opened up a random bell pepper to see the cutest little smile, I dare say wink, a little veggie could have. Signs, windows, thoughts, Signs, windows, thoughts, maybe they're not enough for you. Well, Signs, window, thoughts, maybe they ain't enough for you. Well, then let this king show you how to vibe your worries away so that maybe you can smile towards this weekend. Look at him. He's got that derpy little face with no brain cells. How can that not make you smile? Alright, I got it. Thanks, but I never really celebrated my birthday. I never cared for it, to be honest. That's fair. Have you made a did you hydrate, did you eat, you taking care of yourself video yet? Pretty much. That's a lot of my, like, vibe and shine videos. Like, I think the last one was... This one was just more happiness. The last one was... Eating. Making sure you're eating. This one was about relaxation. Kind of goes with the cycle of taking care of yourself, I'd say. I say. Alright. Vibe and shine template. I do want to celebrate. Her name is Breezy. That's so cute. All white. I don't think I've ever seen an all white Siberian Husky before. Maybe I have, but I don't think I have. Like, maybe, but, like, I don't think so. So that's really cool. Am I jealous? A little bit. But do I have a cat I love very much? Very much so. I don't think my cat would like it if I got a fucking husky. I think my significant other would like it. You got a Discord I can join? I do. Make sure to call your local goth mommy today. Oh, that one would be so good. I don't have, like, a goth mode, though. Think I could still do that with my, like, normal model? I think it goes here. Dude, my cat's a little shit. Oh, what kind of cat you got? Why are they a little shit? Is it because they're old? Or is it because they're a baby? I expect either, to be honest. I've never met a cat who was so devious before, baby. Because they're baby. But they'll mellow out as they grow up, you know? There we go. I didn't realize I restarted that recording. Boop. Very little chats, channels. That's because you probably haven't clicked it. Wait, did you click the thing? You did. Listen, I have a small community. What do you want from me? Listen, we're a small community here. I'm a little guy. Do you not see me? Silent, do you not? Hold on, wait. Silent, do you not see me on this chat? I'm a little guy. We don't have a lot of people. I mean, hey, listen. If you want to chat in there every day, I will respond every single day. All right, listen, you listen here. But also, most of the community, they be busy doing other stuff. We got quite a few streamers in here, other people that do like 9-to-5 jobs. You know, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. What you gonna ask from me from a little guy? Well, feel free to chat in there at me whenever, you know? It's whatever. I'm always around. I had a prime rib on my plate and I had a prime rib on my plate that I didn't finish. She was barely 3 months old and I turned around and gave me to see her dragging it to the door with her teeth. Oh, that's your baby. That's your baby. You only see like 6 chats? I feel like I'm supposed to be more than 2 though. Hold on. Oh, it's because you got the Milk Club visitor role. My bad. My bad. If you go into info and you scroll up, you'll see this pretty piece of art. And then you'll see that there's this little reaction thing. And if you click that, you'll get to see all the other chats. It's how I deter bots here in the Milk Club. I'll make sure everyone else has gotten that removed off of them. Yeah, okay, the bots are working. I think I need to clarify in the rules that you got to react to that because I think I might have fucked that up a little bit. But, you know. I had to chase her, and I never had a cat climb on something high while being chased and jumped on my face. Literally went defensive to offensive. That's amazing. My cat's never really done that. She's a little bit of just a quiet goober, but that sounds so fun. I can't wait to get a kitten someday. Yes, thank you, Whisper, for being patient with me. I apologize for the confusion. I will fix it right now because there's been quite a few people that have been confused by it. So let me honestly I'll look at it right now. Hold on. I think it's because onboarding. I think it's because the onboarding. Welcome to onboard. Customize your channels. No. What's it look like when you joined? I'll join it with another account or something. I don't know what it's supposed to. I don't know. I think I could do the onboarding now. I actually don't know if we have enough channels to chat and like I don't know if we have enough voice chats. I don't make many voice chats in my channels, but I'll get it fixed. My cat also loves people. I could probably have someone come into our house who wanted to kill me and she'd be best friends with them. Only person she doesn't kill is my sister. The most cat person. Damn, maybe it's because it's like, you know, you've had enough cats in your life. I don't have to like you. Like, you know, like maybe they're like, you've had enough cats like you. I want to like someone else. It might be a little bit too long, so I might shorten that there and then pick this and put this here. Oh, this song does slap though. But she is the biggest color. If I leave my bedroom door open, she'll come and lay between my arm and face. Oh, my cat does that sometimes if she's cold enough. I one time had her lay with me and she put her nose against my. Oh, so cute. That means she loves you. All right, that's pretty good. Just gonna modify a few things. This needs to come out to the end here. This also needs to come out to the end, and this needs to come out to the end. This needs to come over here and go here. And then rotate, make them smaller. I'm just gonna move this guy over here. Save. Almost made a grown man cry, I believe. Sent the animal. Yippee! Oh! Whoa, she is so pretty. And you have a cute little danger noodle. Oh my god, thank you for sharing. I love them all. Oh, they're so cute. Oh my god, yeah, I don't know if I've ever. Oh my god, that's so cool. I don't know if I on God don't know if I've ever seen a all white Siberian husky before. They look so cute. Oh, I don't want to give them kisses. Give them kisses for me. If you kiss your dog, give them kisses. If you don't, give them good head pats or scritches. I know some people don't kiss their animals. I kiss my cat all the time though. When I first got her and snuck her into my apartment that didn't allow pets, and I tried to she I tried to put her down and she clung to me for dear life for 2 hours. I couldn't move. I couldn't put her down. I had to put her straight on my neck and she hid in my beard until she started. So cute. I give it to Stu like constantly. Yes. All the snoot kisses. Yippee. I'm sorry. Twitch auto mod got mad at give her head. They didn't even look at the give her head pets part. It was like give her head. I have none of that in here. My dog attacks me every chance he gets. Like lovingly, or like do they just not like you? God damn, that's funny. Sorry, that made me laugh. Oh goodness. Oh man, Twitch Automod is awful. I know. It was just like, give her head. Head what? It's a head pats, you idiot. Head pats. Elaine, is anyone looking to try to handle Gmail? Yeah, that's me. Okay. Okay. Lovingly. That's because I love you. You smell good. Maybe you smell like beef. Ever consider that? Maybe you smell like beef. I have to reply to comments on this. No, I didn't. Okay. I felt like I was like, did I forget? But no, there's no comments on it, so we're good. So I'm just a little guy. I don't always get comments on my videos, but sometimes I just gotta check. It is a Youngblood song. Is Youngblood who I think it is? I don't think it is. It is! I like a song Zombie, so we're gonna play a song Zombie. I don't like a lot of his music, but I do like this song. I called her downstairs one time. I don't know how to explain what she did, but she ran down the stairs, jumped, accidentally head bumped me, which made her flip over the couch on her. It was all according to plan. Yeah, it was all according to plan. It was all up to standards. It was all up to what it was all calculated. Pro dog gamer calculations. Okay, I have to do the enshrined video really quick. But I think I'm done for today. I swear that's when she got brain damage and decided the best love infection is to tackle me. That's big dog energy. That's some big dog energy. Well, it got gummy bears. Song request. Thank you for the song request. I have one more. I have one more. Oh, they're asleep. They're asleep. All right, then we're okay. They're asleep. Is this person alive? They're alive. All right. Well, she's a Belgian, so she has a. What's a Belgian? What's a Belgian dog? What's that mean? What's that mean? All right, I gotta record one more script, and I gotta not kill my voice before I get to it. So if I'd get to it. I love Skillet. Fuck yeah. Amazing band. Yes. Belgian Malinois, a military dog? I don't know if I've ever heard of this kind of dog. How are there so many types of dogs I just don't know? Whoa, they're like a German Shepherd, but not. They're like a German Shepherd. What do you get your puppy? Look at the little puppy baby. Look at the little puppy baby with the little babies. Little babies. Oh, little babies. How good they be able to do it, doggy, with the little babies. But now I see it, but also with the little babies. Alright. Let me get to this last script. Dunaroo. They're supposed to be better than German Shepherd as in military work. That makes sense, because German Shepherds, I think, what the fuck, your icons look funky on your windows? On my windows? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? On my windows. On my windows. What you talking about? On my windows. What you talking about? What you talk about? What you talk about? What you talking about? What you talking about? I got me confused. Alright. Okay, I gotta record this before I die. Okay. Recording device. Okay. Must have saw something else. Yeah, must have. I don't know what you talking about. Brain fried 2:24 a.m. No, it's valid. They bred out the hip dysplasia, smaller and stronger bite strength, and a lot more stamina and high jumping. They do look like they're pretty high jumpers. That makes sense. I mean, I could have had some weird icons. I don't know. All right. Unless you're talking about these, like these, because you can customize your folders. You can make your folders whatever icon you want. They don't have to be folder icons. Like these ones, like stream, schedule, post, tools. Okay. Okay. No more distractions. You must use anything and everything with only your wits as the catalyst. But be warned, failure may result in more than a mundane effect. How did that sound? That sound okay? Not bad. I wouldn't do that one again. But be warned, failure may result in more than a mundane effect. Boop. Okay, maybe not. I think that's fine. There's a video that probably describes the difference between Belgians and Germans, and they set up a chair maze to get the decoy bite. To get to the decoy bite, and Germans took the long maze to get it to it, while the Belgian jumped over all the chairs and bit him within seconds. That's crazy. But that makes sense. We've been breeding dogs for a long time. Even combining familiar fungi and grasses can bear unexpected fruit. You might become more resilient, or maybe you'll my brain's not working. It's because I didn't read the script before I started recording this. We still breed, but yeah, I don't know. I know that in some cases we are reverting pugs back to have the longer snouts. I don't know if you've seen those long nose pugs. We are slowly starting to breed pugs to have their noses again, which I appreciate. Like, look, they have a nose. He's got a nose. Worst dog for breathing problems, true. I like them with the nose. I think they look cute with the nose. Like, they look a little, like, I like them with having a nose. It looks nice. I feel bad for pugs, honestly. Mood. What did I say was the last thing in this? Okay. You might become more resilient, or maybe you'll grow bark-like armor. New challenges require new solutions only the island can provide. With each encounter you conquer, provide... Okay, I think I gotta not go so gung-ho with so many sentences, you know, I just gotta... Okay. With the nose, they look a lot better. My old roommate had a dog that only barked at specific... What? That's crazy. I've seen a racist turtle before on TikTok. Silent Whisper, thank you. I don't know why the alert's not going off, but thank you. Oh, there it goes. Thank you. Mwah. Mwah. Oh wait, that means you gotta go on a list. You gotta go on a list, a special little list that I have. Where okay, in this corner, okay, I don't have my mouse. Fuck, hold on. I can't. Okay, I'll just go over to it. Hold on. Oh my goodness! Lou Demon, thank you so much. Okay, wait, I have to like position myself so it'd be like right behind my little head. There's sub charms, and there are 3D models that I make, and you get to have your name on it. So that means I gotta re-render this scene. Fuck. That's okay. I'd be happy to. All right, so you Silent Whisper, thank you, Lord Demon as well for your tier 1 sub. Schindler's List. What's a Schindler's List? What is that? What does that mean? What does this mean? This one, yeah, I equate that to a tier 1. Cool. You've never seen that movie? I have not. I have not seen a lot of good movies. Oh no, she doesn't. I do not know. I do not know. Shit, I forget. I have to finish this. Oh, I forgot the beginning. With each encounter, you can conquer. With each encounter, you conquer, providing more. With each encounter, you conquer, providing more materials for experimentation, such as spinal fluid that can improve your physique, but mixed with certain volatile fruit, it becomes a potent poison. Does that make sense? Did that make sense? Quickly pull the fire alarm. No! You obviously got to make it a tier 3. I totally subbed for 3 months. You goob. You goob. I feel like I didn't read that right. I think my brain's dying. I want to suck your blood. What is happening? With each encounter, you conquer, providing more materials for experimentation, such as spinal fluid that can improve your physique, but mixed with a certain volatile fruit, it can become a potent potion. But mixed with a certain volatile fruit, it can become a No butts. The butts are broken. It's like I do my dog. Thank you. Thank you for the head pats. Feel very loved. But mixed with a certain volatile fruit, it becomes a potent potion. No, it's not potion. But mixed with a certain volatile fruit, it becomes a potent poison. Every part has its nature. Every nature... I think my brain's broken. I think I can't read anymore. Need a friend. They said think they're not thinking. Thank you for the song request. What? Oh, I got you. Sometimes I like Spotify links. Here, I got you. I'll show it to you. Boop. And then remove from queue. I got you. There you go. What was I saying? Oh. Every part has its nature, and every part has its nature, every nature its use. And on an island beyond normal understanding, common sense is only a shackle preventing ascension. Cool. Thank you, of course. Thank you for the request. I think that's pretty good. I forgot the beginning. God damn it. What does it take to become an alchemist? Academics might tell you years of study and research. Survival doesn't allow that luxury. Totally not trying to... You're fine. I don't think that doing that is gonna be ruining the vibes of the stream at all, because the vibes of the stream change with how I feel, you know? And sometimes I feel kooky crazy even if we're having a chill moment, and this shit's gonna drive me nuts. I'll tell you what, it's a damn good song. I'll tell you what, I'm down. I'll tell you what, I'm down. Each other with the things we wanna say. Been so good together. And it's friends forever. I got one last Dr. Pepper. Do I drink it before I sleep or tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Do it tomorrow morning, because then you have a fresh little treat in the morning. Don't drink it now. Drink it in the morning. Drink it in the morning. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. How do you reset the playback speed? Okay. I kind of fucked it up, so I got scared. I got scared there for a second, chat. Move it. Okay. Save project as. Dude, do you know how much I hate TikTok? Me and TikTok are mortal enemies. I'm sorry. It's the only one I'm good at. I'm good at 2 things. I'm good at Twitch and I'm good at TikTok. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry, though, because, like, it's not like you have to watch my TikToks. You know? Tee. New folder. Oh, no. Crafting system. Okay. That's okay. They end up on YouTube eventually. Eventually. I just don't care as much about YouTube. Enshrined. What? Oh shit, that's where I put them. Oh shit, that's smart. Oh shit, that's actually smart. New folder. TikToks. New folder. Alchemy. Alchemy. Take 1. Good old censorship was all. Well, so my name was this on TikTok, but it would silent mute me because of my name instead of just telling me that I couldn't use the name in live stream. That's crazy. Good old censorship. And to this day, in my friend's stream that I watch a lot, I cannot even say anything, and I'll just get filtered. Well, you know what? Have them stream on Twitch. Tell them to stream on Twitch. I can tell because she has TTS on, so I can tell when I get filtered. Damn. Damn, that sucks. I'm sorry. I wouldn't filter you here. Well, good for you, because I wouldn't filter you here. Did you know that? I wouldn't filter you here. TikToks. 98% of my stuff. Damn. I despise ads so much. Well, that's a good thing you sub with Prime Gaming, taking $3, I think, dollars, or at least $2 out of Jeff Bezos' pocket directly and into mine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, fuck yeah. You made a clip of Sonic Racing. That's perfect. And a meme. Fuck yeah. Okay. I think I've recorded everything that I need to do. This song reminds me of Bat Metal. The Batman Metal stuff. I don't know if any of you guys know what I'm talking about. I swear, man, if my car starts blurting ads in my face, I'm going to suplex someone myself. See, that's why you don't get a Tesla, because I'm pretty sure those things have built-in ads at this point. And if they don't, I love Batman Metal. It's so fun. I know, right? I typed the PC edging thing into chat, and it got filtered, and someone else almost said it word for word what I said and didn't get filtered. That's crazy. What the fuck? You know what I call that? I call that racist. I think, you know, it's not even have to do with your name. I bet it's just racist. Alright, we'll do this one. We might... I gotta do, like, multiple things tomorrow. It's fine. We'll be productive tomorrow, and then it'll be all okay. It'll all be hunky-dory. Creatives for Twitter, I'll do that tonight. And then I'm just gonna update this for tomorrow. Edit videos times 3, right? It's 3 videos, and then create TikTok video. I can't type TikTok video. I'm telling you, TikTok has an agenda against me. I can't believe it. TikTok can have an agenda against quite a few people. I believe it. I believe it. I believe you, brother. Don't you worry. Trying to silence me, trying to bury me. I know. Don't worry. You won't get buried here. Or too small for that. I care too much for that. Alright, so I think we're good. I think we're all caught up now. I think I do say if I do say so myself, I think I can have myself a dinner. I think I can end stream here. I'm gonna let the song play, of course. And then I'll play something else. But what song do I want to end out on? I know what song I want to end out on. Add to queue. Alrighty. Let's see. Is Oni Melly still streaming? Oni Melly is still streaming. Is anybody else streaming that we want to raid? I don't think so, because they're playing Minecraft. Give you a song to listen to after stream. Put it in the fridge. Oh shit, you're right. Right what? Right what? Right what? I'm always right. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I don't gotta deal with ads if I spend 5 or 10 bucks. Exactly. And if you sub with Prime Gaming, you're taking money from a millionaire and giving it to me so you don't have to watch ads. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But thank you guys so much for the subs today, for the love, for hanging out with me, and just keeping me company. For now, though, I'm gonna go eat my dinner and then probably pass the fuck out and go to sleep. But I love you guys. It's in the fridge. Thank you. I will listen to it after. Amazing. Amazing. I know, right? Go have fun with Oni Melly. They're an amazing artist. They're very sweet. They're very cute. And they're playing Minecraft. Have a good night, cowgirl. I'm passing the fuck out too. Amazing. Amazing. Have a good sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you want a raid message, there's a raid message, but you don't have to use it. But I appreciate it if you did, because I know where you came from. And remember, I hope you always get to do what you love. Whether that's petting dogs or fucking bitches. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow. Mwah. Goodbye.